Chapter 26. Protection Fee. The sun was out as Jian Chen walked across the sports field, where quite a few students were already exercising. Sparing a glance at those students, Jian Chen proceeded to move on towards the library. During the past 3 days, Jian Chen was constantly cultivating his saint force and did not have the time to go to the library at all. In Jian Chen's eyes, the only thing the academy had to offer that really attracted him was the library. When it came to the classes taught by the teachers, Jian Chen didn't have a single speck of interest, and he personally felt that it was a waste of time. The teachers didn't have anything worthwhile to teach him, but the library did. After all, the library had records of everything that had happened on the Tianyuan continent. Hey look, isn't that Chongyang Xiangtian? I heard he beat the saint, Ka De Yun, while he was only at the 8th Saint Force layer. It is. I even watched Chongyang Xiangtian fight in the freshman competition, but I didn't get a chance to see him fight against Ka De Yun. What a great shame. On the sports field, 2 males who saw Jian Chen were pointing from afar, while looking at him with a huge amount of respect. Wow, Chongyang Xiangtian is so cool and so strong. For him to beat the saint, Ka De Yun, while at the 8th Saint Force layer, he really is my idol, another first-year minor noble girl cried, as her eyes sparkled with emotions. More and more people started to gather on the field. As Jian Chen walked across the sports field, many of the surrounding people started to notice him. Ever since he had beaten Ka De Yun 3 days ago, his name had spread around the academy in a mere few hours, and his reputation had skyrocketed to the point where even the teachers of Kargath Academy knew him by name. Jian Chen quickly crossed the field into a shady area which would lead him to the library. Because there weren't many people at the library, the path towards the library was fairly serene and quiet. With almost no people in sight, all Jian Chen could see was the scenery of nature, as the wind scattered countless leaves into the air with a rustling sound. Just then, the shadows of a few people suddenly appeared in front of Jian Chen. It was a group of 4 people who were laughing and talking amongst themselves, each one of them looking to be around years old. A simple look at their school uniforms could identify them as students of the academy as well. Jian Chen didn't pay any attention to the group of students in front of him, and proceeded to walk past them. But as he just crossed them, the 4 students suddenly stopped talking, and then quickly surrounded Jian Chen. Stopping, Jian Chen looked at the students surrounding him and noted that they were all seniors. With a cold smile, he asked, "Dear seniors, what is the meaning of this?" The 4 students stood tall and proud as they circled Jian Chen before one of them spoke up. "Kid, you look unfamiliar, you must be a freshman." The one in front of Jian Chen smiled with an unfriendly stare at him. Jian Chen did not show any emotion as he stared at the speaker, speaking to his face. He gave a faint smile. "That's right, this one here is a freshman. What do these seniors want with a freshman like me?" Hearing this, the senior chuckled, "If you want to live peacefully at Kargath Academy, then it's important that you have people like us protecting you. But if you want our protection, then you need to pay us. Since you're a freshman, then you just need to pay us 10 purple coins, how about it? A good deal, right?" The student had a confident smile on his face. In his mind, he had already intimidated Jian Chen. To him, Jian Chen was smaller, and therefore weaker in terms of strength, and he felt that he had definitely overpowered him already. He was confident in his skills as well, since he had already pulled this off many different times, making him an experienced veteran. If he had met a stronger student, then of course he would have thought twice before pulling this scam off, but Jian Chen didn't seem like a strong student, so this would definitely be a total success. Resistance would be futile. If Jian Chen was just another commoner student, then the 4 students would not dare extort a protection fee from Jian Chen if they wanted to remain in the academy. After all the upperclassmen in Kargath Academy knew that the headmaster always sided with the commoners of the academy. But these 4 students have been living in the academy for some time now, and they could tell which student was a commoner and which student was a noble. So when they saw Jian Chen, they could clearly tell that Jian Chen was a noble, and therefore dared to extort him for money. Hearing him, Jian Chen internally snorted. He hadn't thought that people would try to collect protection fees from him. "Seniors, I am very sorry, but I will have to refuse your protection," Jian Chen stated. Before they could even respond, he shouldered his way past the older students and resumed to walk towards the library once more. Jian Chen's actions caused the 4 students to be startled. This situation had gone against their expectations, and none of them had expected to see Jian Chen so straightforwardly decline their protection. The 4 students immediately turned towards Jian Chen, who was walking away from them. Their eyes flashed dangerously. The one student who had his shoulder pushed aside snarled, while his face turned unsightly. "Mother f***ing brat, stop right there!" he yelled angrily. Stomping towards him, he immediately cut Jian Chen off from his path, as the other 3 followed him and formed the circle, once more confining Jian Chen in the middle. "You dared to knock against me, are you tired of living?" the initial speaker cried before fiercely reaching out to slap Jian Chen across the face with his palm. Seeing the hand approach his face, Jian Chen's blank stare instantly became sharp, and his eyes flashed with a deep coldness. He lifted his own right hand up to block the incoming hand, so quickly that the other students couldn't react in time. After intercepting that student's hand that was halfway to his face, Jian Chen lashed out with his foot, and his kick connected with the student's chest. With a small gasp, the student was sent flying backwards, before he heavily fell down onto the ground some distance away. The situation had suddenly escalated, surprising the other 3 students. None of them would have thought that their previously easy target to bully would suddenly become like this. Before they could even react, Jian Chen had kicked their companion across the place. But they soon regained their wits and started to sweat. Without even needing to discuss it amongst themselves, they all concluded that they needed to dispose of Jian Chen. Although they knew Jian Chen's strength wasn't normal, these 4 students had run rampant in Kargath Academy and were not afraid of him. Even if Jian Chen was that strong, the 4 of them combined could take him on, so they had nothing to fear. Not only that, but they all had strong clans backing them up, thus, they had a strong shield with them throughout the entire academy. Sensing that the 3 other students were exuding out their saint force, Jian Chen looked at them with a hint of disdain. The moment the 3 prepared to fight, the levels of their saint force had been revealed to him. The 3 of them were roughly at the 10th layer of saint force. The 3 went into motion very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, they were in front of Jian Chen. However, at the crucial moment, Jian Chen's body swayed and dodged each one of their attacks. While the 3 attacks failed to make contact, Jian Chen didn't wait for them to recover, and immediately slammed his fist into one of the students' foreheads so quickly that none of them could react. Pang! The student who had his forehead hit immediately fainted onto the floor. At the same time, Jian Chen's right leg kicked one of the other students in the chest. Following the dull thud, because the youth had long been prepared, he managed to endure and only stumbled back a few steps after receiving the kick from Jian Chen, and quickly steadied himself. Despite that, his complexion had turned pale as the 2 huge forces of energy hidden in Jian Chen's kick had jolted his internal organs. Furthermore, faint strands of saint force had also flowed through Jian Chen's leg into the youth's body, wreaking havoc among his internal organs. Just as the youth had stabilized himself, Jian Chen's second leg had already once again kicked out. Leaving behind after images in the air, the leg landed onto the chest of the youth once again. Moreover, the second kick landed perfectly on the same spot as the first, beautifully superimposing themselves on each other. Having received 2 heavy hits in a row on the same spot, the damage the youth suffered was not as simple as adding 1 plus 1. When Jian Chen's second kick landed on the youth's chest, even if he had the strength of a 10th layer saint force, he would still suffer serious injuries. Waves of acute pain emitted from the vital organs within his body, instantly turning the youth's face white. His internal qi was also blocked, causing him to have extreme difficulty breathing. He staggered back a few steps before one last unsteady step brought him crashing to the ground, and left him unable to stand back up again. Seeing Jian Chen effortlessly dispatch a comrade who had a strength comparable to his own in the blink of an eye, the remaining youth's complexion changed. The foot that was just about to rush towards Jian Chen suddenly stopped in its place. It was as if the solace of his feet grew roots which extended deep into the ground. The youth did not dare to take a step forward. Eyes filled with vigilance, the youth stared at Jian Chen with an expression that had lost the smugness from before, and was instead now filled with an intense concentration. Jian Chen's calm gaze turned to glance at the youth, the corners of his mouth betraying traces of a sneer. Without a word, he turned and left towards the direction of the library. After Jian Chen left, the two youths who had been beaten to the ground by Jian Chen raggedly crawled up from the ground, eyes seething with a poisonous hatred as they bore holes into Jian Chen's back. One of them grumbled in a low voice, "Who is he, to be so strong that even all of us together were far from his match? Is this really a new student who had enrolled this year? How can he be so strong? Who cares who he is, since he dared to offend us, we absolutely cannot forgive him." In a furious tone, another person also cursed. His tone was also somewhat weak, as if he was gasping for breath. This was the youth that had been kicked twice by Jian Chen. Presently, his internal organs had already received a serious jolt. If it were not for the fact that his strength was originally above that of Jian Chen's, he wouldn't even have the strength to stand at this point. Chapter 27. Incoming Trouble, 1. Immediately, the spared student ran over to the fallen two students. Concerned, he asked the pale youth that Jian Chen had kicked twice, "Luo Yun, are you all right?" The student named Luo Yun nodded his head and spoke with a weak voice, "I'll be fine after a few days of cultivation." Turning around, he asked the other injured student and whispered, "Carl, you can find information around the academy faster than us, find out what that brat's name is, then have Master Cheng sort him out." Hearing his friend, Carl thought for a second before responding, "There's no need to, I think I already know who he is." The other two students' face lit up as Luo Yun said, "That's great then, Carl, who is he?" In this year's annual freshman competition, there was an unusually strong competitor, the very same one that beat the Saint, Ka De Yun, while being an 8th Saint 4 Slayer practitioner. "I think he's that person." Carl's face grew dark as he said it. As the two students heard Carl, their faces immediately changed. Looking at each other, Luo Yun said, "Could he really be that Chongyang Xiangtian?" Carl nodded his head, "It's very possible. Within the newest group of freshmen, only Chongyang Xiangtian could beat me. If he really is Chongyang Xiangtian, then we can't even be considered his opponents on any reasonable level if he can really beat that saint, Ka De Yun. Even if he didn't use his saint weapon, that's still enough proof of Chongyang Xiangtian's strength. Humph, even if he really is Chongyang Xiangtian, he still dared to cross my path. I definitely won't let him have a peaceful time at this academy," spoke the first person who had been attacked by Jian Chen. Luo Yun's white face started to sneer as he growled, "That's good, our Luo clan's young master had been asking around for news about Chongyang Xiangtian recently. If he hears about this, the young master will be happy. It's a pity that we didn't know where he was for the past few days. After searching for him, who knew that he would coincidentally just show up here and now? Luo Yun, you go find the young master of your Luo clan, Chen Feng, and I will call out Master Cheng. I doubt that Chongyang Xiangtian would be a match for Master Cheng." Carl growled. "Fine, we'll all do what we need to, but I suggest that we leave one person behind to continue observing Chongyang Xiangtian. Since the academy is so large, if Chongyang Xiangtian decides to hide, we'd never be able to find him," Luo Yun proposed. Carl nodded his head before turning to his friend behind him, "Chen Feng, you stay here and observe him, I'll go find Master Cheng." "No problem." Chen Feng promised without hesitation. After the tasks had been split up, Chen Feng left to trail Jian Chen, while the two other students picked up the still unconscious one and left to do their own task. Within the library, Jian Chen sat down at a nearby table with two books and began to eagerly read. Because the day was still early, the library was very empty and quiet. Aside from Jian Chen, there was only a middle-aged female janitor nearby bustling around. The woman was around 40 years old with an average appearance. Since she had no talent in cultivation, she was only at the 6th Saint Force layer, even though she was already 40. Even the weakest student in Kargath Academy was stronger than her. The woman tilted her head up to look at the studying Jian Chen, and although she didn't know his name, Jian Chen had left a deep impression on her. Aside from the past 3 days, Jian Chen had always been the first student to enter the library, and was always studying for the whole day. There were even some days where he didn't eat lunch to continue reading. The janitor lady had already been serving the academy for many years, but Jian Chen had been the very first student she had ever seen that was so hard-working. What a hard-working child! She had muttered to herself as she set out to do her tasks. In a large room, a youth around 20 years old stood in the middle of the room with his eyes closed. His body was positioned in a very strange way, and like a log, he just stood there without moving a single inch. Dong dong dong! At that moment, a muffled knock was heard from the other side. At the same time, the youth with the closed eyes began to slowly open them, and maintaining his strange posture, he stared at the door. "Who is it?" he called out. "My lord, it's me, Luo Yun," came the voice from outside. "Enter," he stated. The door opened, allowing the 20-year-old man to see one of the 4 students that was beaten up by Jian Chen. Luo Yun. Luo Yun looked at the weirdly positioned youth without batting an eye, as if this wasn't a strange occurrence. That was because this weird position was actually the Luo clan's method of cultivation. In the Tianyuan continent, there weren't many training manuals recorded. Among the few of them were cultivation meditation, and even less people had mastered a new position to cultivate in. The Luo clan was definitely the latter and would put their bodies into a position unique to them in order to maximize their cultivation. Luo Yun walked over to the other youth and stooped over in respect. "Master, for the past few days you've been searching for the whereabouts for Chongyang Xiangtian. I've just recently found and met him." Although Luo Yun had a great standing within his clan, in front of this youth, even he would not dare to be arrogant. That was because this youth was Luo Jian, the first son of the clan leader of the Luo clan. Along with the loving affection from the clan leader, he was deemed to be the future successor of the Luo clan, and so Luo Yun had wanted to curry favor with him. "You've found Chongyang Xiangtian." Upon hearing that, Luo Jian's eyes brightened up. Noticing Luo Yun's pale face, Luo Jian's eyes trailed down Luo Yun's shirt to see the single footprint on his chest. With a haughty voice, Luo Jian said, "Seeing you in such a sorry state, it would appear that this Chongyang Xiangtian forced you to suffer quite a bit." Luo Yun's face grew angry as he spoke. "What the Lord says is correct. I just recently saw Chongyang Xiangtian and politely asked him to come visit my lord. But that Chongyang Xiangtian was completely outrageous and arrogant beyond belief. Not only that, but he is extremely violent, and most importantly, he did not care for you at all. He said that the Lord is..." Luo Yun started to trail off from hesitation. Luo Jian scowled, "Don't just stand there and stutter. What did Chongyang Xiangtian say about me?" Luo Yun's eyes flashed with an indignant color as he hesitated for one last time. With a spurt of courage, he cried, "Chongyang Xiangtian said that the master wasn't worth a fart, and throwing a shoe at him would not be worth the effort." "What?" Luo Jian's face grew just as angry as his emotions. Although the Luo clan was not extremely influential within the Tianyuan continent, within the Guisudan kingdom, they were one of the most prestigious clans with a 200-year-old history. In the Guisudan kingdom, the amount of clans that could beat them in power could be counted on one's hands. When it came to the successor of the Luo clan, it can be said that Luo Jian was a noble of extremely high standards that even the crowned prince and princess of the kingdom could be considered to be on the same footing as he was. He didn't think that within the Kargath Academy there would be an unknown freshman that would dare to be so egotistical. In his entire life, he had never seen someone so arrogant towards him. Luo Jian's stare grew cold towards Luo Yun. He really said this? The amount of anger was hardly being concealed by Luo Jian's tone. Seeing Luo Jian's reaction, Luo Yun was secretly delighted. However, he quickly regained himself and said, "Yes, my lord, what Luo Yun says is true. I wouldn't dare lie to you, this Chongyang Xiang Tian is truly too arrogant. He never saw you as anyone worthwhile, and even dared to spout out arrogant words. If we do not teach him a lesson, then I fear that the Lord will lose face and be the target of ridicule within the academy." The more Luo Yun spoke, the angrier Luo Jian became. Standing to his feet, he growled, "Where is Chongyang Xiang Tian? I want you to bring me to him, and if he truly doesn't see me as someone worthwhile, then I shall see how strong he is." "Yes, of course. Please follow me, my lord." Luo Yun exited the room and brought the angry Luo Jian out of the room with him towards the library. At the same time, within one of the rooms in Kargath Academy, the respectful Karl brought another 20-year-old youth out and towards the library. As they passed through the sports field, a few seniors noted the group with looks of surprise. Their comments could be heard from all directions. "Ai, isn't that person walking over there Lord Cheng? He hasn't been seen around the academy for over a year already, what wind blew him here today?" A senior around the same age as him said in surprise. "I've heard that a year ago, Lord Cheng had already reached the middle levels of sainthood, so there's no telling how strong he is now. Lord Cheng is definitely the genius of Kargath Academy. He had condensed a saint weapon at the age of 19 and became a saint. At the age of 20, he then reached the middle levels of sainthood. 1 year has passed already, so the Lord Cheng must have reached the upper levels of sainthood with his talent in cultivation. Definitely, Lord Cheng is the #1 genius at cultivation at Kargath Academy." The headmaster had even said before that by the age of 23, Lord Cheng would definitely become a great saint. Becoming a great saint by the age of 23, Lord Cheng is truly amazing. Many of the seniors in Kargath Academy are still at the rank of the 10th layer of Saint Force. As Karl walked down the path slowly, the seniors that saw the pair walk by continued to gossip. Lord Cheng was a very well-known figure within Kargath Academy, not for his character, but for his cultivation rate that would astound anyone. Within the Tianyuan continent, he could be considered to be a prodigy blessed by the heavens, and in Kargath Academy, he could be considered as standing at the peak of the strongest experts. At this moment, Jian Chen was still pouring his interest into the book in his hands, completely unaware of the incoming trouble. Chapter 28. Incoming Trouble, 2. In a flash, Luo Yun and Luo Jian arrived at the library gates. A few feet away from the big gates, the one who had been trailing Jian Chen, Chen Feng, was leaning against a tree trunk. His eyes were constantly watching Jian Chen, who was still reading with relish, and had completely forgotten about his surroundings. When Chen Feng saw Luo Yun with Luo Jian by his side, he immediately ran over to them. He bowed at Luo Jian, and with a charming face, said, "I didn't think that I would meet the Lord Luo Jian here. I am truly honored to see you." Chen Feng was extremely respectful, although he too belonged to a clan. Within the Gasun kingdom, it was a very minor one. It was only when he was joined together with the children of bigger clans that he dared to collect money from those weaker than him. With this, he had a strong relationship with the Luo clan that would definitely bring him many benefits. If he was lucky, then his own clan would be pulled up into the higher ranks with the help of Luo Jian. After all, Luo Jian was to be the clan's successor. Luo Jian felt proud as he looked at the respectful Chen Feng, and gave a small wave of his hand. "Don't say any more crap, is Chongyang Xiang Tian in the library?" Even though Luo Jian had absolutely no trace of politeness, Chen Feng's look of respect didn't waver in the least. With a smile, he replied, "He is, Chongyang Xiang Tian is still in the library." A sneer gradually formed on Luo Jian's face. As he got the answer he wanted, that's good. Go inside and call him out for me. The library had a rule that all fighting inside was prohibited, and even Luo Jian had to respect that rule, despite his family having a great amount of influence. Yes, of course, Master Luo. I'll have Chongyang Xiang Tian out immediately, Chen Feng said compliantly as he entered the library. Inside the library, Jian Chen's focus was still on his book. Whenever he was in the library his guard was at its lowest. This was because within the library, he didn't have to worry about others causing trouble or asking questions, so remaining on guard wasn't needed. While Jian Chen was lost in his own world, he had the sudden feeling of someone's hand clasping down on his shoulder. Although he was still reluctant to part from his book, he looked to the youth standing next to me with a cold sneer on his face. From his memory, he remembered that this person was one of the 4 people who had tried to extort protection money from him. Chen Feng stood by his side with a look of great joy at Jian Chen's impending doom. With a strange tone, he said, "Chongyang Xiang Tian, I didn't think we'd see each other again so soon." "It's you." Jian Chen scowled. Without giving him face, he spoke, "If you're still looking for protection money, then you can scram." Chen Feng's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't dare make a move towards Jian Chen. The library was strict on their rules, and he was sure that he wasn't a match for Jian Chen. Chen Feng stuck his chest out as he glared maliciously at Jian Chen, and coldly said, "Chongyang Xiang Tian, although I am no match for you, Kargath Academy is not some place you can rampage around. If you really have the guts, then follow me outside. Otherwise, prepare to stay in this library for the rest of your life." After dropping these words, Chen Feng directly walked out of the library. However, the words he had said had already attracted the attentions of all the students within the library. Immediately, many people began to shift their attentions to Jian Chen with complicated expressions of envy, respect, and jealousy. Jian Chen slowly closed the book with a crossed expression. From Chen Feng's words it would seem that he got reinforcements to help him. Jian Chen's eyes twinkled as he put the book back on the bookshelf and then walked towards the entrance of the library deep in thought. Although he knew people were waiting outside for him, if he didn't go out then people would think he was afraid of them. If Jian Chen wanted to continue reading books in the library in peace, then he would need to reveal his own strength and inspire fear into the others. Otherwise more and more people would come and find trouble with him, there would be no point in coming to the library in that case. Although he knew that the people outside were definitely not weak, it was possible that they were experts at the same level as Ka De Yun. However, Jian Chen still did not show any trace of fear. He was confident that if he faced a saint at his current level, even if he didn't win, he would not easily lose. After all, no matter if it were battle experience or techniques, Jian Chen far surpassed anyone else at the academy. Moreover, he was a person who had experienced countless life or death situations. As soon as Jian Chen left the library, he looked up to find 3 youths standing outside the door. They didn't look very different from each other, as they all wore the school uniform. 2 of the people were part of the extortion group Jian Chen had met before, and the third one was looking at Jian Chen with an expression full of arrogance. It was obvious that he had been a helper summoned by the other 2. Seeing Jian Chen actually walk out of the library, Luo Yun began to laugh evilly. He whispered to Luo Jian standing next to him, "My lord, he is Chongyang Xiang Tian." Luo Jian's arrogant eyes sized up Jian Chen with an expression of disdain, and he coldly said, "Brat, are you Chongyang Xiang Tian?" Jian Chen gave Luo Jian a level look. Luo Jian looked to be around 22 to 23 years old, and he had an extremely handsome appearance. However, his expression did not hide any of his arrogance. "And who are you?" Jian Chen indifferently replied to Luo Jian, his tone ice cold. Luo Yun, who was standing next to Luo Jian, shouted, "How dare you, Chongyang Xiang Tian? What kind of status do you have to dare to use that kind of tone to talk to my clan's lord? Do you want to get kicked out of this academy? Chongyang Xiang Tian, hurry up and apologize to my lord." Otherwise, don't think you can stay at Kargath Academy for much long. Chen Feng did not miss the chance to suck up to Luo Jian, and yelled back at Jian Chen in an indignant tone. Hearing these two words, the Luo clan's lord, Luo Jian, became even haughtier, and his face was full of self-pride. Jian Chen's unchanged face gradually showed a hint of a sneer, and he looked at the three people with disdain, and said, "Based on your words, are you saying that the headmaster of Kargath Academy will listen to you three? Or perhaps, are you saying that Kargath Academy belongs to your clan, whoever you want to leave must leave? The three of you are really too audacious, to even dare to look down on the headmaster." Hearing Jian Chen's words, the expression of both Luo Yun and Chen Feng suddenly paled. Even Luo Jie, who had a huge clan backing him up, he could not stop his expression from turning unsightly, as he glared poisonously at Jian Chen. Although he had the most influence backing him up out of the three, since Luo Jian was the successor of Gasun Kingdom's powerful Luo clan, he did not dare to show any disrespect towards the headmaster of Kargath Academy. If Jian Chen's words spread to the headmaster's ears, then they would be heavily punished. In the worst-case scenario, they could be directly expelled. Even if Luo Jian had a powerful background, even if his father was Luo clan's clan leader, even if he was Luo clan's successor, there was no way he could get away of such a consequence completely cop-free. His Luo clan would definitely not be willing to offend Kargath Academy's headmaster for his sake. Luo Jian's face turned gloomy, and he glared at Jian Chen. "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you really are quite arrogant. I just wonder if you have the qualifications to be so arrogant." Jian Chen laughed in disdain, and coldly replied, "Stop wasting your breath, just say why you've come looking for me." Luo Jian let out a smile filled with a murderous intent. "The reason I came is very simple. I just wanted to see how someone like you defeated a recently advanced saint, even if Ka Diyun didn't use a saint weapon." "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, are you really that amazing?" Luo Jian cracked the knuckles on both his hands before clenching them both. The loud snapping sound from his knuckles was clear to hear as a strong amount of energy started to emit from his body onto Jian Chen's own. At the same time, the people who were reading their books inside the library all closed their books. Everyone started to chatter excitedly as they watched the events that were happening with Jian Chen with pleasure. Regarding the qi that Luo Jian was emitting, Jian Chen was not affected at all and stood straight like a towering mountain. Luo Jian's strength was clear to Jian Chen and was not at all weaker to Ka Diyun, however, it was not strong enough for him to fear. Instead, his fighting spirit rose. As soon as they saw the two opponents were about to start fighting, the people in front of the library began to retreat, afraid that they would be affected by any shockwaves. How could we miss such an interesting battle? Just before the two people were about to begin fighting, a voice suddenly rang out from the back, and a few youths wearing the school uniform walked out from behind. There were a total of 5 people that had just arrived. Among them, one of the people was another person from the extortion group that Jian Chen had encountered earlier. Jian Chen did not recognize the other 4, but anyone could tell with a single glance that they were from major clans. Their brows seemed to hold an aloof and remote expressions. However, what drew Jian Chen's attention was the youth standing in the center of the group of 5. It was obvious from his eyes that he was the core figure the other 4 revolved around. He didn't seem that old, based on his appearance, he was probably around 20 years old. "Yay, everyone, look, isn't the person in the middle Master Cheng, who's been missing the past year? I didn't imagine that he would also come." "That's right, it really is Master Cheng, our Kargath Academy's genius. It's said that a year ago, his power had already reached the middle saint levels. With his talent in cultivation, I had thought during the past year, Master Cheng had already broken through to the great saint level and graduated. I didn't think that he was actually still on the academy grounds. I wonder what Master Cheng's current power is, and whether or not he has reached great saint level yet." The 3 people next to Master Cheng seem to be powerful saints who have already condensed their saint weapons. To think that the elites that are normally rare to see would all appear here. Seeing the students standing there, all of the students started to shout in alarm, rapidly increasing the noise in the environment. Cheng Mingxiang, you've come at just the right time. If you were the slightest bit late, you would have missed this interesting show. Seeing the youth amongst the crowd, Luo Jian immediately stopped his imposing manner, and laughed as he greeted the youth. He then nodded at the other 3 students following behind. Chapter 29. Another encounter with Tai Ta. Cheng Mingxiang started to smile. How could I miss a match like this? He stared down at Jian Chen with disdain before saying, do you think that's Chong Yang Xiang Tian? Correct, Lord Cheng. He's definitely that Chong Yang Xiang Tian who hurt our companions. Luo Jian said as he stood behind Carl. Cheng Mingxiang nodded his head and said slowly, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you're definitely not bad, to even hurt my comrades. His voice was getting darker with each word. Jian Chen's mind already understood that these were a group of unreasonable children with rich parents, so arguing with them was of no use, they would only listen to force. Thus, Jian Chen didn't bother to say any trash talk. Instead, he said coldly, so what if we fight? If you're not happy with this, make the first move instead of spouting so much bullshit. Hearing Jian Chen's words, Cheng Mingxiang's face gradually turned ashen. Good. Good, good. Then it's time to see how strong you really are. With that, his body started to glow so brightly that the light extended 10 meters away to where Jian Chen was. Dashing forward, he launched his fist towards Jian Chen's nose. Against a person who wasn't even a saint, he wouldn't even bother using his saint weapon. Even Jian Chen knew that Cheng Mingxiang's strength far surpassed Ka De Yun, the difference in saint force was far too great with his own as well. Therefore, Jian Chen absolutely could not afford to take that fist. Just when Cheng Mingxiang's fist was about to connect with Jian Chen's head, his head suddenly blurred and dodged the fist. At the same time, Jian Chen's 2 fists went up to grab at the incoming arm from Cheng Mingxiang. Assuming a horse stance, he stiffened his back and pulled at the arm with both of his own. Originally, when Cheng Mingxiang was attacking, his center of gravity had been leaning forwards. Now, Jian Chen had pulled him further, he momentarily lost control over his body, and he began to fall forwards. However, Cheng Mingxiang was quick to respond. Stamping on the ground with his foot, he exerted all his force to try to prevent any further pull from Jian Chen. As he did that, however, Jian Chen suddenly let go of Cheng Mingxiang's arm and immediately pummeled at his stomach with a barrage of blows that were as fast as lightning. Since Cheng Mingxiang's center of gravity was now focused towards the back, when Jian Chen had punched him with all his might, his legs couldn't help but stumbled backwards, as if he was struggling to avoid falling. After falling back 10 steps, Cheng Mingxiang finally regained his bearings, but his face had long since turned into the same color as a pig's liver. With a dark and ominous expression, he glared at Jian Chen maliciously. Because of his majestic body, he was considered to have one of the strongest in the academy, so how could he not feel furious at this? If the academy found out his body was actually hit and injured like this, then he would no longer have face within the academy and become a laughing stock. After thinking about the consequences of this, he glared at Jian Chen with a stare that could kill, since this was an utter disgrace to him. Already, the entire audience had become absolutely quiet. Luo Jian's own face had become sluggish as he stared at Jian Chen with a surprised look. This was far beyond his wildest imagination, and not just his own, but everyone else watching. Cheng Mingxiang was a talented genius when it came to cultivation, and even saints couldn't match him in a hand-to-hand fight. To have Jian Chen make him suffer such a loss and put him in such an ugly state was very surprising. Glaring once more at Jian Chen, Cheng Mingxiang's arm started to release a silver type of qi before forming a two-handed sword. He snarled, saying, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, I will definitely cripple you today." With that declaration, he surged towards Jian Chen with the silver sword in tow. "Stop!" Right as Cheng Mingxiang had started to move, another deep voice had shouted over the crowd and noise. Immediately, everyone saw a rather robust and suntanned youth slowly walk forward. When Jian Chen saw the sturdy youth come forward, his eyes widened in shock. It was because this person was also a participant in the freshman competition and the person with the heavenly blessed strength Tai Ta. The moment when Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang's men looked at Tai Ta, their faces started to change, an abject fear taking hold of them. Luo Yun didn't recognize Tai Ta at all, so with an arrogant cry towards Tai Ta, he demanded, "Who are you? This is business concerning Lord Luo and Lord Cheng, so don't interfere, otherwise you'll regret it." "Shut your mouth." Not even waiting for Luo Yun to finish talking, Luo Jian cut into Luo Yun's speech. Not even paying attention to Luo Yun's look of surprise, Luo Jian's face contained a smile towards Tai Ta as he cupped his hands in salute. So it was brother Tai Ta after all. This one wonders what brother Tai Ta is doing here. Tai Ta looked at him with an strange look before speaking in a low voice, "Who are you? I don't recognize you at all." Not understanding why Luo Jian's face became so unsightly, Tai Ta directly walked towards Jian Chen and lifted his hand to clasp onto Jian Chen's shoulder. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, I didn't think I'd meet you here of all places. It has been so many days since I last saw you," he boomed. Jian Chen also gave a faint laugh. "Tai Ta, let us put off this chat for now and let me take care of a few troublesome matters first." Listening to what Jian Chen said, Tai Ta's head whipped over to Cheng Mingxiang and Luo Jian's group and slowly stared at them before pointing a finger. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, could it be that they're trying to bully you?" "It could be said that way, yes," Jian Chen indifferently said as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. As soon as he heard this, Tai Ta immediately rolled up his sleeves. He fiercely looked at the opposing group of people and loudly declared, "Chongyang Xiang Tian is my brother. Anyone who bullies him is bullying me as well. Whoever wants fight, come out. Even though my power might not be that strong, I, Tai Ta, am not afraid of you guys." Hearing Tai Ta's words, Jian Chen hesitated for a second. He looked at Tai Ta in confusion, not quite understand when he had become Tai Ta's brother. Cheng Mingxiang and Luo Jian's expressions changed. They glanced at each other with a serious look. It was obvious that they were somewhat afraid of Tai Ta. Even though Tai Ta's actual power wasn't very strong, and they could easily defeat him in a fight, Tai Ta had a formidable supporter that even the two of them were afraid to encounter. This was why they had never dared to touch Tai Ta at Kargath Academy. Neither of the people spoke, and Carl and Luo Yun had already realized from Luo Jian's attitude that Tai Ta's identity was not normal. Thus, they made the smart decision of not making a sound. At that moment, the atmosphere had become slightly strange. After quietly pondering for a while, Luo Jian was the first to break the silence. "Brother Tai Ta, this is a problem between me and Chongyang Xiang Tian, I hope you don't meddle with our affairs." Luo Jian's tone was extremely polite. He clearly understood that although Tai Ta was a commoner, his current status was without a doubt not any less powerful than his. It was even higher than his by a bit. Even if he was the successor to the Luo clan, his status was at most equivalent to Tai Ta's. Luo Jian's words made all the spectators shocked. There were quite a few seniors amongst them that recognized both Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang, and they knew that although their individual statuses weren't that high, they both had great clans backing them up. And yet, at the moment, the two of them had suddenly acted polite to Tai Ta. This made the library's spectators curious about Tai Ta's identity. They couldn't imagine what kind of background Tai Ta must have to have been so domineering, and to make the insufferably arrogant Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang so cautious and fearful. Unfortunately, Tai Ta had no intention to appreciate the offer. Without giving face, he said, "I already said earlier, Chongyang Xiang Tian is my brother. His problems are my problems. If anyone has complaints, then everyone should direct them towards me." Luo Jian's expression changed colors, and his eyes showed a serious expression. In regards to Tai Ta, he really didn't dare to offend him too much. At that moment, Cheng Mingxiang snorted, and he glared at Tai Ta. In a heavy voice, he said, "Tai Ta, do you really want to butt into this business?" Having suffered from Jian Chen's hands, Cheng Mingxiang had already formed a hatred for Jian Chen in his heart. For a freshman that hadn't even reached saint level yet to have put him in such a difficult situation was definitely a humiliation to his genius. If he didn't clean this situation up now, then he wouldn't be able to enjoy his time at the academy in the future. "That's right, I want to get involved." Tai Ta yelled back, his expression harsh. Even though he clearly knew how powerful Cheng Mingxiang was, Tai Ta still did not show any sign of fear. Jian Chen pulled at Tai Ta and said, "Tai Ta, this is something between me and him. You shouldn't come, otherwise, you'll just get caught up in more trouble." Tai Ta's eyes flashed with anger, and he suddenly turned towards Jian Chen, frowning, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, what kind of words are those? Do you think that I, Tai Ta, is someone who would be scared of these things? Do you not think of me as your friend?" Hearing this, Jian Chen could not help but feel puzzled. When had he and Tai Ta gotten so close? They barely even met each other. The only time they had really interacted was during the freshman martial arts competition. "Humph, Tai Ta, since you want to suffer so badly, then don't blame me. Don't think that just because you're the headmaster's apprentice, I won't dare to attack you. Let me witness exactly how great the headmaster's apprentice's abilities are." Hearing Cheng Mingyan's words, Jian Chen was internally shocked. He hadn't imagined that Tai Ta had actually become the headmaster's apprentice. If this news was spread throughout the academy, it would spur a great craze. At this moment, Cheng Mingyang had already appeared in front of Tai Ta, and directly struck his fist against Tai Ta's chest. Because Tai Ta had a special status, Cheng Mingxiang did not dare to actually hurt Tai Ta, and his fist only used fifth layer force. In his opinion, even if he only used the strength of the fifth layer, it still wasn't an attack that a saint could receive, let alone someone below that, like Tai Ta. Faced with Cheng Mingxiang's attack, Tai Ta did not dare to be careless, and his face showed matchless concentration. He roared. Then with his right arm seemingly as sturdy as steel, he fearlessly threw a fist at Cheng Mingxiang to meet force with force. Chapter 30. Vice Headmaster Bai En. Pang! Tai Ta and Cheng Mingxiang's fists collided into each other, creating a loud boom. A fierce shockwave exploded as the two fighters flew backwards. Feeling Tai Ta's power within his fist, Cheng Mingxiang's face faltered slightly, becoming a look of astonishment. Although Tai Ta's strength wasn't at the level of a saint, the energy in Tai Ta's fist was something that even a saint couldn't release. If it weren't for the fact that Cheng Mingxiang's strength was stronger than Tai Ta by so much, then he would have suffered a huge loss from that confrontation. But even though he had made it out relatively unharmed, Cheng Mingxiang's shoulder had started to ache with pain. Stretching his right shoulder a bit, Cheng Mingxiang looked at Tai Ta in a new light. "The headmaster's apprentice is truly marvelous. The power inside your fist is likewise frightening, and completely dominated my own fist. If you were a saint, then your fist would have forced me into taking a huge amount of damage." Tai Ta's godly strength was an inconceivable amount of power that no one else could compare themselves to. His strength was so strong that even Jian Chen gasped in astonishment. Against such a strong opponent, Tai Ta didn't suffer a single trace of damage. Tai Ta boomed with a happy laughter, and said, "Try again, I'll return the favor immediately." He swung his fists in a ready position as he faced Cheng Mingxiang. Looking at Tai Ta, Cheng Mingxiang's eyebrows knitted together as he looked the paling Luojian. "I'll stall Tai Ta, you go teach Chong Yang Xiang Tian a lesson." Without a pause, he charged at Tai Ta and the two started to fight once more. Thanks to Tai Ta's special status within the academy, Cheng Mingxiang didn't dare to use his saint weapon, and instead used his twin fists to fight him. But after a few rounds of close combat exchanges, Cheng Mingxiang began to grumble to himself about how absurd Tai Ta's strength was. Not only that, but Tai Ta's body was like steel, so combined with his enormous strength that complemented his saint force, there was no way Cheng Mingxiang would be able to defeat Tai Ta without using his saint weapon, despite being stronger than Tai Ta. He was using the entirety of his strength, but could only accomplish very little, such as pushing Tai Ta backwards. In addition, he still didn't dare to fight head-on with Tai Ta for an extended period of time. The students all watched Cheng Mingxiang fight against the incredibly strong Tai Ta with wide eyes, as they took pleasure in watching the fight. Although many of the students here had never seen Tai Ta before, they all knew him by name. After all, he was the second-place winner of the freshman competition, and thus his name had spread throughout the academy. Still, many people were having a hard time believing that someone who wasn't even a saint yet could fight toe-to-toe with Kargath Academy's talented genius, Cheng Mingxiang. The news that the freshman ruler of the freshman competition, Chong Yang Xiangtian, was able to beat the Saint Ka Diyun had already shaken the academy. And at the moment, they were completely incapable of accepting the fact that Tai Ta, who wasn't even a saint yet, could fight one of the strongest saints, Cheng Mingxiang, to a standstill. While Cheng Mingxiang fought fiercely against Tai Ta, Luo Jian didn't idle about. Rushing towards Jian Chen, Luo Jian didn't bother to use his saint weapon since he was a middle-rank saint, so it would be a waste for him to use it against someone who wasn't even a saint yet. Luo Jian quickly ran towards Jian Chen before he could even prepare himself, and used his right leg to kick him. The kick traveled at such a fast speed towards Jian Chen's stomach, that he could feel a cold gale. The kick was both fast and so fierce, and had no hesitation at all. Since it was Jian Chen, Luo Jian would never consider holding back. Despite Luo Jian's kick being extraordinarily fast, he underestimated Jian Chen's reaction and evasion speed. Just as Luo Jian was about to kick Jian Chen, he narrowly dodged to the side, and so Luo Jian's leg only clipped his clothes. Although it had looked like Jian Chen had only barely dodged the kick by the skin of his teeth, there was not a single trace of panic on Jian Chen's face. Instead, there was only a casual look of relaxation. Seeing his attack miss, Luo Jian's eyes reflected a shocked expression. However, the next instant, the Xian Saint force immediately appeared from within his body. As soon as it materialized, mysterious breezes began to surround his body. Suddenly feeling the fierce gale from Luo Jian's kick, Jian Chen's eyes revealed a look of amazement. According to the books he had read earlier, this type of attack was an example of a saint with a wind attribute. A saint with an attribute was generally stronger than a saint without one by a large margin. Not only that, but those with an attribute would generally have that added to their strength. Those with a wind attribute would definitely have their speed increased multiple times, and in the higher ranks, there would be very little that could compete with a wind attribute saint in speed. A cyan-colored saint force started to flow out from Luo Jian as his right hand was completely wrapped up in it. With another quick dash towards Jian Chen to attack him, this fist was even faster than before and even left behind a phantom image. The naked eye would not be able to see the fist at all. His face growing grave, Jian Chen leaned his head to the side and dodged Luo Jian's fist once more. His right leg immediately lashed out towards Luo Jian that was no slower than the fist earlier. Luo Jian's eyes flashed dangerously as he realized Jian Chen's speed was no slower than his own. Because of the high-speed kick, Luo Jian had no time to dodge it. Without any other choice, the wind-attributed saint force started to concentrate within his left hand as he brought it smashing down onto Jian Chen's incoming leg. Luo Jian wind-attributed saint force infused fist fiercely collided with Jian Chen's leg, causing the weaker Jian Chen to be sent flying back. Jian Chen's body was thrown back with great speed, but both of his legs dragged against the ground, using the friction to slow his momentum. Leaving behind two exceptionally clear drag marks on the ground, Jian Chen estimated that he had been forced to retreat 10 meters back. Luo Jian cracked his knuckles and stared at the rarely seen look of solemnity on Jian Chen's face. In that short confrontation, Luo Jian realized that he could not view Jian Chen as a regular person. Although his strength wasn't that of a saint, his fighting capabilities were. Luo Jian's eyes started to flash with a small amount of hesitation before he finally came to a conclusion. In this situation, if he wanted to defeat Jian Chen as soon as possible, then he would have to use his saint weapon. Although this would be hard to avoid being subjected to everyone's laughter, but he knew that if he didn't use his saint weapon he would not be able to defeat Jian Chen in a short amount of time. If it took a long time for someone like him to deal with a freshman that wasn't a saint, then it would create an even bigger impact on his reputation. When he thought about how he, as a middle saint level, was unable to defeat a person who had not yet reached saint level, and even had to use a saint weapon to do so, Luo Jian could not help but feel vexed. It made his hatred for Jian Chen develop even deeper. Today's battle, no matter who the victor was, he would still lose a lot of face. On the other hand, Jian Chen would most likely have his reputation increased by today's battle, and his reputation would once again spread throughout the entire Kargath Academy. Luo Jian's eyes shone with a cold light that could make one shudder, and nobody dared to look at him straight in the eyes. Accompanying his palm, a powerful Cyan Saint force began to frantically rush forth, gradually condensing into a Cyan greatsword. It was about 5 feet long and 3 inches wide, and the entire sword was covered in a thick layer of cyan light. That sharp blade emitted blinding light rays from the reflection of the sunlight, and the mere sight of it made people quake in fear. Jian Chen sensed that the cyan greatsword in Luo Jian's hand was emitting a powerful saint force, and his face gradually became more grave. Using a saint weapon, Luo Jian's power had multiplied, much higher than it previously was. If Luo Jian didn't use his saint weapon, then Jian Chen could still deal with the fight, albeit with some difficulty. However, once the saint weapon was drawn, Jian Chen could only cautiously take up the challenge. Based on his previous world's experience from the countless life or death battles he had gained, perhaps he would be able to hold off the attack. However, it would be extremely difficult to win. With his saint weapon in hand, Luo Jian's imposing manner suddenly grew stronger. His eyes intensely glared at Jian Chen, as he said, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, today I will definitely dispose of you." Luo Jian raised the cyan greatsword high in the air, and its cyan glow sharply increased in brightness, as its strong saint force managed to jolt even the few students observing the fight from within the library. "Ah!" Luo Jian roared, as he quickly slashed the cyan greatsword down from above his head, leaving a gorgeous cyan trajectory behind it as it moved. The only thing that could be seen was the lightly fast cyan sword chi that shot out and headed straight towards Jian Chen. Sensing that the sword chi was extremely powerful, Jian Chen's face immediately showed matchless concentration. That was definitely not something the current him could withstand. The cyan sword chi was so incomprehensibly fast that Jian Chen didn't have the time to contemplate his actions. He gathered all his power into his legs, to prepare to dodge with all his might. Suddenly, a white figure shot out as fast as lightning at a pace even faster than the cyan sword chi, and stood in front of Jian Chen as a shield. When the cyan sword chi shot towards the white figure, it unexpectedly disappeared silently without a trace. Not even a single spark could be seen. The white figure that approached was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. The man wore a white changbao, and his scholarly face was extremely solemn. His pair of unordinary eyes were completely filled with anger. When Luo Jian saw the white-clad middle-aged man, his expression drastically changed, and his face paled. He made the cyan greatsword in his hand disappear in an instant, and immediately bowed to greet the man respectfully, "Vice Headmaster." These mere 2 words betrayed the traces of fear hidden in Luo Jian's voice. Hearing Luo Jian address this middle-aged male like so, Jian Chen paused. His gaze rested on the male's back for a bit, as his heart realized the man's identity. To his relief, it was the one who held the position second only the headmaster's, Kargath Academy's one and only vice-headmaster, Bai En. Chapter 31. A breakthrough peak of the 10th layer. Bai En's terrifying gaze lingered on Luo Jian for some time before snorting loudly. His gaze then shifted over to the still fighting Tai Ta and Cheng Mingxiang before he said in a low voice, "Are you still not stopping?" His voice boomed like thunder, as the two people were struck by the loud echo, causing them to temporarily go deaf. Tai Ta and Cheng Mingxiang immediately paused, the moment they saw the vice headmaster. Tai Ta suddenly smiled with no small amount of excitement. Cheng Mingxiang's face, on the other hand, changed into one full of fear. Tai Ta walked up to Jian Chen and slowly looked him over carefully. In a low voice, he whispered, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, are you hurt?" Jian Chen only shook his head before giving him a meaningful stare to stay silent. Tai Ta only laughed in response. Although he had the heart and body of a tiger, he could understand the meaning behind Jian Chen's actions. Without saying anything more, he stood behind Jian Chen and remained silent as per his wishes. However, Tai Ta still continued to look carefully at Cheng Mingxiang and winked at him as if to provoke him. Clearly the fight he had just now wasn't enough for him to fully enjoy it. The vice headmaster, Bai En, shot a strong glance towards Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang. "Luo Jian, you've already broken the rules of the academy, you know your crime." Luo Jian lifted his head in aggravation. "Vice headmaster, giving pointers amongst students is very common. Chong Yang Xiang Tian and I were only doing that and not anything else. As for me breaking the academy rules, your student inquires of you, which rule did I break? Humph, you still dare to quibble like this?" Bai En growled. "Luo Jian, what is the 66th rule for Kargath Academy?" Luo Jian titled his head in thought before answering. "The 66th rule is that fighting in the library and the destruction of the library is prohibited." Bai En continued to stare at him. "If it weren't for me blocking your sword chi, then I'm afraid that the library gates would have been broken by you. Luo Jian, do you recognize your crime now?" Luo Jian's face suddenly dropped after hearing that. What the vice headmaster said was correct. If the sword chi he had shot out was dodged by Jian Chen and continued onwards, then the library gates would have been broken beyond repair and might have also hurt the audience that was watching. Whether or not Jian Chen would have been able to dodge the sword chi, Luo Jian didn't dare to say. If he did voice out this scenario, then he was afraid of another charge being dropped on him. Because the school had clear-cut rules, it said that students were free to give each other pointers, but if they were to intentionally hurt someone, then they would be severely punished. Besides, he had deliberately used his sword chi to injure someone who wasn't even a saint yet, so the situation was even more complex. Although he had expected this type of end result, he had thought that he would be able to get away with more. But since the vice headmaster was here, the situation had developed into a way he hadn't expected. Right now, in Luo Jian's heart, he could only hope that the vice headmaster wouldn't give them too harsh of a punishment. Luo Jian has recognized his crimes, he said in direction of the vice headmaster. He didn't dare be arrogant. Bai En snorted once more to himself before saying, "Luo Jian, you have already violated one of the rules of the academy. I therefore sentence you to the contemplation hall to reflect on your crimes for a month. Do you have any objections?" The contemplation hall was where students who had violated the rules of the academy would go to. Although it had the word hall in its name, it was nothing more than a small stone house. It was smaller than a dorm room and could hold only one person within it. Once the door was closed, the person inside would be placed inside a pitch-dark room. No matter how strong the outside light was, it would not be able to penetrate through the stone house. Aside from seeing nothing, no sound would be able to get across either. Even if the strongest hailstorm was happening, the person inside would not notice a thing. Luo Jian has understood with all of his heart, and has no objection, he said with a bow of his head. His tone was respectful, and no one would have thought that while he looked repentant, the poison in his heart was growing with his grievances against Jian Chen. The vice headmaster nodded his head, a jollier expression was returning to his face. "You may leave then and look for the contemplation hall yourself to reflect." Afterwards, Bai En turned his eyes towards the anxious Cheng Mingxiang. "Cheng Mingxiang, even with your strength, to think that you were bullying a freshman, our Kargath Academy has lost face because of you." Cheng Mingxiang expressionlessly said, "Vice headmaster's teachings are correct. Ming Xiang understands his wrongs, and will not repeat them ever again. Cheng Ming Xiang, I hope that you bear in mind, this is Kargath Academy, not your Huayun sect. If you want to continue living within Kargath Academy, then you must learn to comply with the rules. Otherwise, even if you are the young lord of the Huayun sect, you will be punished accordingly. I hope that there won't be a repeat of this event. You may leave. When it came to Cheng Ming Xiang, the vice headmaster was somewhat afraid of the consequences and didn't dare to punish him anymore. Cheng Ming Xiang did not utter another word, as he and his followers quietly left the place. Seeing the worst come to pass, Luo Yun, Chen Feng, and Carl did not continue to stick around, and left dejectedly. Once the crowds had dispersed, the vice headmaster's gaze rested on Jian Chen, and he smiled, "You must be Chongyang Xiang Tian." Jian Chen nodded, and in a tone that was neither overbearing nor servile, he replied, "Yes, I am him." The vice headmaster properly sized Chongyang Xiang Tian up, and his previously solemn expression disappeared. He smiled and said, having not yet achieved saint level and yet still managed to force Luo Jian to summon his saint weapon, "Chongyang Xiang Tian, you're quite good." "Vice headmaster, you're exaggerating too much." "It was only due to a moment of fortune," Jian Chen plainly replied, his expression completely devoid of any arrogance. As his eyes gazed at Jian Chen's collected expression, Vice Headmaster, Bian, nodded his head in praise. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, you need to properly cultivate, and aim to become saint level as soon as possible." "Many thanks to the Vice Headmaster's concern. I will definitely continue to cultivate diligently," Jian Chen smiled. Afterwards, Bian's gaze returned to Tai Ta. "Tai Ta, although now that you're the headmaster's apprentice, your identity has changed, you must still remember that only by improving your own power by yourself will you really earn people's respect. Only that way can you support yourself in Tianyuan continent. Do you understand?" Tai Ta cleverly nodded, and replied in a muffled voice, "Tai Ta understands." "Yes." The vice headmaster nodded, and continued, "Although you are at the peak of talents, and your future is boundless, you cannot, under any circumstance, become confident. You must always face everything in a calm and collected manner. You also cannot learn anything from those aristocratic families, since you are now the headmaster's apprentice. Your future training will be more arduous, and you will have to spend more time on cultivation. You definitely cannot waste the headmaster's painstaking efforts." At these words, Tai Ta patted his chest and promised Bian, "Vice headmaster, don't worry. I, Tai Ta, will definitely cultivate diligently. I will absolutely not make master lose face." The vice headmaster smiled and nodded, leaving the room. Once he had left, Jian Chen and Tai Ta chatted for a bit longer, and after exchanging goodbyes, Jian Chen returned to the library to read his books. When Jian Chen returned to the library, the students originally watching from within the library all disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the two moving news had traveled around the entire Kargath Academy at an unbelievable rate. The freshman martial arts competition's second place, Tai Ta, actually became Kargath Academy's headmaster's apprentice. Moreover, he had an intense fight with the cultivation genius, Cheng Ming Xiang. The freshman martial arts competition's freshman ruler, Chongyang Xiang Tian, used only his bare hands, and managed to force a middle saint level, Luo Jian, to use his saint weapon in a battle. Finally, Luo Jian disturbed Vice Headmaster Bian, and ended up being confined in the contemplation hall for a whole month as punishment. These two pieces of news had already been spread to every corner of Kargath Academy in the short span of 2 hours' time, shocking both teachers and students alike. At the same time, Tai Ta had become the most well-known celebrity in Kargath Academy. He was originally just a commoner, but now that his identity had gone through world-shaking changes, nobles that had originally looked down on him because of his background now looked at him with new expressions. From that day on, Tai Ta had also become the child that people with varying amounts of influence tried to rope into their families. Although Jian Chen's name had also spread around the academy, it had already completely been overtaken by the extreme radiance from Tai Ta's news. However, Jian Chen paid no mind to it. Despite this, there were still many female students that looked at Jian Chen with sparkling gazes of infatuation. Jian Chen's appearance was extremely handsome, and was definitely not any lower than any other male in Kargath Academy. Combined with his unique grandeur and his powerful abilities, he was definitely a lady killer. Thus, in Kargath Academy, Jian Chen had become the white prince in many of the girls' hearts. Ever since the battle at the library, Jian Chen's days had been anything but calm. Every time he entered the school grounds, he would be swarmed by countless male students trying to come up with various excuses to fight him. Even when he went to the library to read, he would still be harassed by quite a few people, making it so that he couldn't even read peacefully. Up until now, Jian Chen had also acted and disciplined a few people because they had been condescending children from rich backgrounds. However, perhaps because Jian Chen was too forgiving in his discipline, his attempts had close to no deterring effects, and were pretty much completely overlooked. Finally, the helpless Jian Chen was forced to bring the books back to his dorm to read under the vice-headmaster's permission. Aside from reading, Jian Chen spent almost all his spare time cultivating. The time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. It was morning, and the sun had just risen. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Jian Chen gradually opened his eyes, and in that instant, a light flashed within his eyes. Jian Chen lowered his head and slowly spread out his palms. He saw that his hands were empty, as the Class 3 monster core he had been holding had already completely disappeared. Sensing the strong saint force flowing through his body in a manner similar to great rivers, Jian Chen finally smiled. He had broken through to the 10th saint force layer. After 3 months of cultivation, he had already broken through to the 10th layer. He was only one step away from reaching the saint level, and could break through at any moment. The Class 3 monster core from the freshman martial arts competition had already been completely used up by him. Although it was said that Class 3 monster core contained large amounts of energy, the amount that Jian Chen needed for his cultivation was far greater than that of an average person's. After all, the abilities that he achieved through his cultivation were extremely terrifying. Thus, a Class 3 monster core that could allow an average person at the 8th layer reach a middle saint level, could only help Jian Chen reach the peak of the 10th layer. Chapter 32. Monster Core Hunt. Jian Chen looked outside at the sky from his window. The sun had been out for a while, so Jian Chen knew that it was no longer early in the morning. Today was a special day for Kargath Academy, since this was when they would hold a large-scale event where all the students and teachers would take part in. This event was called the Wilderness Survival. Every student would have to leave Kargath Academy to live in the forest 20 miles away for 3 days. Within the 3 days, every student had to have at least 2 Class 1 monster cores. For those who reached the saint level, then they would need 2 Class 2 monster cores. The amount of monster cores wasn't limited, but whoever got the most monster cores would be gifted with a rich reward, an Earth Attribute Class 4 monster core as well as a space ring. The reward was so tempting, that if put under the nose of the children from rich backgrounds, even they would become emotionally moved from it. At the same time, any student that had reached this standard could also access the books about various battle skills and cultivation methods on the library's 4th level. This reward was especially enticing to those from average commoner families. Battle skills were techniques that could create strong attacks. Along with the distinct uses of Saint Force, it could boost one's power to 120%, making them techniques that would completely surpass one's original abilities. On the other hand, cultivation methods could only be used when one reached the saint level. Some commoner families didn't even know the lowest level cultivation methods, and so children born in these families have to rely on the superficial breathing method given to them to cultivate Saint Force. These breathing methods were circulated around the entire Tianyuan continent. Their steps were extremely simple, so most commoner families knew everything about these methods. The only downside was that these breathing methods could only help them cultivate to the 10th Saint Force layer, and were completely useless to people who had already reached Saint level. Thus, battle skills and cultivation methods were seen as unattainable treasures to commoners. On Tianyuan continent, all the battle skills and cultivation methods were divided into 4 levels: Human Tier, Earth Tier, Heaven Tier, and Saint Tier. Every tier were then split into 3 separate levels: Primary, Middle, and Advanced. After leaving the dorms, Jian Chen headed straight for the sports field. The event had already been announced 3 days ago, and by now, almost all the students had finished their preparations for it by sharpening themselves to the peak of their abilities. By the time Jian Chen had arrived at the sports field, the place was already swarming with people. However, it was still obvious to see that the people were split into 2 groups. One of the groups was a gathering of all the nobles, and the other group was entirely made up of commoners who did not have any major backgrounds. All the students that had not yet reached saint level were holding a steel weapon that were glistening under the sun. Since they were facing beasts, the school administration had allowed them to choose their own weapons. Jian Chen walked over to the weapons rack. However, when he saw all the weapons there, his brows could not help but knit together. The good weapons had pretty much all been chosen by the students already, and the only ones remaining that were of decent quality were the heavy type weapons that required a lot of strength to use. They were not at all compatible with Jian Chen. Jian Chen swept a glance over the entire weapons rack. When he noticed a fractured iron rod that was about the thickness of his finger, his eyes suddenly lit up. He exerted all his strength to pull it out, only to discover that the iron rod was about 3 inches long and its surface was already completely covered in dark yellow rust marks. One of the ends had an extremely sharp point. Jian Chen weighed the rusted iron rod in his hands and then tested its sturdiness, before nodding in satisfaction. This iron rod seemed somewhat unsuitable at a glance, but its heaviness and length were compatible with Jian Chen, and amongst the remaining weapons, only this iron rod would be able to bring out most of Jian Chen's abilities. At this moment, Tai Ta walked out from the crowd. On his back was an enormous axe that was practically as large as him. It made Tai Ta seem even more impressive and powerful. Tai Ta walked up to Jian Chen and his gaze rested on the stained iron rod in Jian Chen's hands. His eyes could not help but show confusion as he asked, "Hi, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, what are you doing with an iron rod?" Jian Chen laughed, "What else could I do with it? Of course it's to be used as a weapon." "No way, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you're actually using this lousy iron rod as a weapon? Is your brain okay?" Tai Ta asked in shock. Jian Chen chuckled and did not explain any further. Although Tai Ta could not understand why Jian Chen would use such a lousy iron rod as a weapon, he did not continue to pursue this question. Instead, he said, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, how about the 2 of us team up? If we join hands, then none of the Class 1 magical beasts can obstruct us. We would even be able to overwhelm a Class 2 magical beast. Moreover, I've been hunting wild beasts in these types of forests since I was young, and I've gradually learned quite a bit of experience about surviving in the wild. If you're together with me, I promise that you won't have any hardships." Jian Chen considered it for a while. Finally, he nodded his head in agreement at Tai Ta's offer. The school did not prohibit students from forming groups of 3 to 5 people to kill the magical beasts, so many students ended up moving together as small groups. At that moment, a handsome noble carrying an arrogant air walked up to Tai Ta and smiled, "Hello Tai Ta, my name is Xiumi Si. I'm at the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer. Do you want to become partners with me? I believe that if we join hands, hunting magical beasts will be much easier for us both." Tai Ta glanced at Xiumi Si and shook his head, "No need, Chong Yang Xiang Tian and I together are enough. We don't need any more people to join." Faced with Tai Ta's rejection, Xiumi Si did not show any despair. He turned to look at Jian Chen, and his face immediately turned haughty. This person must be Chong Yang Xiang Tian, the 4th lord from Lore City's Chongyang clan. My father is the leader of the Xiumi clan in Forbidden City. Does Junior Chongyang Xiangtian welcome me into your group? Although Xiumi Si's words were still in a relatively respectful tone, his words hit a threatening force behind them. Forbidden City was a king city, and when it came to the Gasuden Kingdom, Forbidden City was considered to be an imperial city because the imperial palace was situated in Forbidden City. Hearing the forcefulness behind Xiumi Si's words, Jian Chen knit his brows. He swept his gaze over Xiumi Si's handsome face, and coldly replied, I apologize, but we no longer need any additional people. After all, we're only facing Class 1 magical beasts, so we don't have the time to spare babysitting others. Hearing this, Xiumi Si immediately turned the color of pig liver. His face darkened at Jian Chen's meaning, and it was obvious that Jian Chen was looking down on Xiumi Si's abilities. Xiumi Si's face grew stormy, and he maliciously glared at Jian Chen's indifferent expression, before coldly snorting and walking away. After Xiumi Si left, quite a few people from complex backgrounds approached. These people did not want to greet Tai Ta, but only wanted to join his group. However, all of them were rejected. Tai Ta had no feelings for any of these people, and he was unwilling to interact much with them. After everyone had left, a youth around 20 years old, with a tall and sturdy stature, not very different from Tai Ta's, walked over from the distance. He walked straight towards Jian Chen, and reached his hand out to strongly pat Jian Chen's shoulder and laughed, "Fourth brother, you've become the school's celebrity now. Amongst all of Kargath Academy's students, I'm sure that at this point, there is nobody that doesn't know of your reputation. Not bad, not bad. You haven't lost Chongyang clan's face, and your older brother has been able to draw on some of your spotlight too." The sturdy youth was Jian Chen's older brother, Jianghu. He was currently sporting an extremely happy expression, and it was clear that his excitement was genuine. Jian Chen smiled, "Big brother, stop joking around. Oh right, you've come at a perfect time. Why don't we join groups for this event?" Jianghu shook his head as he seemed to have thought of something. He happily replied, "Fourth brother, if you had asked me a week ago, perhaps your older brother would have agreed to form a group with you. However, I can't right now, because a week ago, your brother finally broke through to the saint level, thus becoming a saint. This means that during today's event, I will be entering the third layer to kill Class 2 magical beasts, so I can't be together with you." While saying this, a powerful saint force was emitted from Chongyanghu's body, his hands glowing with a yellow light, forming a large, double-edged battle-axe. The battle-axe was about as large as a wash basin, and gave off a yellow glow. "Fourth brother, not bad, right? After I broke through to saint level, I was shocked to discover that I actually have the earth attribute," Chongyanghu said proudly. Saints that had attributes normally had huge advantages when fighting saints without attributes. If the two had the exact same levels of strength and fought each other, under normal circumstances, the saint with attributes would ultimately be the victor. A person could only discover if their saint force had attributes after breaking through to the saint level. Thus, anyone that had not yet become a saint were not able to detect if their saint force had attributes or not. However, the chances of having an attributed saint force were extremely low. On average, 1 out of 1,000 saints could use attributes in their saint force. In addition, pretty much all of the ones gathered in Kargath Academy were the ones that had the highest potential in all of Gasuden Kingdom. That's why it was perfectly normal for many saints to have attributed saint force amongst a group of 1,000 students. Seeing the double-edged battle-axe in Chongyanghu's hands, Jian Chen could not help but happily smile, "Big brother, congratulations for successfully breaking through and becoming a saint. You even have an attribute." Chongyanghu's expression was extremely happy, and he reached his hand to point at a few youths that were with him. "That's right, fourth brother, I must introduce these people to you. These are the relatively outstanding children directly under my command. Their names are Chongyang Aojian, Chongyang Feng, and Chongyang Xiaotian. We greet the fourth master." The three youths simultaneously bent over in greeting, their attitudes extremely respectful. The hierarchy in the Chongyang clan was extremely strict, so although they were the more outstanding members of the Chongyang clan, their statuses were much lower than Jian Chen's. Even though they were all older than Jian Chen, they still had to treat Jian Chen with a respectful manner. Moreover, while saluting the younger Jian Chen, the three of them did not feel any traces of unfairness. On the contrary, they actually felt a sense of pride. After all, Jian Chen had managed to defeat the saint, Ka De Yun, when he was only at the 8th Saint Force layer, and had managed to fight to a standstill while barehanded against Luo Jian. Finally, he had even forced Luo Jian to use his saint weapon. All of Jian Chen's achievements made the entire Kargath Academy sigh in admiration. In the presence of the other members of the Chongyang clan, they couldn't help but feel proud. Not just because Jian Chen was a member of their clan, but that because he was the fourth lord of the Chongyang clan. Chapter 33. Viper. After Jian Chen introduced Tai Ta to his older brother Chongyanghu and talked for a while before being split up by the vice-headmaster Baiyan. After the headmaster Baiyan had made a speech, he had the rest of the students clean up a bit before taking away everyone's space ring in order to prevent people from storing their own monster cores within it. He gave them a cheap space belt to compensate. A single one of these belts weren't all that expensive and were actually a very common item, so the academy could afford to hand out 1,000 of them. The space within the belt was very small as well, and could only hold up to a meter squared. However, it was sufficient for holding monster cores. For now, each belt held a small amount of medication just in case of an injury. Once all of the preparations were complete, all 1,000 students left the academy in a grand exit. Heading for the forest 20 miles away, a few dozen teachers accompanied them. Their mission was to split up in the forest and rescue any student in a life-threatening situation, with the vice-headmaster Baiyan to lead the group. After exiting from the academy, everyone's speed gradually picked up. Since the weakest student amongst them was around the 8th Saint Force layer, the speed could definitely be faster, although they were already traveling at very fast speeds. After 2 hours of traveling, everyone finally reached the outskirts of the forest, where they could all see a faint white light illuminating from within. Jian Chen looked strangely at the white light that covered the forest. He had read many books in the library, so he understood the reason behind the white light. 300 years ago, this place had been a grassy wasteland with no forest in sight. Using 1,000 people from Kargath, they finally developed the area, and after 1 year of work, a forest was created. Although at that time, the area of the forest was only 50 kilometers. After hundreds of years, the forest had developed into what it was today. After the forest had grown, Kargath Academy's headmaster Brian personally spent 3 days and 3 nights in the forest and enshrouded it in Indiana light before splitting it into 3 regions. Each region had a strong enchantment on it, and in the middle of the forest the headmaster had released weaker magical beasts to breed so that they would create stronger magical beasts for the students from the academy to learn to fight. Headmaster Brian had created this forest for the geniuses of Gasun Kingdom and expended a great amount of effort creating the forest. However, the headmaster Brian had long since retired, having another person take his role. At that moment, the headmaster walked on over and said, "Dear students, starting from today, you will have to survive in the forest for 3 days and have to hand over 2 monster cores at the very least. If you give up halfway or do not obtain 2 monster cores, then that will be considered as a loss and you will not be rewarded." His clear voice was transmitted to every student's ear. Right now, everyone will be separated. Those students who aren't a saint may partner up with someone in the second region to hunt for monster cores. For those students who are saints, please make your way towards the third region. Afterwards, everyone started to scatter while Jian Chen and Tai Ta naturally walked together. Because the area was enchanted against magical beasts, everyone who entered this area would not be attacked by any magical beast. As they entered the enchanted area, Jian Chen and Tai Ta were both already in the first region. The first region had beasts with very weak strength, so weak that they would be no match for a Class 1 magical beast. When it came to weak beasts like these, the entire Tianyuan continent just called them wild beasts, and it was only when they reached the first class that they would be considered a magical beast. All 1,000 students entered at the same time, scaring the wild animals into a sense of submission and made the trip relatively peaceful. Quickly the students all made it through the enchantments and into the second region. All of the monsters in this area were Class 1 magical beasts, so for those who weren't a saint, even a Class 1 magical beast could pose a threat to them. Entering the second region, Tai Ta and Jian Chen broke away from the rest of the students and headed for the dense parts of the forests. All around them were weeds that were as tall as a person and majorly impacted their vision. Not able to see the road, they could only look down and track the footprints left behind by the magical beasts. Chongyang Xiang Tian, from here on out magical beasts will be appearing often, we definitely can't be careless. Tai Ta said with a solemn face. He had been hunting in forests for magical beasts since he was young, so it could be said that he had a rich experience about them. He also understood the dangers that lived within the forests, and if one wasn't careful, then they would lose their life easily. Jian Chen's face contained a look of conviction. Don't worry, even if you run into trouble, it doesn't mean that I'll run into trouble. With the memories from his previous world, he did not take this forest lightly. In his previous life, he had often traveled through forests, and his experience was even more extensive when it came to forests when compared to Tai Ta. Combined with the fact that Jian Chen had read up on magical beasts in a book, he learned a great deal about the magical beasts in the forest. Tai Ta held onto his giant battleaxe as he watched around himself with no small amount of vigilance. Although I've killed many beasts in the past, I've never killed a magical beast. They have the same strength of a saint, so even if one was a saint, it wouldn't be a definite kill. I'm not sure if we would be able to kill a Class 1 magical beast if we come across one, and if by chance one runs away, we won't be able to catch up. Jian Chen smiled and said, Tai Ta, could it be you don't have that much faith in your own strength? Tai Ta's face started to redden as he scratched his head. With the honest answer, he said, it's not that, I have faith in my own strength. My teacher even said that my strength was strong enough to defeat the regular saint. But I've never killed a Class 1 magical beast, let alone seen one. While Tai Ta was speaking, Jian Chen's face went rigid before bringing his hand up to stop him from talking. His eyes narrowed slightly as he started to look around. Noticing how Jian Chen suddenly became serious, Tai Ta realized that danger was approaching. Holding his battleaxe in front of him, he cautiously looked around at the surrounding grass. Jian Chen stared around himself for the most potential spot of danger, but the grass had been growing unhindered and healthy for years and obstructed his view, so Jian Chen wasn't able to see anything. Jian Chen's right hand clenched onto the iron rod in his hand as he blinked once. His ears started to shake as he strained to listen to his surroundings. A few deep breaths later, Jian Chen suddenly opened his eyes to reveal a bright glow to them. Straight away, Jian Chen stamped forwards with the corroded iron rod in his right hand starting to exude a bright yellow glow. Just like lightning, the rod shot forward with a whooshing sound. At the same time, a green stick suddenly flew forward from the grass like a bullet and quickly approached Jian Chen with frightening speeds. In midair, Jian Chen's rod and the green stick collided with each other, causing the green branch to stop moving. As it slowly stopped, Jian Chen saw that the iron point of the rod had pierced straight through the body of it. At that moment, the two of them suddenly realized that the stick was actually a green viper. It was as thick as an adult's arm, and the part of it that was currently visible was 2 meters long. A powerful wind rushed past Jian Chen's ear, as he saw Tai Ta swipe his large battleaxe towards the viper with an ear-splitting noise. The large battleaxe slashed at the viper's body, and its power was so strong that the viper was flung almost 10 meters backwards before it fell to the ground with a soft noise. However, the weeds around their current location grew so lush that, putting aside 10 meters, Jian Chen and Tai Ta could barely see 5 meters ahead of them. Hurry up and chase after it. We cannot let it hide itself. Jian Chen clearly understood how unfavorable the situation was for them. His body flashed as he chased after the viper at high speeds. Under these circumstances, if the viper managed to carefully hide away from sight, then the two of them would be in huge trouble. After all, every step in front of them was covered with weeds, and it was difficult to see anything on the ground. It would be extremely difficult to defend against the viper if it prepared to lie in wait. Without any hesitation, Tai Ta ran towards the direction that Jian Chen had raced in. Once Tai Ta caught up with Jian Chen had already stopped moving. About 3 meters away, that viper had lifted its head up high, its ice-cold eyes looking at them, its forked tongue flicking in and out. When the viper lifted its body, it was 1.5 meters tall. Its body, which was as thick as an adult's arm, had 2 wounds on it. One of them was the bloody hole that Jian Chen had left. It was so deep that the viper's bone could be seen. The other was the long wound that Tai Ta had left. It stretched down the viper's thick body. The outside of the wound was a mess of flesh, with fresh, red blood pouring down ceaselessly from it. Jian Chen's eyes cautiously followed the viper's movements. Although the viper in front of them was a species with relatively weak attack, it was still a Class 1 magical beast. Its power would not be any weaker than a saint that had already condensed his saint weapon. Tai Ta looked at the viper with a serious expression. The veins on his hands popped out as he gripped his battle-axe tightly, prepared to attack with all his strength at any moment. While both parties were in a deadlock, Jian Chen finally acted. The short 3-meter distance was nothing to him, and with a sway of his body, Jian Chen had already covered 2 meters of distance. In an instant, he appeared in front of the viper. The iron rod in his hand made an ear-piercing cry as it was thrust forward faster than the naked eye could see, headed straight for the viper that was currently 7 inches away. The viper gave a rough cry as it nimbly darted its body to the side to evade the fatal blow. Despite this, that corroded iron rod still managed to deeply pierce a hole through its body, the sharp tip poking out through its other side. Si. The strong pain made the green viper cry out hoarsely, its mouth open wide. Ya hey! Tai Ta's movements were quick, as he used all his strength to slash his battle-axe down hard towards the viper's head. The battle-axe passed through the fist-sized viper's head, sending it flying high up into the air. A rain of blood fell down, and fresh blood crazily spurted out from the wound on its green body. In an instant, the surrounding weeds were covered in red. Chapter 34. Casually hunting for monster cores. Looking at the detached head spin through the air as the body spasmed spraying blood, Tai Ta's face was full of alarm. At this moment they had easily killed a Class 1 magical beast, allowing himself to feel more confident about his strength. The cyan-colored viper hadn't even made Tai Ta expend a great amount of his energy at all. Jian Chen slowly separated the body of the viper from the iron rod and wiped the blood onto the surrounding grass. It had actually been Jian Chen who contributed the most in killing the Class 1 magical beast. If it were not for his lightning-quick thrust through the viper's body and dealing it a huge wound as it was pierced, then Tai Ta's battle-axe would not have been able to sever the snake's head. Recollecting his battle-axe, Tai Ta's face looked at the detached head proudly while stepping on the viper's dead carcass. Chongyang Xiang Tian, this is a Class 1 magical beast? How weak it was! Jian Chen laughed as he heard Tai Ta, it's not that the magical beasts are weak, it's because us two combined are too strong. Besides, this Class 1 magical beast wouldn't give much trouble for even a person who just recently broke through to becoming a saint. Tai Ta returned Jian Chen's smile and wiped his battle-axe dry from the blood. Bringing it to his shoulder, he let loose a laugh and said, if you say that, then doesn't that mean we can casually walk around and kill Class 1 magical beasts? It looked as if Jian Chen had came to a realization as his face revealed a joyful smile. Not bad, with our two strengths, even if we were to fight against a Class 1 magical beast by ourselves we would be able to kill it easily. But if we were to join together, then no magical beast in the second region would be able to bring us trouble. The magical beasts here aren't strong because the academy had meant for them to be for students to help pick up battle experience. There won't be any strong magical beasts here, except, he trailed off in thought. Jian Chen's silence caused Tai Ta to pause, except what? Unless we come across a group of magical beasts. However, we still don't know what's here or not. Jian Chen's face was serious as he spoke. With his strength, Jian Chen would not find any problems if he came across a Class 1 magical beast, but if he came across a whole group of them, then there would be no way at all. Tai Ta wrinkled his eyebrows together and said uncertainly, that shouldn't be likely. I've been in the forests many times and never saw a whole bunch of magical beasts together. It's not for sure we won't. I've read up in the library on books pertaining to magical beasts. There are a few types of magical beasts that all live in a group together. Together, their power is strong and very rarely do they travel by themselves. Jian Chen walked over to where the decapitated snake head was, and only then did he realize that the viper was only 6 to 7 meters long. Using the iron rod to cut 7 meters in, he took out the rod from the viper's body to reveal a bloody crystal. Within the Tianyuan continent, there were many different types of monster cores, while their monster cores were not at all like each other. Some magical beasts had their monster core in the head, some in the pit of their stomachs, and some in their abdomen. The viper, for example, had its monster core within its tail, but Jian Chen had already known that a long time ago. Pang! Tai Ta brought down the battle axe on his shoulder into a tree. It sunk into the tree as smoothly like water in a bucket before he cried out loudly, if there really are magical beasts that are in a group, Tai Ta will definitely kill them all. Jian Chen held the monster core he got from the cyan viper and rubbed it clean of blood with the nearby grass. Throwing it to Tai Ta, he said, all right, there's no need to yell. There's a lot of magical beasts that travel in herds in the Tianyuan continent, but it doesn't mean we'll meet up with one for sure. Nothing is for sure, after all, this is the magical beast forest. Tai Ta snatched the monster core thrown at him and looked at Jian Chen weirdly, what are you doing giving this to me? Jian Chen laughed, the viper was slain by you, so this monster core is yours by rights. Seeing Tai Ta trying to find a way to find a reason against this, Jian Chen continued to say, this monster core is yours, don't say otherwise. Just take it. After all, we still have 3 more days, at our current rate we'll definitely be able to get a lot more, so I don't really care for this one monster core. Haha, okay then. I'll be taking this monster core. The next monster core will be yours no matter who kills it then. Holding the blood-stained monster core high up in the air, Tai Ta was extremely happy. Though that was for sure, since this was the first monster core he had gotten after killing a Class 1 magical beast. Afterwards, the two of them continued on their way. Now that he knew that Jian Chen had an acute sense for detecting danger, Tai Ta had simply handed the patrolling duties to Jian Chen. On the other hand, he began to ceaselessly hack at the grass in front of them to clear their path. Although constantly waving the heavy battleaxe around expended a great amount of energy, it was as simple as eating a meal to Tai Ta, who had godly strength. To him, this action wasn't the slightest bit taxing. After all, his strength was great enough to frighten others, and he seemed to have infinite amounts of energy as well. Thus, it was impossible for him to become exhausted in a situation like this. Not long after the two had left, Jian Chen's ears twitched, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He stretched his hand out towards Tai Ta, who was currently slashing at the grass in front of them, and gestured at him to be silent. Tai Ta intuitively understood the situation, and stopped his attempt at hacking through the weeds. Tightly gripping the battleaxe, he returned to Jian Chen's side, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Tai Ta's eyes flashed, as he inspected their surroundings with caution. Their breathing became very faint, as their expressions were filled with caution. The difference between the two was that Tai Ta was constantly looking around, while Jian Chen had gently closed his eyes in attempt to sense everything around them. It was currently extremely difficult to discern anything among the grass. Even if there really was an unknown danger lurking around, it would unfortunately not be something that one could use the naked eye to see. Thus, Tai Ta could not discover anything despite sweeping his gaze around all four corners for a long period of time. Jian Chen lightly closed his eyes, his keen ears twitching periodically as they tried to catch all noises coming from his surroundings. At the same time, his consciousness also reached new heights, and he used his powerful soul to reach out and sense the world around him. At that moment, Jian Chen could not help but recall one of his fights against Dugu Qiubai. Eventually, just as he was about to die, his powers had suddenly broken through and reached the realm of the Sword God. At that moment, his soul had become incomparably strong and could even manifest it outside his body into the surrounding air. Whenever he spread his soul out into an area, then there would be no way anyone or anything inside would be able to escape his perception. However, what made Jian Chen feel regret was that after entering this world, although his soul was extremely powerful, he could no longer extend it outwards. Otherwise, this dense forest would not give Jian Chen any difficulties at all. Searching for a hidden magical beast would be extremely easy. Jian Chen's soul densely concentrated together, and he exerted all his efforts to sense his surroundings. Slowly, his spirit entered a unique state. Although he had not extended his soul, at that instant, his soul seemed to have established a subtle relationship with the various plants around him, fusing together. This feeling was extremely mysterious. However, as soon as Jian Chen entered this state, his senses immediately shot up to new levels. Finally, a barely discernible breathing sound entered his sensing range. The breath was so faint that even if one stood next to it, one most likely wouldn't have been able to hear it. In an instant, Jian Chen opened his eyes, and in a flash, he had already disappeared from his original location, and was flying towards the side at high speeds. While moving, Jian Chen constantly twisted and adjusted his body to evade the branches obstructing his path. In an instant, Jian Chen had already crossed over a distance of 10 meters. He quickly thrusted out the iron rod in his hands at lightning-fast speed, silently cutting away the surrounding leaves and weeds, the tip aimed towards the black figure hiding within the grass. Ao! A shriek of pain suddenly rang out, as a dark shadow jumped out from the grass, leaping towards Jian Chen with its ferocious mouth wide open. This was a black panther, around 2 meters long. Its head had an open wound where fresh blood was pouring out from. The blood flowed down through the black fur on its face, intensifying its fierce appearance. Jian Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword as a sneer began to form on his face. He shook his arm, and once again lashed out with the iron rod in his hand at an unfathomable speed, his objective being the Black Panther's neck. Up until the end, the Black Panther had absolutely no time to react, as the iron rod's sharp point plunged deeply through its throat. In addition, since the Black Panther's body was currently lunging in the air, its heavy body quickly dropped downwards, pushing the iron rod deeper and deeper through its neck. Eventually, the point had drilled a hole directly through, and the end had come out of the other side. This time, the Black Panther didn't even have the time to cry out before it had already died. It fell to the ground with its eyes wide open, grief instilled in its gaze. At that moment, Tai Ta finally caught up from behind. When he looked over at the ground, he saw the corroded iron rod pierced through the Black Panther's throat. Immediately, his eyes widened in extreme shock. Chongyang Xiangtian, this, did you kill this? Tai Ta's voice was trembling in shock. Even though he had witnessed the moment that Jian Chen's weapon had pierced through the Black Panther's throat, he still couldn't believe the scene no matter how hard he tried. That was because the period of time that had passed was way too short. When Jian Chen had charged over, Tai Ta had already followed behind at his fastest speed. However, by the time he had caught up, all he saw was the Class 1 magical beast dying by Jian Chen's hands. The amount of time that had passed was definitely not even long enough to take a breath, or even half a breath. Being able to kill a Class 1 magical beast in half a breath's time was natural for some professionals. However, Tai Ta clearly knew that Jian Chen's abilities had not yet reached saint level. Moreover, the weapon he was using was a mere corroded iron rod. Jian Chen placed his foot on the Black Panther's head, and gradually pulled out the iron rod. As if nothing had happened, he said, "That's right, I killed it. However, it was just a coincidence. Originally, there was no way it would have died so quickly. However, it kept approaching my weapon, and in the end, its life was extinguished before it could even cry out in despair." Hearing this, Tai Ta rubbed the back of his head, and doubtfully glanced at Jian Chen's indifferent face. In disbelief, he asked, "Is that true? You're not lying to me?" Jian Chen laughed, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Seeing Jian Chen's sincere expression, Tai Ta was beyond puzzled, and muttered, "Do such stupid magical beasts really exist, to actually give itself up to a weapon?" Chapter 35. Liang Xiao. Taking out the Black Panther's monster core, Jian Chen and Tai Ta continued on their trip to kill magical beasts. To easily kill a Class 1 magical beast while not having the strength of a saint was something that any new student would have said was an incomparably difficult task. Life-threatening dangers could happen at any time, but to Jian Chen and Tai Ta, it was almost as if they were playing a game. The second region was like a treasure trove of monster cores for those two. The day passed quickly and nightfall came. Both Jian Chen and Tai Ta found an open area in the forest to camp out in. Between them was a campfire with a fire that pulsed as it illuminated the pitch blackness. The two boys' shadows danced behind their backs, making their reflections seem like devils threatening each other. The darkness surrounded them from all four corners, and if they were to go outside the range of the bright fire, then they wouldn't even be able to see their own hands in front of their faces in the darkness. It wasn't that peaceful, however, as somewhere in the distant forest, a magical beast could be heard howling away. Just the sound of it would terrify anyone, and for someone who was absolutely scared already, the sound would cause them to be scared stiff. Tai Ta turned the monster core in his hand over the fire, causing the light of the fire to shine on it. One look at the two boys revealed that their clothes were not in great condition and were splattered with blood. The blood was all from magical beasts while their clothes had been cut open due to the thorny shrubbery. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, you're really awesome. I didn't think that you would be able to wield a corroded iron rod to such an amazing degree. All of the magical beasts we fought against today were killed by you. It was only the initial viper from earlier that I managed to kill." Tai Ta exclaimed as he heaped praise onto Jian Chen. Jian Chen's face had a big smile on it. "I only took a chance when I saw one. If it weren't for you dealing out damage with your axe, then it would have been even harder to kill those magical beasts." Tai Ta laughed, his heart finally taking comfort in his words. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, could you tell me, how is it that you are able to tell if we're near a magical beast or not?" Tai Ta was naturally very curious about this. The whole day he had been puzzling over it, but it was only now that he found the perfect time to ask. Jian Chen didn't bother to hide anything and instead pointed at his ear and head. "I used this and this." Tai Ta looked at Jian Chen point at his ears and head in a curious way before asking, "You use your ears to listen and your mind to think. You're only half correct." Jian Chen took the iron rod by his side and began to polish it on a small chunk of rock. Absent-mindedly responding, he said, "Aside from relying on my ears to listen, I use my spirit to feel my surroundings. However, this method would be too difficult for you to do." "Oh." Tai Ta nodded his head in understanding while thinking it over in his head. Jian Chen felt the fine point of the iron rod before putting it down. Grabbing onto his space belt, he said, "Tai Ta, let us check out our earnings from today." Shaking his space belt, the stored monster cores began to fall out. One after another, monster cores started to drop out from the space belt and gradually the spot in front of Jian Chen began to pile up with monster cores until it was a foot high. Tai Ta followed suit and started to shake his own space belt. In the end, a small mountain piled up in front of him as well. "I have 48 monster cores here." Jian Chen laughed, his profits for today had been huge. "I have 49 here, I've beat you by one." Tai Ta was extremely happy, he had never seen this many cores before. This was a first for him, since he had never even seen a single monster core before. To Tai Ta, who was born in a common household, these monster cores had a huge price tag on them despite all of the cores being class 1. For the first day to be this profitable, not bad. I don't know how many monster cores we'd need in order to be the ones with the most monster cores. After all, the prize is quite rich, a class 4 monster core and a space ring. Even Jian Chen had been tempted by the prizes. He really wanted that class 4 monster core. The energy inside would be many times stronger than a class 1 monster core. At this moment, Jian Chen's eye suddenly grew dark as he whispered, "Quickly store all of the monster cores, people are coming." After saying that, he immediately started to store all of the cores into his belt and put it back on. Tai Ta moved quickly as well. The moment he heard Jian Chen start, he had already started to store all of the monster cores. Tai Ta had finished by the time Jian Chen did. After the two had stored their monster cores away, after a few nervous breaths, the distant grass moved to the side with a rustling sound as a very thin person came walking out. The moment the person saw both Tai Ta and Jian Chen sitting by a fire, a look of surprise came over their face before suddenly letting loose a cry of joy. It was a weak little lady holding onto a rice straw for support who came stumbling over. "I finally found someone, I finally found someone. I beg of you, please don't leave me behind. I'm afraid, really afraid. The magical beasts want to eat me." The person's voice was fairly frantic and was full of panic, however, her voice was still gentle somehow. Hearing her, Jian Chen and Tai Ta then realized the person in front of them was a girl as the fire behind them illuminated her body, showing her Kargath Academy uniform to the both of them. However, the uniform had been cut open by the branches and thorns. Some parts of her body could already be seen underneath and even her underwear could be seen poking out. The uniform itself was muddy as if she had fallen multiple times. The girl's face was dirty with mud to the point where her appearance couldn't even be seen clearly. However, on her face could be seen evidence of her crying as she pleadingly looked at Jian Chen. Looking at the pitiful sight, there was nothing but helplessness reflected in her eyes. "Sit down." Jian Chen tried to make himself as kind as possible. Looking at her situation, he had guessed what type of trouble had taken place. In this environment, even the most reckless of boys would feel horrified, let alone a little girl. Seeing that the person was actually a pretty girl, Tai Ta's guard loosened. Carefully putting down the battle axe in his hands, he looked at the girl curiously. Jian Chen calmly looked at the young girl, and asked, "Can you tell me what your name is?" My name is Liang Xiao," the young girl stuttered back. Seeing both Jian Chen's and Tai Ta's eyes flash, she could not help but feel fear, as well as some faint traces of concern and insecurity. "Why is a lady like you not with others? If you're so afraid, why would you walk through this forest alone? Just a few random sounds have even scared you to such an extent?" Tai Ta asked in a muffled voice. Liang Xiao looked at Tai Ta timidly before she said quietly, "I came here with a few friends at first, but unfortunately we came across a magical beast. That magical beast was quite strong, and my group of friends weren't able to beat it. Soon after most of us were injured and we all scattered to run away, but I got lost." Hearing this, Tai Ta began to choke on his own saliva before saying, "Even with a group you were unable to beat a class 1 magical beast? How useless, just Chong Yang Xiang Tian and I have already killed over 100 magical beasts today." A proud look came over his face as he remembered that fact. Gilyalu. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out. In an instant, Jian Chen and Tai Ta both directed their gazes to the origin of the sound. It turned out to be Liang Xiao's stomach, which at the moment, still would not stop grumbling loudly. "You must be hungry," Jian Chen smiled. "Yes." Liang Xiao nodded in embarrassment, and delicately said, "I haven't eaten all day." The corner of her eyes could not help but light up as she glanced at the bonfire, where the finely cooked, golden magical beast meat was currently dripping with rich oils. She greedily inhaled its aroma, but the more she did this, the louder her stomach grumbled. Eventually, both Jian Chen and Tai Ta could only hear rumbling sounds in their ears. Jian Chen smiled. He picked up the skewer with the magical meat on it, and unafraid of the heat, directly used his hand to tear off a large chunk of the meat. Handing it over to Liang Xiao, he said, "Go on and eat this. Be careful, it's hot though." Liang Xiao twisted her hands, and ripped the corners of her clothes to wipe clean the dirt on her hands. Tenderly, she reached over to receive the magical beast meat. Once it had cooled down, she directly ate it with large mouthfuls, not caring to keep up her appearance in the least. Liang Xiao was probably starving, because after she quickly finished that large piece of meat, she still gazed at the remaining piece with a wistful look in her eyes. Jian Chen smiled, and ripped off another large chunk of magical beast meat. He handed it over to Liang Xiao and said, "Go ahead and eat this." Seeing the piece of magical beast meat that had placed in front of her, Liang Xiao hesitated for a bit, and in the end, still didn't reach out to receive it. Instead, she gazed at Jian Chen and Tai Ta and softly asked, "If I finish it, what will you guys eat?" Tai Ta laughed, "Don't worry, we still have another one left. Look under that tree." As he said this, Tai Ta extended a finger to point in the direction. Liang Xiao looked at where Tai Ta was pointing, and sure enough, she noticed that underneath a large tree nearby, an unknown magical beast had fallen to the ground. One of its legs had already disappeared, and the ground was covered with fresh blood marks. Staring at the magical beast's corpse, Liang Xiao swallowed hard and said, "You guys are really formidable. To think that the two of you alone could kill a Class 1 magical beast. Che, what does that mean?" Tai Ta said, completely unperturbed. The time stealthily flew by. Jian Chen and Tai Ta had finished eating, and were now preparing to rest. "Hey, where should I sleep?" Liang Xiao asked with difficulty. Jian Chen pointed at a large tree not too far away and said, "Go rest on top of that tree. That way, even if magical beasts try to attack in the middle of the night, you won't be harmed." "Ah, magical beasts still attack during the night." Liang Xiao's face turned ashen at these words. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her whole body began to tremble. "Then what about you guys? Where would you guys go? You can't just leave me behind alone, otherwise I'll definitely be eaten by some savage magical beast," Liang Xiao asked in a panicked tone. She nervously glanced at Jian Chen and Tai Ta, as if afraid for her life if they ran away and abandoned her. Jian Chen internally sighed. He really couldn't do anything about the cowardly Liang Xiao. People like her who had been born and raised in noble families as a precious little girl had never experienced the stormy sea. From birth, she had grown up into a sheltered environment, so encountering any danger drove her heart and mind into disarray. "Don't worry, we won't go far. We're just going to rest in the other tree over there," Jian Chen said. Liang Xiao felt slightly comforted after hearing these words. However, traces of fear still remained in her heart, refusing to go away. That damned school, that damned headmaster. Why do they have to force everyone to attend this type of event for no reason at all? Isn't this just deliberately trying to send us to our deaths? Whenever she thought about how she had gotten into her current situation, Liang Xiao could not help but start cursing in anger. Eventually her words gradually began to turn into sobs. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 36. A Pack of Wolves. During the night, Jian Chen and Tai Ta sat under a tree cultivating. The torch by their side had long since burned out, and in a tree branch 5 or 6 meters above them, was Liang Xiao. She nervously looked around whenever she heard the howl of a magical beast in the night. She wasn't able to sleep at all. Liang Xiao's bright eyes looked down at the cultivating pair, Jian Chen and Tai Ta, as if she was monitoring them. In her eyes, this was a matter of life or death. She did not want to see the two people she had found, after a long time of searching, to abandon her and lose her only type of protection. At that moment, a light breeze blew through the forest and through the tall grass. Meanwhile, the cross-legged Jian Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his eyes grew bright as he stared deep into the tall grass, before standing up onto the ground with the iron rod in his hand. Liang Xiao was confused as she watched Jian Chen stand up. Not knowing what was happening, her heart was suddenly very agitated. "Hey, what's happening?" Liang Xiao whispered carefully. In this situation, she didn't dare use a loud voice to speak, for fear of attracting another magical beast. Jian Chen didn't answer her and instead turned to the still cultivating Tai Ta. "Tai Ta, wake up, some magical beasts are attacking." "Ah, what did you say? Magical beasts are attacking?" Liang Xiao became frightened, her face instantly draining of color. Thinking about what was about to happen, her whole body began to shake in fear. While Tai Ta was cultivating, he didn't dare immerse himself completely, so he still remained on guard while cultivating. Thus, when Jian Chen called for him, Tai Ta immediately woke from his cultivation state and stood up with his battleaxe rested against his shoulder. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, where are the monsters?" he asked as he looked around. He couldn't see any footprints around them, or even hear a single sound. Jian Chen slowly turned his head as he looked around. "Tai Ta, this time, be careful. This time it isn't a single magical beast, but a group of them." "A group?" Tai Ta's face immediately changed from careless to surprise, then it hardened into a ready expression. "Ah! What? A group? It can't be. Hey guys, please don't scare me like that." Hiding in the trees, Liang Xiao pleaded with them. She would have rather heard a threat from Jian Chen than this. Jian Chen's eyebrows knitted together before lightly commanding the crying Liang Xiao, "Could you please be quiet? Do you want to attract magical beasts from all over?" Jian Chen's command proved to be extremely useful, as Liang Xiao immediately used her hand to clamp her mouth shut to make sure she didn't say anything. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, how many magical beasts do you think there are?" Tai Ta asked. "A lot, 10 at the very least. They're all prepared to attack and already have us surrounded." Jian Chen's face was very grave. Tai Ta's expression grew hard as he heard Jian Chen. If it was just one magical beast, he wouldn't have been worried. 3 magical beasts and the both of them combined could take them on. But now that there were at least 10 of them, Tai Ta didn't dare to have a swelled head now. When Liang Xiao had heard Jian Chen, her already pale face had turned even paler, and her mind was racked with fear. Only one thought was occurring in her head: "It's over, we're screwed. We're not going to survive this." The tall grass began to sway as a cyan-colored light appeared in front of them. There was one in every direction, with no less than 50 points of origin. As Jian Chen and Tai Ta looked on amazed, they realized the bright spots of light were actually the eyes of magical beasts, and there were at the very least 20 of them. "This is a Class 1 magical beast blue wolf. Tai Ta, if you want to live, hurry and climb up a tree now," Jian Chen said as he looked at the 20 blue wolves from all 4 directions. Tai Ta glared in anger before brandishing his battleaxe. With a heroic voice he said, "Don't worry. Chongyang Xiang Tian, there are only 20 Class 1 magical beasts, I guarantee they won't take us down." The moment she heard that there were 20 wolves invading, Liang Xiao was practically scared to death. At this time, even if she believed in Jian Chen's and Tai Ta's strengths before, she would never believe that their strengths would be able to beat 20 magical beasts, as they hadn't even reached sainthood yet. Unless one of the school teachers were to come save them now, they wouldn't be able to escape alive. "Teacher, where are you? Please come save us." Liang Xiao looked around in all directions as she pleaded for a teacher to come. She could only trust that the teachers would come to save them now, but it was a shame that there were so many magical beasts, so she was too scared to cry out too loudly. Just in case the magical beasts focused on her. The 20 blue wolves slowly walked towards Jian Chen and Tai Ta, their oily gazes staring attentively at them. It was only when their distance was less than 5 meters away that they stopped moving. Jian Chen and Tai Ta grabbed onto their respective weapons. Although they were surrounded by 20 magical beasts, neither of the two had a single expression of fear. Aoo! Suddenly, a blue wolf started to cry out into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the 20 wolves surrounding them started to howl as well. Their howls filled the air as they began to overlap with each other, before turning into a large sound wave that targeted a wide area. Hearing the wolves howl, Liang Xiao's entire body slipped. Her body fell to the ground as she started to tremble. At this point, her face was entirely drained of blood, and had become a deathly pale shade. 5 kilometers away from Jian Chen, a middle-aged male dropped down onto a tree branch. When he heard the howls, his face changed. His previously closed eyes opened as he stared off towards the direction of the sound. Not good, that's a pack of blue wolves. Judging by the howls, there are at least 10 of them. It looks like someone has met up with danger then. The middle-aged man's face grew solemn as his hands touched the tree he was standing on. He jumped down from the tree before sprinting off towards the direction of the howls without stopping. I hope that I can make it. The middle-aged man was anxious, but he was already going at the fastest speed he could possibly go at. The magical beasts in the second area weren't that strong, but the opponents Jian Chen and Tai Ta were facing were Class 1 magical beast blue wolves. Their chances of success weren't looking well. At the same time, in 3 different places, 3 different people all heard the yell before putting down whatever was in their hands and quickly started to run towards the howl. The wolves' howl was the signal for the wolves to attack, as the 20 wolves suddenly rushed at Jian Chen and Tai Ta. Go die! Tai Ta snarled as he brought his battle axe up in preparation to strike. He swiped at a nearby wolf with his axe, slamming the axe into its stomach. The wolf cried out with an ear-piercing shriek. Pang! The blue wolf that charged at Tai Ta was immediately cut down by his battle-axe's powerful attack, and it now sported a giant wound on its body. The wolf was sent flying away from the mighty swing. Despite it being a Class 1 magical beast, it was no match for Tai Ta's strength. Tai Ta brandished his 100-pound battle-axe with ease as if it wasn't heavy at all. Whenever a blue wolf approached, he would send it flying away. Thus, any wolf that got too close to him was sent flying, with a new wound on its body. However, the skin of a blue wolf was tough, so even Tai Ta couldn't kill one with ease. As the wolves approached him at the same time, Jian Chen's eyes instantly grew cold as he dashed forward. In a flash, he brought the sharpened iron rod through the throat of a nearby wolf. Pooh! With some resistance, the iron rod finally pierced through the wolf's hide and bore through the wolf's throat. He took out the rod and tilted his body to the side to dodge the attack of another wolf who jumped at him. The wolf who had its throat pierced by Jian Chen fell helplessly to the ground, as its 4 legs spasmed in its final death throes. It couldn't stand up on its legs no matter how much it tried, as bright red blood leaked out from its wound. The throat was the weak point for almost every single living thing, and magical beasts were no exception. Right now, since the blue wolf had its throat skewered, its life was quickly fading. Even though it was trying to avoid the temptation of death, its struggle would not last long. Jian Chen relied on the nimbleness of his body to weave in and out of the pack of wolves, and he used his iron rod to leave behind stab wounds wherever he attacked. Despite being surrounded by 10 wolves, Jian Chen had used his strange but unpredictable style of movement to dodge with ease. The sharp teeth and the claws of the wolves couldn't touch him at all, and whenever it had seemed like the wolves would be able to get him, Jian Chen moved out of the way just in time. The battle hadn't even lasted for more than a few deep breaths before 3 of the wolves had their throats pierced by Jian Chen. As the wolves lost blood, they stumbled to the ground in a final struggle to live, but after one final breath, they died on the ground. Many of the wolves had suffered from multiple wounds, but none of them were fatal, and were focused on the joints of the beasts. Jian Chen proceeded to travel in between the wolves as the iron rod in his hand continued to stab at them. Not only were his movements swift, but there was a certain grace to them. It was almost as if he was dancing instead of fighting for his life. On the other side, Tai Ta let loose a snarl and brought his 100-pound battleaxe down through the air, producing an after-image thanks to the speed. The few wolves surrounding him were continuously sent flying through the air with exceptionally terrifying wounds. Although the wounds were from Tai Ta's sharp battleaxe, to the blue wolves, these injuries would not threaten their lives at all. Although Tai Ta was looking quite powerful and majestic at this moment, he was not invincible. And with Jian Chen's success so far, Tai Ta's own achievements were nothing much. After all, ever since the start of the battle, Tai Ta had not yet been able to kill a single blue wolf. Chapter 37. Teacher's Shock. A mere few seconds passed. Another wolf died by Jian Chen's hands, while countless others were being injured. The cowering Liang Xiao didn't hear Tai Ta's or Jian Chen's screams of pain at all. All she could hear was the howling of the blue wolves mixed in with whimpers. Because of her curiosity, she fought her fear and looked down on the ground, and her eyes grew wide in shock. She couldn't believe that Jian Chen and Tai Ta were still fighting the blue wolves, and she was shocked speechless. Every single swing from Tai Ta's axe was capable of smashing a wolf into the air with ease. No wolf was able to get close to him because of that, and most of the blue wolves were covered with frightening wounds that had covered their entire bodies with blood. Jian Chen, on the other hand, was moving rapidly between the wolves and attacking them from every direction. Whenever he thrusted his iron rod forward, another wolf would be riddled with wounds. His movements were too fast for Liang Xiao to follow. The only thing she could see was a constant blurs. She had never experienced such a hair-raising bloody spectacle like the one below, but on the outside, her face had already started to regain some color. However, her body had not yet stopped trembling. After all, it was her first time seeing such a bloody mess, and no matter who it was, a person wouldn't be able to take in a sight like this easily their first time. At that moment, a blue wolf took advantage of Tai Ta's lack of attention, and jumped at his shoulder. Using its strong teeth, it bit deeply down on his shoulder and blood started to flow freely from the wound. The acute pain caused Tai Ta's face to darken as he looked at the blue wolf biting at his shoulder. Tai Ta's eye blinked in pain as he looked at the blue wolf with a fierce glare. Dropping his battleaxe, his right hand grabbed onto the wolf's head, and with his monstrous strength, he ripped the wolf off his shoulder, leaving behind deep incisions in his skin. Tai Ta grabbed onto the wolf's snout with both hands, and the veins in his arms swelled up with his muscles. With a furious roar, his hands gripped onto the yelping wolf and tore its head from its body. At the same time, blood splattered everywhere onto Tai Ta, dyeing him blood red. Tai Ta's act of strength caused the surrounding wolves to cower in fear, as they watched Tai Ta hold onto the two halves of the wolf's carcass. But Tai Ta didn't plan to let the wolves get away. Dropping the body, he picked up his battleaxe and sliced down onto another wolf's head. The wolf tilted its head and dodged Tai Ta's battleaxe. Bringing its head up towards the sky, it let out a great howl before launching itself at him. Hearing the howl, all of the wolves had their fear dispelled, as they instantly charged at Tai Ta. Tai Ta sent a kick towards the abdomen of a wolf, sending it flying through the air. The sharp blade of his battleaxe cut into the neck of the wolf. Leaving behind a trail of blood, the wolf flew backwards like a rocket. After his battleaxe had chopped through the head of a wolf, Tai Ta stopped where he stood. He brandished his battleaxe in a menacing way for the other wolves to see. Pang! A wolf was too late in dodging and was hit by Tai Ta's battleaxe. The wolf was split in two as it gave one last final howl. After being injured, it looked as if Tai Ta became even stronger. In a flash, he had already killed two wolves. Jian Chen, on the other hand, was still wrestling fiercely with the wolves. Suddenly, a wolf jumped from above, down onto Jian Chen. Jian Chen immediately turned around and glared at the incoming wolf with his flashing eyes. The iron rod in his hand shot forth like lightning and stabbed deep into the wolf's abdomen, piercing its heart. The moment he felt the rod stop, he immediately pulled it out and then moved away from his position. The moment he left from his spot, the group of blue wolves immediately lunged at him. The wolf that had been skewered in the heart whimpered as it gave its final breath, and fell down to the ground, spasming before finally becoming still. The battle persisted for some time, and as time passed, the amount of blue wolves that had died by the hands of Jian Chen and Tai Ta grew larger and larger. Gradually, the pressure on the two boys reduced, as the number of blue wolves dwindled. Jian Chen pulled out his iron rod from another wolf's throat. He had already killed over 10 blue wolves, yet his clothes were relatively unstained by the blood. Jian Chen looked to Tai Ta only to see 7 or 8 blue wolves left. However, each of the 8 wolves were already bloody, as if they had been bathed in blood. His already ragged clothing was becoming even worse, and was almost like a strip of cloth now. His clothes were no longer protecting his body, and instead revealed his chest underneath. Even the trousers had rips in parts, with blood dripping from the wounds beneath it. Without any hesitation, Jian Chen rushed towards Tai Ta and immediately started to fight off the 8 wolves with his iron rod. Because Tai Ta had gave the wolves many heavy injuries in a long battle, the wolves were all exhausted beyond relief, so Jian Chen's job was relatively easy. Without expending much energy, he ended their lives by accurately piercing each of the wolves' throats. After the invasion of the pack of wolves, even Jian Chen couldn't help but breathe hard. Even though he was not weak at all, he had used up the majority of his energy to fight against the pack of wolves. Tai Ta let out a long sigh as he looked at the pile of dead bodies around him. On his face was a happy smile. Although they had just fought a long and hard battle, he didn't show a single trace of exhaustion. Instead, his fighting spirit was awakened. Chongyang Xiang Tian, let's kill the rest of the Class 1 magical beasts. Tai Ta laughed. In his lifetime, he had never killed a Class 1 magical beast before, so it was natural that he was excited. Jian Chen smiled as well before looking at the wounds on Tai Ta. You're hurt, how bad is it? Tai Ta looked down on his body to inspect his wounds before saying, it's no problem. Although the bites hurt, they're mostly superficial wounds. Hehe, my skin has been thick since I was small, so regular beasts could never bite me before. Jian nodded his head in understanding with a thoughtful face. He knew about Tai Ta's strength and vitality firsthand. Tai Ta was even stronger than a steel bar, so the blue wolves must have been ferocious to bite through his skin. Ah, that's right, Chongyang Xiang Tian, are you hurt? Tai Ta asked with concern as he looked at Jian Chen. Jian Chen shook his head, don't worry, the wolves didn't hurt me at all. He shifted his stare to the tall grass and said loudly, haven't you seen enough, how long do you plan on hiding there? Hearing Jian Chen, Tai Ta went blank for a second as he was puzzled by what Jian Chen was saying. But he soon figured it out and immediately grabbed onto his battle-axe with both his hands. Who's hiding over? Hurry up and come out, otherwise I'll chop you in half. Tai Ta yelled. As Tai Ta spoke, the tall grass rustled before them as 4 figures leapt out in front of Tai Ta and Jian Chen. Seeing the 4 shadows jump out, Tai Ta immediately went on the defensive, while Jian Chen didn't move a muscle except for a small smile on his face. Although they couldn't see the appearances of the 4 due to the darkness, but Jian Chen had long since guessed their identities. When the 4 shadows reached 2 meters away from Jian Chen, they suddenly stopped. Jian Chen could finally see their faces clearly. 2 of them were middle-aged men while there was an elder and a 30-year-old female. All 4 of them had a look of astonishment and were stupefied as if they saw an inconceivable event. Honorable teachers, so it was you. Tai Ta finally recognized the 4 people and cried out in surprise. The 4 people quickly regained their composure, but their eyes still revealed traces of shock. Chongyang Xiang Tian, no wonder there are rumors about you being able to beat a saint. I didn't think too much about it at first, but after seeing this, the rumors have to have some sort of truth to them. For a single person to use a corroded iron rod to kill dozens of Class 1 magical beasts, even saints who condensed their saint weapons wouldn't be able to replicate this easily. the elder said with a laugh as he praised Jian Chen. Jian Chen laughed and said, "Honored teacher gives this one too much praise. My strength isn't as strong as you think. The wolves may have been class 1 magical beasts, but their attack power wasn't that high. If I had came across a stronger class 1 magical beast, then I'm afraid I would have struggled a lot more." Hearing this, the elder looked at Jian Chen appreciatively before looking at Tai Ta with a laugh. "Tai Ta, your strength is also very strong, it's no wonder the headmaster noticed you and took you in as an apprentice." Tai Ta scratched his head with a modest smile, but he didn't know what to say in response to that. "Elder Yun, it would appear that we came here for nothing. These two are absolutely abnormal in strength, nothing in the second region would be a match for them," said the 30-year-old woman. The other three bitterly smiled as they listened to her. When they had heard the howls of the wolves, they naturally knew that a student was in danger. For that reason alone they had all rushed towards the howls at the fastest speed possible to rescue them. On the way, each one of them prayed that the students would be able to hold on for as long as possible, but when they had arrived, they were subjected to an inconceivable sight. 2 students who weren't at the same level had been able to fend off 20 or so blue wolves without trouble. In the end, they had been able to slaughter all 20 of them, and none of the 4 could believe their eyes at this end result. Chapter 38. Liang Xiao. "Oh, by the way, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, how did you detect us?" a middle-aged man asked, his tone full of curiosity. The other 3 teachers were curious to know as well as they stared at Jian Chen. The 4 of them were extremely interested in knowing how they were detected while hiding in the tall grass because they had not made a single sound or made any movement, so there was no way that they would have been noticed by Jian Chen. Jian Chen laughed and said, "I had found out the moment the honorable teachers arrived." "What? You found out the moment we arrived? How is that possible?" the woman cried out in disbelief. The other 3 people couldn't believe what Jian Chen said either. Jian Chen opened his mouth. "While I was fighting the pack of wolves, I was still paying attention to my surroundings. Otherwise, we might have been subjected to random attacks from someone else. How would I dare lose track of what was happening around me at such a crucial point?" Hearing this, the 4 teachers nodded, approving of what Jian Chen had just said. Jian Chen continued to explain, "The honorable teachers didn't make a single sound at all, but when you arrived I saw a bunch of obvious movements, so I found out since the very beginning." Hearing this, the 4 people realized their mistakes as the elder sighed in admiration, "Amazing, just amazing. Chong Yang Xiang Tian, I really have no other choice but to admire you. And to think that when I was your age, I was nowhere near the level you are now." The elder then paused before saying, "Since you students aren't in any danger, then we'll take our leave now. After all, there are still students to save." Although the elder had said that, he looked as if he was reluctant to leave. "Please wait!" Jian Chen suddenly cried out towards the 4 teachers. Pointing at Liang Xiao who was still hiding in the tree, he said, "Honored teacher, could you please help escort this student out? She doesn't have the courage to stay here any longer." The teacher frowned as he thought about it. This won't be a problem, but even if she hands over 2 Class 1 monster cores, this will still be considered as a loss. After all, she didn't stay here for all 3 days. "No, I won't leave, I'll definitely stay here for all 3 days. Liang Xiao said from the treetop as she dropped 5 or 6 meters down onto the ground. In one long stride she went over to where Jian Chen was. "Hey, these 4 teachers can take you out of this forest so you won't have to worry about magical beasts hurting you. Why don't you want to go home?" Tai Ta was rather discontent, since Liang Xiao was really too cowardly. The moment she saw a magical beast she cried out loud. This really annoyed Tai Ta. Liang Xiao looked at Tai Ta timidly and whispered, "I don't want to go." "Could it be you're no longer afraid of magical beasts?" Tai Ta asked curiously. "I am." "So you're scared after all, then why don't you want to get out of here?" "Because you two are still here." With such a straightforward answer, Tai Ta couldn't find a response. Jian Chen looked at Liang Xiao helplessly before trying to persuade her. Liang Xiao, you should go with the teachers, the magical beasts in this forest are many, and so there's no guarantee that we can protect you. Liang Xiao's face became miserable as she realized that she would need to depend on Jian Chen. Imploring, she said, Senior, please let me go with you, this was my first time seeing a magical beast and the first time I've been here. That's why I was scared initially. But I guarantee you, the next time we come across a magical beast, I won't cry out loud. After experiencing Jian Chen's and Tai Ta's strengths, Liang Xiao wouldn't have to worry about getting into any trouble with those two around. Plus, Liang Xiao had clearly that the four teachers all said that the second region of the forest had nothing that they couldn't handle. So with such good protection, there was no way she would give up that easily. Jian Chen suddenly felt a headache coming. Liang Xiao was a pampered noble since birth, so she would definitely be a burden to them. When they battled any magical beasts in the future, they would have to look after her as well. Chongyang Xiangtian, with you and Tai Ta, there are no magical beasts in the second region that can pose a threat to you, so you might as well take her along. Students should look out for one another. And besides, for you two, this shouldn't even be considered a test anymore. Laughed the middle-aged woman. Jian Chen inwardly sighed in exasperation. Since even the teachers wanted Liang Xiao to tag along, he couldn't find any reasons to object. Although Jian Chen was giving in, Tai Ta was still not satisfied, but he didn't say anything. After this first day, he had already started to see Jian Chen as the pillar of the team. Whatever his decision was, Tai Ta would not object to it. Jian Chen's mind was better at strategy and he had more experience dealing with beasts than Tai Ta's. So it could be said that no matter what, Tai Ta would concede to Jian Chen. After the four teachers left, Jian Chen and Tai Ta didn't pay attention to Liang Xiao and instead went to the dead bodies of the blue wolves. Since it was over 20 Class 1 monster cores, they wouldn't dare to squander this. Because the monster cores of the blue wolves were in their heads, Tai Ta and Jian Chen were trying to find a way to extract them. They definitely needed to strike and break at the part of the head where the monster core was, so Liang Xiao's face went pale as she observed them. Perhaps Liang Xiao had changed only slightly, it was almost as if she no longer felt out of her league. With great difficulty, she was able to quell the cowardly nature within her, as she diligently watched Jian Chen and Tai Ta work at extracting the cores. It was almost as if she was learning from the experience. The night passed quickly and peacefully after the initial Blue Wolves' raid. As the dawn sun slowly rose over the edge of the horizon, the cross-legged Jian Chen finished his cultivation, and stood up to stretch. Just as Jian Chen stood up, he heard Tai Ta start to awaken as well. He followed Jian Chen up, and although the two were in the middle of cultivating, they were still aware of their surroundings. They had put up a guard while cultivating, and as long as the wind blew through the tall grass, then the pair would be able to track anyone. Tai Ta, go find some dry branches for the fire. I'll go fetch the magical beast meat, it's about time we prepare some breakfast, Jian Chen said. Oh! Without any objects, Tai Ta turned around and entered the forest to search for some dry firewood. Soon after, Tai Ta carried over a pile of dry firewood. At the same time, Jian Chen had prepared a huge chunk of bloody magical beast meat from the blue wolves that had been killed by them last night. Since there were no sources of water in the area, the magical beast meat was not washed. Instead, it was directly skewered with some sticks, and was placed above the bonfire to begin roasting. Not long after, the roasted magical beast meat began to emit a fragrant aroma. Although it did not have any spices, the quality of the magical beast meat was originally high. Moreover, the higher the class of the magical beast, the more delicious its meat would taste, and the more beneficial it was to the body. It was said that a class 5 magical beast's meat could even boost one's strength. Perhaps because she could smell the magical beast meat's fragrance, Liang Xiao awoke from her nap on top of the tree, and jumped down. The 5 to 6 meter height was nothing to Liang Xiao, who had reached the 8th Saint Force layer. "Wa, it smells so good." Liang Xiao bounced over to the bonfire, and seeing the golden magical beast meat dripping in rich oils, she could not help but swallow hard. Although she had eaten many exotic delicacies, she had never eaten wild game like this before. After all, eating the same type of meat for so long, one would obviously think of anything else as more appetizing, even if it was just some cabbage. Tai Ta shot a dissatisfied glance at Liang Xiao, and murmured in a quiet voice, "Last night you were crying so loudly, now you've forgotten about it all so quickly. I hope that when we encounter more magical beasts later, you won't start wailing again." Tai Ta's voice was extremely soft and unclear. Most likely, aside from himself, nobody would have been able to clearly hear what he had whispered, even Jian Chen. Liang Xiao looked at Tai Ta in curiosity. "Tai Ta, what are you saying?" Last night, the 4 teachers had called out Jian Chen's and Tai Ta's names, so Liang Xiao had already learned their identities. "Ah, nothing." Tai Ta waved his hands as if he was feeling guilty for something. Liang Xiao didn't pay any mind to it. She gazed at Jian Chen and Tai Ta and smiled. "No wonder you two are so powerful that you can kill 20 Class 1 magical beasts. It turns out that you two are actually Tai Ta and Chongyang Xiang Tian. The fact that I was able to meet you two was really great luck." The current Liang Xiao seemed to be an entirely different person from the person yesterday evening. After only a single night, she seemed to already have pushed yesterday's events to the back of her mind. Now, her face didn't show a single trace of fear and dread from the thought of magical beasts. Jian Chen lifted the well-cooked magical beast meat, and then ripped of a section, throwing it over to Liang Xiao, asking, "There are a lot of magical beasts in this forest. Moreover, if we don't stay for 3 more days, then we definitely cannot leave. Aren't you afraid?" Liang Xiao accepted the piece of magical beast meat, and while she lightly chewed it, she said, "Although I'm still scared, I believe that I will eventually get used to it. In addition, the two of you are not much older than me, yet you both faced those fierce blue wolves last night without a trace of fear. The two of you even managed to slaughter all of them. This is much more impressive than those other boys." "Humph, those boys were so useless, the 5 of them together couldn't defeat a single magical beast. In the end, their incompetence forced me to get separated from my sisters." Liang Xiao suddenly stood up, and loudly declared, "I've decided now. I will definitely use these next 2 days to properly learn from you two seniors." Hearing this, Jian Chen inwardly nodded to himself. Liang Xiao's statement had already gained Jian Chen's approval. Although she was timid, and was extremely afraid of magical beasts, that wasn't important. The most important factor was she was willing to change her ways, and to learn more. After all, nobody was born with the ability to and understand everything. All knowledge retained is a result of one going out to learn it. Of course, Jian Chen was an exception. On the other hand, Liang Xiao was born as the eldest daughter in a noble household. She had been spoiled since she was young, and had grown up in a sheltered environment. Obviously, she had never experienced any hardships. Thus, it was to be expected that she would inevitably be frightened during her first encounter with a savage magical beast. After all, this was the equivalent to an average person meeting a ghost for the first time. Anyone would feel fear. Chapter 39. Plans. After eating breakfast, Jian Chen and Tai Ta both grabbed their respective weapons before continuing on with their journey. However, trailing behind them was the dainty Liang Xiao, who was empty-handed. She looked around herself carefully due to her own weapon being long gone after she had been separated from her group and chased through the forest. Tai Ta lifted his battle axe. His clothes were already swapped out. This time, he was wearing blue wolf leather along with some grass root to hold it together. His academy uniform was long since torn apart from yesterday's battle to the point where he couldn't wear it anymore. In the blink of an eye, another day came and went. By looking at the prophets, they weren't as good as the first day, but they weren't bad either. In total, they had killed 70 magical beasts, making Liang Xiao feel shocked. On this second day, Liang Xiao went through a major change. Ever since the spectacle with the blue wolves, her entire personality had transformed. At the very least, whenever she saw a magical beast, she wouldn't scream in terror anymore. And whenever Tai Ta and Jian Chen would slaughter any enemy magical beast, she didn't even flinch at the sight of the blood. She was slowly starting to adapt to her situation. Not only that, but in the same day, she had unexpectedly learned much about the dangers of the forest and gained knowledge pertaining to them. Her capacity for learning was extremely high, and even Jian Chen couldn't help but admire it. Of course, what was important was looking at her talent for cultivation, since in the Tianyuan continent, one's own strength was what dictated who they were over everything else. Liang Xiao was also extraordinarily smart. Although she wasn't very strong, she definitely didn't cause trouble for Tai Ta or Jian Chen, nor was she a burden like the two had previously thought she would be. She would stay behind the two, and whenever the two fought against a magical beast, she would stand far away so that she wouldn't get caught up in it. After that day, both Jian Chen or Tai Ta had a new levels of respect for Liang Xiao, and no longer belittled her in their hearts. Later that night, the three of them sat by the campfire to count the pile of monster cores. "Dear seniors, have you two really not condensed your saint weapons and become saints yet?" Liang Xiao asked as she stared at them with her bright eyes. What a strange question! Her clothes were already filled with holes from the trees and thorns that stabbed and cut into her, and her pretty face resembled a kitty from the whisker-like cuts. Since there were no water sources, she had to rely on drinking the blood of the magical beasts in order to stave off the thirst, and so there was no way she could wash off the filth on her face. "If we were saints, why would I be using this axe?" Tai Ta looked at his bundled up and heavily nicked battleaxe with no small amount of dissatisfaction. After continued usage with Tai Ta's strength, the giant battleaxe had finally worn out, the previously sharp edge was now becoming blunt after use. Even the previously sharp point on Jian Chen's corroded iron rod had nearly become flat. Liang Xiao's face was full of admiration as she stared at the two. "You two are really amazing, you're not even at the saint level yet and you can easily kill class 1 magical beasts. In my opinion, once you reach the saint level, you will be able to kill class 2 magical beasts with ease." Jian Chen shook his head. "How would it be easy? These are magical beasts that were bred by the academy, so they have weak attack power. When we meet magical beasts with a stronger attack, then we will definitely have a harder time with it." Liang Xiao nodded her head and said grimly, "That's right. I've heard my dad say before that there are some amazing class 1 magical beasts that can spit out some low-level spells with a high amount of attack power. They're so strong, that some normal saints aren't powerful enough to beat them." Jian Chen looked at Tai Ta, who was focusing on the campfire. "Tai Ta, right now there isn't anything in the second region that could stand a chance against us, so I want to move to the third region. How do you feel about that?" Tai Ta gave it some thought before saying, "Right, the second region is already very easy for us since there isn't a challenge anymore. Okay then, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, I'll enter the third region with you. It's time to see how strong the class 2 magical beasts really are." Hearing the two talk, Liang Xiao who was sitting nearby said, "It can't be, you two haven't reached the saint level and you still want to enter the third region to fight class 2 magical beasts? Without a saint weapon, there's no guarantee of survival, and the skin of a class 2 magical beast is stronger than that of class 1 magical beasts, so it's even tougher. You two only have a worn battleaxe and corroded iron rod, so that'll make killing even harder. Not only that, but the environment in the third region isn't good at all. I've heard that there's even a marsh filled with poisonous vipers inside. There's a high chance you of losing your lives in the dangerous third region." Tai Ta laughed as he looked at my weapon. "That's right, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, over these past 2 days, our weapons have been in constant use, and my battleaxe has lost its sharpness. Even your own iron rod is almost flat, so it would be hard to kill Class 2 magical beasts. Jian Chen laughed. There's no rush, there are still plenty of students in the second region. We still haven't met with other students because we're still far away from them. We should return tomorrow, and exchange monster cores for weapons, since the students would be definitely interested. Yeah, that's a good idea, Tai Ta nodded in agreement. Jian Chen continued, Liang Xiao, let's split up tomorrow. If you're with other students, then you should be able to safely pass through your last day. After all, anyone who has been able to endure 2 days here must have some real skills. Liang Xiao nodded wordlessly. Her expression was a bit disappointed. After all, she also knew of the third region's dangers. She was unsure if Jian Chen and Tai Ta would be able to go against those magical beasts. If she continued along with them, even if Jian Chen and Tai Ta agreed to let her accompany them, she would only be a baggage that would hold them down. The night passed without incident. Soon, the sky began to brighten. Jian Chen and Tai Ta finished their night of cultivation, and began to prepare breakfast. After the three of them had finished eating, the sun had already gradually begun to rise into the sky. They continued on their way, however, this time, they had begun walking back in the direction they had come from. After 2 days of battles, the two boys had already become extremely skilled at sensing and avoiding danger, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Under a large tree, 9 students in tattered clothing were tiredly sitting underneath, catching their breaths. They were a group of commoners mixed with some nobles. At the moment, their clothes were ripped all over the place, with some dried-out bloodstains covering them as well. They also sported injuries on their bodies, and not far from them was a carcass of a magical beast lying on the ground. Everyone, hold on for just a bit longer. This is already the last day. After this day ends, we can leave, a commoner student breathlessly said. It's unfortunate that we don't have enough magic stones yet, we still need 5 more. It looks like we still have to slaughter 5 more magical beasts to pass, said a young noble. Originally, the nobles hadn't been willing to stay together with the commoners, but after encountering the savage magical beast, they were immediately scared out of their wits. Faced with life or death, who would care about people's statuses? Protecting oneself was the greater priority. Thus, the few nobles had gradually decided to join the commoner students. After all, everyone knew there was strength in numbers. In addition, perhaps because the commoners had been raised in harsher environments, they did not show any signs of retreating when faced with savage magical beasts. This changed the arrogant nobles' views of the commoners. Eventually, they had all slowly become friends. Moreover, after constantly fighting against magical beasts, the 9 of them had become more comfortable working together. Eventually, they had formed an unexpected bond that held all of them together with close relationships. At that moment, there was a movement in the grass off in the distance. Everyone, be careful! A magical beast is attacking. A student immediately reacted and loudly warned the others. Instantly, the 9 of them stood up and stared with wary expressions towards the direction the sound had come from. The grass swayed vigorously. Eventually, they saw a figure wearing beast leather swinging a large hatchet around, cutting down the weeds in his way. Right after the group noticed him, they saw that there were 2 other figures following behind him as well. Although their clothes were tattered, it was obvious that they were all wearing the Kargath Academy uniforms. Perhaps because they had been traveling through the lush forest for so long, but their faces were dark, and they had random twigs in their hair. Only their general facial structures could be seen, their appearances were already indistinguishable. Realizing that the figures were people and not magical beasts, the 9 students immediately sighed in relief, and smiles slowly spread across their faces. At this point, if they could get those new people to join them, then the overall strength of their group would definitely rise. Hunting magical beasts would be much easier. In addition, all of them were smart enough to realize that these people who had stayed here for 3 days must be quite powerful. Of course, these 3 people were Jian Chen, Tai Ta, and Liang Xiao. After backtracking for half a day, they had finally discovered a group of people. Since it was already the last of the 3 days, there weren't many people remaining in the forest. Most of them had already ran away, and so there were very few students that were still here. When Liang Xiao's gaze rested on a gorgeous girl standing amongst the group of 9, she showed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Ah! Li Sha!" Liang Xiao shouted out with an extremely excited voice, as she immediately flew towards the gorgeous girl. Hearing a slightly familiar voice, the girl blinked her large, shining eyes, and gazed at Liang Xiao, who was running towards her, in slight confusion. Currently, Liang Xiao's face was covered with quite a bit of dirt, making her look like a calico cat. Even if this girl called Li Sha did know Liang Xiao well, it was difficult for her to recognize Liang Xiao with her current appearance. Liang Xiao rushed to the girl, and excitedly hugged her tightly. In a tone filled with joy, she said, "Li Sha, I hadn't imagined that I would have been able to see you again here. I thought you had already left the forest." Hearing the overly familiar voice, the girl named Li Sha finally recognized who Liang Xiao was. Pleasantly surprised, she said, You're Xiao Li." Chapter 40. Exchanging Weapons /P. "That's right, Li Sha. I'm Xiao Li," Liang Xiao spoke, her voice dripping with emotion as she confirmed her friend's words. "Xiao Li, it really is you, that's great. I thought that you had already escaped from this place, I never would have imagined that I would see you here." Li Sha, the girl in front of Liang Xiao, was just as happy, and continued to hug her once thought to be lost friend. The two girls joined in a tight embrace. Li Sha was laughing out loud. "Liang Xiao, I didn't think we'd be able to meet again after losing each other in the forest. This really makes me happy." "Hello," said a youth wearing clothing as tattered as the other two. "I'm so glad to have met the two of you here. How should I put this? I'm not sure if you want, but would you be willing to join our group? If you do, I can certainly guarantee that together our group will be much stronger and consequently will make hunting magical beasts a lot easier. And besides, danger lurks around every corner in these woods, it'd be better if we worked together." His tone was first likable as he walked up to Jian Chen and Tai Ta, but as soon as he saw that Jian Chen's clothes were entirely crimson with fresh blood, he couldn't help but express shock. The youth seriously doubted that the blood was all from Jian Chen, because anyone who lost that much blood would definitely be beyond weak. There was no way such a person could firmly stand there, with such a sharp look. Jian Chen shook his head, politely refusing, "I'm sorry, but we were just planning to leave this place, so we cannot join your group." The youth had an expression of regret on his face, however, he still reconciled, "My two fellow students, although the magical beasts here are quite formidable, we have strength in numbers. As long as everyone is willing to work together, even if we meet two magical beasts at once, they definitely won't pose any threat. If everyone hands over 2 Class 1 magic stones, I believe that we will soon gather enough." The youth continued to press the issue. His gaze was quite sharp, and it was obvious that he had already realized that Jian Chen's and Tai Ta's strengths were above average. "We really do not have any other options. The two of us have already decided to leave here, so we cannot join your group. Please forgive us." In order to reciprocate the formal request, Jian Chen's tone was just as amiable. Hearing that Jian Chen and Tai Ta were set on leaving, the youth could not help but be disappointed. He really could not understand why, although only 1 out of the 3 days was remaining, the two people refused to stay. As long as they paid up 2 Class 1 magic stones, they'd be able to successfully join. Yet, Jian Chen and Tai Ta still chose to leave the area. Could it be that the two of them really wanted to pass up such an opportunity? The youth thought that Jian Chen and Tai Ta had given up and wanted to leave the forest. He couldn't have ever imagined that their leaving actually meant leaving the 2nd region to enter the 3rd region, not actually leaving the forest. At that moment, Tai Ta glanced at the battleaxe that one of the students was holding. His eyes lit up in happiness, and he directly walked over to the student with an intrepid air, and asked in a muffled voice, "Hey, if I give you 2 Class 1 magic stones, will you trade your battle-axe for them?" Asking this, Tai Ta pulled out the battle-axe on his back with one hand, and used his other hand to retrieve from his space belt 2 Class 1 magic stones that were still covered in fresh blood. It was at that moment that the group of people realized that the large battle-axe in Tai Ta's hands was covered in fresh blood. The entire surface had been dyed crimson. The appearance alone was beyond shocking. It looked as if it was a murder weapon that had been constantly doused by blood. What was even more disbelieving was that the battle-axe, made of firm metal as hard as steel, had already been completely riddled with cracks. Moreover, some parts of the blade were even bent. Most people would not be able to believe this sight. They had all assumed that when Tai Ta had chosen his weapon, it had been like this from the beginning. There was no way they could have imagined that all of the axe's damages had been caused by Tai Ta himself. The student with the intrepid air looked at the beaten-up axe in front of him, which was so red that it looked like it had been made from blood, and was at a loss for a moment. When the other students heard Tai Ta's request, their eyes immediately lit up, and looked at the intrepid student with looks of envy, as if they were about to offer up their own weapons to trade with Tai Ta. "My fellow student, I can exchange this sword of mine with you." A student carrying a giant one-handed sword walked over to Tia Ta and said with a smile. Hearing, Tai Ta looked down at the battle-axe that was in his grip, shook his head and spoke, "No need, I still prefer to use the battle-axe." Hearing this, the male suddenly had a face full of disappointment. At this moment, getting 2 Class 1 magic stones was more important than anything else. Not to mention him, if the others could, they would also be willing to trade their weapons to Tai Ta for 2 Class 1 magic stones. Even if their weapons were worth more than 2 Class 1 magic stones, they would still not hesitate. The tall and sturdy male was not dumb. After considering it for a bit, he happily handed over his battle-axe to fulfill the exchange. Who would be willing to refuse such a profitable exchange? After the exchange was completed, the group of people began to look at Tai Ta with a different light. A few of the smarter students had already connected the battle-axe's battered state to the possibility that Tai Ta had caused it. From this point, they could directly confirm Tai Ta's extraordinary strength. Otherwise, why else would he just casually hand over 2 Class 1 magic stones? This place wasn't like outside. Before entering the forest, the school administration had already confiscated any devices the students had. They had even patted the students' bodies down to thoroughly check. There was absolutely no way the magic stone could have been brought in from the outside. The only way that magic stones could be gained inside the forest was to hunt magical beasts. However, there was just one thing the people couldn't understand. If Tai Ta and Jian Chen had the strengths to hunt magical beasts, why didn't they want to stay in the forest for all 3 days? After all, the Academy's rules clearly dictated that they could only pass if they stayed for 3 days and paid up 2 Class 1 magic stones. If only one was fulfilled, they wouldn't pass. Could it be that they don't care about the rewards? Or perhaps they had lied about leaving, and actually just didn't want to kill magical beasts together with the few of us. Everyone could not help but think of these possibilities. When considering these thoughts, a few of the people immediately began to gaze at Jian Chen and Tai Ta with expressions of discontent. Jian Chen did not pay any mind to their expressions. He looked at the Liang Xiao and the girl she was hugging, and said, "Liang Xiao, since you've found your friend now, why don't you just stick with this group? They have more people too." Liang Xiao slowly separated from the girl, and looked back at Jian Chen and Tai Ta. She nodded, "Then you two have to be careful." Afterwards, Tai Ta and Jian Chen didn't bother wasting any time, and immediately left the area. After the two of them had left, the girl called Li Sha asked in a resentful tone, "Xiao Li, who are they? They're so arrogant that they don't even think they should be with us." "Li Sha, you're mistaken. It's not that they don't want to be together with you guys, they really do want to leave here." Liang Xiao explained. "That can't be." Li Sha exclaimed in disbelief. Li Sha, the fact that they could casually give away a Class 1 magic stone means that the two of them have the strength to kill magical beasts. Plus, when they were trading the two magical stones away for the weapon, it was obvious that they were planning on continuing to fight. How could they possibly be leaving this place? That's right, Xiao Li, you've been tricked by them. A youth standing on the side added. Liang Xiao smiled, they're definitely leaving this place, but they didn't explain it clearly to you guys. They want to leave the second region, and move on to the third region to hunt the Class 2 magical beasts. What? Liang Xiao, what kind of joke are you trying to pull? It's impossible for the two of them to go to the third region to hunt Class 2 magical beasts. Could it be that their strengths have already reached saint level? But that can't be right either. If they had reached the saint level, then there would be no need to change weapons. Those two are really reckless, to want to go to the third region. They're definitely seeking death. Immediately following Liang Xiao's words, the group of people immediately broke into chaos as they began to discuss in a frenzy amongst each other. None of them thought that Jian Chen and Tai Ta would be able to survive the third region. Li Sha pulled at Liang Xiao's hands, and in a clearly disbelieving tone, she asked, Xiao Li, they aren't really crazy enough to run over to the third region, right? Liang Xiao nodded, that's right, they really did go to the third region. Li Sha, you cannot underestimate the two of them, they're really formidable. Liang Xiao said with conviction. Could it be that the two of them really are saints? Li Sha asked in shock. The school administration had clearly declared that all students that were saints had to enter the third region. There was no way they could have appeared in the second region. Liang Xiao shook her head, no, their powers haven't reached saint level yet, because they still haven't condensed their saint weapons. Hearing this, Li Sha's shock grew even more pronounced. Without reaching saint level, surviving in the second region was already difficult enough, let alone being in the third region. After all, the magical beasts in the third region were Class 2 magical beasts, which weren't any small amount stronger than Class 1 magical beasts. The two classes could not even be compared. Li Sha and Liang Xiao were close friends. Therefore, Liang Xiao didn't feel the need to hide anything from Li Sha. In a soft voice, she said, Li Sha, I'll just tell you this. Yesterday, I personally witnessed the two of them kill 70+ magical beasts by themselves. Li Sha was beyond shocked by this, as she exclaimed, what? Xiao Li, are you joking? The two of them killed 70+ magical beasts by themselves in one day. Li Sha was so astonished that she couldn't contain her voice. She had gradually become louder and louder, until the other 8 people were able to hear her quite clearly. In that instant, all of their expressions changed at the thought of Jian Chen and Tai Ta achieving what Liang Xiao had said, and their expressions were beyond disbelief. Li Sha, what did you say? Which 2 people were able to kill 70+ Class 1 magical beasts in a day? A youth asked. He could not accept the possibility that the 2 people were actually Jian Chen and Tai Ta, whom they had just met. Li Sha tried to calm her breathing, and grasped at her chest before pointing to Liang Xiao. In a trembling voice, she said, Xiao Li said that she personally witnessed the 2 people just now kill 70+ magical beasts in one day. Li Sha's tone reflected the fact that she thought such a possibility was inconceivable. Chapter 41. Flaming Cloud Beast/P. It can't be, Liang Xiao, what you're saying is ridiculous. Those 2 aren't even saints yet, to think they could kill over 70 magical beasts in a day? That's impossible. A youth with a pike said incredulously. That's right, it's too ridiculous. Even a saint wouldn't cut it. I think even a great saint wouldn't be able to kill that many Class 1 magical beasts in a single day, let alone half. I doubt their saint force is that unlimited. A bow-wielding girl said with doubt. At that moment, the youth that had invited Jian Chen and Tai Ta into the group said, Liang Xiao, do you know who they are? When did our Kargath Academy have such amazing people in it? They aren't saints, but to easily defeat Class 1 magical beasts? Just who are they? Saying this, he seemed to have immediately realized something, as his face rapidly changed colors. Liang Xiao's face looked proud as if she had done something honorable. With a laid-back tone, she said, I can tell you this, the one that just traded you a monster core for your battleaxe was the one that set the academy abuzz Tai Ta, the headmaster's apprentice. The other person is the freshman ruler of the annual freshman competition Chongyang Xiangtian. Everyone cried out in alarm before talking amongst themselves in excitement. So it was those two abnormal people, no wonder their strength was that strong. It can't be, it's said that Tai Ta fought Lord Cheng to a standstill at the library. That Chongyang Xiangtian was the one who beat the Saint Ka Diyun in an intense duel. I was there watching the fight. Chongyang Xiangtian's strength was really amazing. I heard that outside the library, the middle-ranked Saint Luojian wasn't able to deal with Chongyang Xiangtian, and was even forced to use his saint weapon in the end. Without the burden of having Liang Xiao anymore, Tai Ta and Jian Chen's speed had risen exponentially, and so the two soon reached the third region. When they first entered the third region, they initially saw no difference in the two regions. But the further they advanced, the more hellish it became. Compared to the third region, the second region could be called a paradise. There were all sorts of magical beasts in the forest, and the land was full of swamps, so if one wasn't careful, they would find themselves stuck deep inside the waters. However, most of the swamps were man-made, so they weren't too deep. Otherwise, if no one came to rescue them, they wouldn't be able to escape with their lives. Perhaps it was because of the ground, but there wasn't much grass in the third region, so line of sight was much better than the second region. Jian Chen and Tai Ta cautiously trekked through the swamplands with a small amount of powder on them. This type of powder was a type of repellent that would prevent insects from biting them. Chongyang Xiangtian, it seems like you are familiar with the forest. Could it be you've been here before? How could you be this amazing? Tai Ta said, while looking at the layer of green dust on his body. Jian Chen chuckled and said, I read up a lot of books in the library about various places, so my understanding of the forests is relatively high. Ah, no wonder. Tai Ta realized. Right after Tai Ta spoke, Jian Chen's face stilled before becoming serious. At the same time, the ground began to shake, as if an earthquake was occurring. But before Jian Chen could say anything, Tai Ta had already sprung into action, his new battleaxe coming to rest in both his hands. Jian Chen glanced towards his left and spoke cautiously, Tai Ta, be careful. This time it looks like we've come across a large magical beast. Yet. Tai Ta nodded his head as the expression on his face grew solemn. Because they were in the third region, this wasn't a Class 1 magical beast, but a Class 2 magical beast that was stronger than a Class 1 magical beast by many times over. It could fight against a great saint on even footing. Although its attack power wasn't all that strong yet, its strength still couldn't be underestimated. As the two of them nervously looked around, the magical beast finally came into view. Its entire body had red fur, and it spanned 3 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Protruding from its mouth, it had 2 long tusks, that looked as if they could penetrate through muscle with ease. If it weren't for the fact that the magical beast had a short nose, then Jian Chen would have thought that this was an animal that he had met in his previous world, the elephant. But this magical beast was a lot bigger than the elephant. Tai Ta, be careful, this is the Class 2 magical beast, the flaming cloud beast. It can spit out fire from its mouth and is quite hard to deal with. Jian Chen uttered the magical beast's name. Because he had read so many books in the library, he could recognize most magical beasts, and even knew of some of their special abilities. Tai Ta only nodded, as he wordlessly focused all of his attention on the flaming cloud beast, ready to strike at any moment. Ho! The gigantic flaming cloud beast roared as it started to move each of its 4 hooves towards Jian Chen and Tai Ta. With each stamp on the ground, the earth would to shake. Jian Chen's eyes flashed in concentration. I'll attack it from the front, Tai Ta, you go around and attack it from behind. Charging forward, he jumped into the air straight towards the flaming cloud beast's head. The moment Jian Chen had moved, Tai Ta started to move as well, and circled around the beast to come towards its behind. Standing on top of its head, Jian Chen let out a yell as his saint force gathered within his iron rod, before fiercely stabbing it into the head of the beast. Ding! As if made of steel, the head of the flaming cloud beast deflected Jian Chen's iron rod. It had only left a shallow line on its head, unable to penetrate through its defense. Jian Chen's face changed into a grimace. Although he knew the flaming cloud beast had a strong defense, he hadn't thought that it would be so strong that his iron rod could do no damage to it. He had used all of his strength in that attack, and it had unexpectedly done virtually nothing. Ah hey! With a roar, Tai Ta jumped forward and used his enormous strength to slash at the butt of the flaming cloud beast with his battleaxe. However, he didn't do any better than Jian Chen. Although his battleaxe had cut through the skin of the magical beast, it had done no damage at all. Their attacks had evidently angered the flaming cloud beast, because it roared in response. Whipping its head back and forth, it threw off Jian Chen, who had been standing on its head. As Jian Chen flew through the air, he quickly readjusted himself. Using both of his feet to jump off a tree trunk, he flipped himself upright onto a nearby tree branch. After throwing off Jian Chen, the flaming cloud beast turned around and tried to bite into Tai Ta. Tai Ta immediately leapt aside to avoid its mouth, and simultaneously swung his battleaxe into one of the giant tusks. Ding! The battleaxe smashed against the tusk, breaking it off near the root. However, after the tusk was broken off, Tai Ta's battleaxe chipped off in several places as well. Ho! The flaming cloud beast roared in anger as it stampeded towards Tai Ta once more. Tai Ta's eyes flashed dangerously as it watched the flaming cloud beast charge towards him. Without bothering to dodge, Tai Ta dropped his battleaxe onto the ground and used both of his hands to grab onto the remaining tusk and the root of the broken one, before pushing back at the monster, resulting in a deadlock. At that moment, it was as if Tai Ta had turned into a fierce beast. Grunting out loud, his hands pushed against the flaming cloud beast's tusks, as if trying to compare his strength to it. Despite Tai Ta's heavenly strength, he was still a delicate tiny figure compared to the heavy and gigantic flaming cloud beast. So even though his own strength wasn't lacking, he found himself being pushed backwards a large distance, his feet leaving behind 2 deep marks in the ground. Ah! Tai Ta's eyes revealed a crazy look within them as he roared. The veins within his arms bulged as both of his arms swelled up in an instant, as he began to exert more force. Pa! Another crisp sound was heard as the remaining tusk was snapped off by Tai Ta, causing the flaming cloud beast to release a blood-curdling roar of pain. Despite having used a good amount of his strength, Tai Ta was not yet satisfied, as he grabbed onto the freshly broken off tusk and used it to pierce it into the head of the flaming cloud beast. The tooth of the flaming cloud beast was extraordinarily sharp, and was far stronger than Jian Chen's weapon. But despite its sharpness, it had only penetrated into the head by a tiny amount, causing a small amount of blood to spurt outwards. Seeing Tai Ta use its own tusk to stab it, the flaming cloud beast's eyes grew extremely red as it opened its mouth wide. With a loud roar, it unleashed a trail of fire that moved around, almost like a serpent emerging from its gaping jaws, with the intention of roasting Tai Ta alive. Instantly, the surrounding temperature had started to increase exponentially. Sensing the astonishing heat radiate from the stream of fire, Tai Ta's expression immediately changed, as he desperately threw himself away from the attack. But despite his efforts, he had not been able to dodge the attack of the fire serpent, and so his entire body caught on fire. Seeing Tai Ta's body catch on fire, Jian Chen turned pale with fright. Immediately snapping off a thick tree branch, he jumped off against a tree trunk and sped towards the Tai Ta like a speeding bullet. Ho! The flaming cloud beast roared once more as it stamped towards the still burning Tai Ta. Opening its jaws wide, it tried to swallow him, not caring if he was on fire or not. Just as the flaming cloud beast was about to consume Tai Ta, Jian Chen had finally reached Tai Ta. Using both of his arms, Jian Chen waved the tree branch in his hand to drag Tai Ta a good 10 meters away from the jaws of the magical beast. Jian Chen quickly dislodged Tai Ta from the branch, and without caring for the fire's heat, he quickly extended his arms and tore away at the wolf leather Tai Ta was wearing. Because the fire had caught onto the fur of the wolf leather, the moment it was removed from him, Tai Ta was no longer on fire. Tai Ta's tattered academy uniform was exposed underneath. Tai Ta didn't bother to get up from the floor, but instead started to roll on the ground while complaining, "Hot, hot. I'm dying from the heat, it burns." Seeing him complain like that, Jian Chen deduced that Tai Ta had not suffered any major harm. However, all of his hair had been burnt off, leaving him bald. Not a single hair remained, even his eyebrows and eyelashes had been burnt away. Chapter 42. Roadside Robbery/P. Tai Ta, are you alright? Jian Chen asked in concern. Tai Ta shook his head. He let out a long breath, and spoke in a muffled voice, "I'm fine, but the heat really got me, it was difficult to endure." "As long as you're fine." Jian Chen sighed in relief. When he saw that Tai Ta was engulfed in flames, Jian Chen had honestly felt quite concerned for Tai Ta's well-being. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes hardened as he turned back to look at the lush tree. His eyes gleamed as his mouth also rose up to show a hint of a smile. Hong! 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 The ground began to shake again as the flaming cloud beast stamped towards Jian Chen. With each step it took, the earth trembled. The flaming cloud beast kept breathing fire out of its mouth, almost as if it was excited. Tai Ta's face hardened as he stared at the approaching flaming cloud beast. "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, this guy's skin is fairly tough. How do we go about killing him?" Jian Chen also looked at the beast with a grave face. The flaming cloud beast's body is entirely covered by a strong layer of skin. Unless we reach the level of saints, our weapons will barely be able to slice apart its pelt. At the moment, our only chance is to attack through the flaming cloud beast's eyes to stab its brain. As Jian Chen trailed off, the flaming cloud beast roared, and opened up its jaws to release another serpent fire. Jian Chen and Tai Ta both dove towards the side to dodge it. Jian Chen tightly clenched the iron rod, as he cried out, "Tai Ta, distract it for me. Don't worry, leave it to me." Tai Ta picked up a nearby rock and threw it at the flaming cloud beast, and ran towards the opposite direction. The rock twirled in midair before hitting the flaming cloud beast precisely on the spot where Tai Ta had broke off the tusk. Since the spot was still tender for the flaming cloud beast, its eyes turned red with bloodlust as it began to breath fire at Tai Ta once more. Jian Chen watched as Tai Ta distracted the flaming cloud beast. He gripped the iron rod so hard that it had begun to deform. Quickly running forward, he dashed towards the head of the flaming cloud beast. Jian Chen's speed was fairly fast. As he dashed across the ground, the grass around him swayed from the rapid air currents, which made him seem like he was flying. In a short moment, Jian Chen had reached the head of the flaming cloud beast. Not even caring for the intense heat from the streams of fire the beast was spitting out, he jumped into the air once more to land on the head of the beast. With the iron rod in his right hand, he quickly stabbed it into the eyes of the flaming cloud beast. Although Jian Chen had moved quickly, the flaming cloud beast wasn't slow to react either. Before the iron rod could pierce the eye, the beast suddenly shut its eyes. Jian Chen's eyes flashed for just a brief second as he saw the flaming cloud beast close its eyes. Focusing, Jian Chen condensed his soul and willed it to enter his iron rod. As it covered the sharp point of the iron rod, he tried to ram it into the eyelid of the flaming cloud beast. The iron rod then pierced through the eyelid with no difficulty or resistance. Immediately, blood came pouring out of the eye of the flaming cloud beast. "Ho!" The flaming cloud beast suddenly let loose a desolate cry that shook the heavens themselves, as it whirled and struck out randomly in all directions. Jian Chen exerted more pressure on his right arm, pushing the iron rod in even deeper in attempt to strike at the brain from the eyes. The flaming cloud beast's screams became more desolate as it started to sway back and forth. It attempted to remove the iron rod from its eye, but the rod had already sunk in far too deep, making it difficult to remove. As it shook its head to remove Jian Chen, the pain grew more intense. After 2 attempts at shaking its head, the pain was so fierce for the flaming cloud beast that it didn't dare to move at all anymore. Endlessly wailing in pain, the flaming cloud beast dropped to the ground, where it began its final struggle to fight. Although the wound wasn't fatal, the damage done to its cranial nerves was excruciatingly hard to bear. Seeing the flaming cloud beast fall to the ground, Jian Chen flashed in glee as he yelled, "Tai Ta, quickly drive the iron rod deeper in." Given Tai Ta's heavenly strength, this task couldn't be more appropriate for anyone else. "All right, I'm on my way." Tai Ta cried out happily as he ran over, having now realized that victory was on hand. Tai Ta approached the flaming cloud beast quickly and grabbed the iron rod before pushing it 1 meter deeper into the eye of the flaming cloud beast with his right hand. Only a small portion of the rod was left sticking out. "Ho!" The loudest cry yet came out of the beast, causing Tai Ta and Jian Chen's ears to momentarily go deaf. With that, the flaming cloud beast expended the last of its energy and slumped onto the ground. It stopped twitching, and its other eye gradually closed. Seeing that the beast had finally died, Jian Chen and Tai Ta could not help but exhale in relief. The Class 2 magical beast flaming cloud beast wasn't that amazing, but its defenses were extraordinarily high. Thus, killing it was an extremely difficult task. It finally died. This magical beast was too troublesome. It even breathed out fire and burnt away all my hair. Tai Ta touched his bald head with a depressed expression. Jian Chen could only laugh as he watched Tai Ta gloom over his hair and clothes. "You should at the very least put something on," he said as he took out another wolf pelt from his space belt. The wolf pelts were something he and Tai Ta had prepared. There were many sets stored within their belts just in case they needed a new change of clothes. Because they were in a forest where battle was a common occurrence, a change of clothes could not be in high enough demand. Tai Ta took it without another word, and in a flash, he had transformed the pelt into wearable clothing. Afterwards, Jian Chen and Tai Ta extracted the monster core and continued on their way. After Jian Chen and Tai Ta disappeared from view, a red-clad figure dropped down from the trees. The figure was a tall woman, around 30 years old, clad in fiery red clothing. Her appearance was not extremely beautiful, yet she gave off a gentle, calm air. The woman stared at the carcass of the flaming cloud beast with astonishment written clearly on her face. Letting out a deep breath, the woman muttered to herself, "Tai Ta and Chongyang Xiangtian, you two truly have well-deserved reputations. To think your strengths are this amazing, you two aren't even saints yet and you managed to use regular iron weapons to kill a Class 2 magical beast known for its defenses. I am truly awestruck, I must report this to the headmaster." After saying that, the woman immediately vanished into thin air. As soon as the woman disappeared, another 5 youths came into the clearing. Each of the 5's faces were covered by darkness, so their appearances couldn't be easily seen. However, their shabby academy uniforms could be seen as they held their weapons up. 2 held great swords while another held up a large axe. The last youth with a tall and sturdy body held his sledgehammer up as he followed the group. Judging from the sound, the cry came from this area. One of the great sword-wielding youths said to the rest. The axe-carrying student nodded his head. "Not bad, if the magical beast didn't run too far away, then it should still be in the vicinity." He trailed off as his eyes widened at the sight in front of him. "You guys, look. What is that?" he pointed. Hearing their friend, everyone's eyes drifted forward as they saw a mountain-like fiery red body lying on the ground that seemed to resemble a magical beast. "Let's go look." In a flash, all 5 of them approached the body of the magical beast. However, after they recognized the magical beast, their faces all grew serious. The most experienced one amongst them got close to the body and touched the bloody fur with one hand before saying, "This is a flaming cloud beast. Its defenses are very high, but its attacks aren't all that strong. The blood hasn't dried yet and is still warm, so it must have just died. It would appear that the howl we heard earlier was from this." The sword youth looked around himself before looking at the direction of Jian Chen's footprints. "Come, let's go follow those footsteps and see who exactly killed this flaming cloud beast. If their strength is good enough, we can add them to our group so we can easily hunt more beasts. But if they're weaker than us," a small smile started to creep up on his face. Hearing this, the other 4 youths all thought of the same thing, their faces revealing evil smiles. Soon after, the 5 of them immediately chased after Tai Ta and Jian Chen. At the moment, Jian Chen and Tai Ta were cautiously walking within the forest. In order to protect themselves from magical beasts as well as a few of the swamps on the ground, the 2 of them were not advancing very quickly. At that moment, Jian Chen's ears detected something. Holding his hand up to stop Tai Ta, he said, "Be careful, there's some people coming from behind us." Tai Ta immediately stopped moving and turned around in curiosity. In the blink of an eye, the people who had been following Jian Chen came into view. There was a total of 5 people, but Jian Chen couldn't see their faces since it was covered by the shade, but he could tell that they were strong from the amount of saint force they were emitting from their weapons. When the 5 saw Jian Chen and Tai Ta, they let loose happy smiles to each other, as if they had mutually agreed on something. Increasing their speeds, the 5 of them quickly reached and surrounded Jian Chen and Tai Ta. Seeing this development, both Tai Ta and Jian Chen felt a bad premonition within themselves. "Dear students, might I ask what you're doing?" Jian Chen asked. One of the youths brandished his sword with an evil smile. "You're asking us what we are doing? Hand over your space belts obediently. We definitely don't want to embarrass you, but if you don't comply, ha ha ha," the sledgehammer-wielding student sneered at them. Tai Ta's face grew angry as he heard the demand. "You want us to hand over the space belts? Humph, don't even think about it." Tai Ta understood what was going on now. This was a roadside robbery. Jian Chen patted the space belt on him gently with a smile. "The space belts with all our monster cores are inside. If you have the skill, come and get it then." Although they knew that all 5 of them were saints, neither Jian Chen nor Tai Ta felt a hint of fear. "Humph, since it came down to this, then don't blame us for this. Everyone, attack together." Immediately the 5 of them rushed forward to attack the 2, but their attacks were not aimed at fatal areas. The 5 clearly understood that they were still all students. Stealing was one thing, and so was fighting, but they were not allowed to fatally threaten the opposing party's lives. Chapter 43. Counter-Steal. Jian Chen and Tai Ta immediately dove to the side. After 2 days of relentlessly fighting magical beasts, even the thick-skulled Tai Ta had started to pick up battle experience. This paid off, as Tai Ta dodged the incoming attack. He instinctively swung his battleaxe at the leg of the assailant in a swift counterattack. However, the group in front of them was proving hard to deal with. Just as the battleaxe was about to hit one of them in the thigh, a sword flew out and hit the battleaxe with a colliding sound. Dang! Metal met metal, as Tai Ta's battleaxe was obstructed. Due to Tai Ta's terrifying strength, the battleaxe continued to slide down the blade of the sword before stopping at the hilt. Immediately, the youth holding the sword suddenly felt his entire arm go numb, as the battleaxe smashed itself against his arm, causing his whole hand to shake. The youth was astonished and cried out to his friends, "Everyone be careful, this guy's strength is abnormally strong. It's best if you don't get into arm's reach of him." Hearing the warning, the other 2 students fighting Tai Ta immediately became more cautious, and tried to avoid his giant battleaxe. On the side, Jian Chen was fighting intensely with the other youth holding a sword. Although Jian Chen's weapon was only a corroded iron rod, his fighting capabilities weren't any lower than Tai Ta's. He wasn't any weaker either since he could easily use his agility to move around his opponent's moves. Seeing an opening, Jian Chen quickly stabbed his iron rod into the opponent's thigh with a lightning-fast speed. Since this was another student at the academy, he didn't dare to aim to kill, but instead aimed to injure. Jian Chen's speed was so fast that the student didn't have time to react, and could only watch in shock as the iron rod stabbed into his thigh. Ah! The youth cried out in pain as his face drained of color, and sweat dripped down his forehead. Hearing his companion cry out, the other sword wielder's face changed. Unable to fight Jian Chen personally, he cried out to his friend, "Harry, are you okay?" Although that youth wasn't attacking Jian Chen anymore, Jian Chen wasn't going to let him off that easily. As Jian Chen moved towards him, the saint force condensed into Jian Chen's fist as he suddenly punched the youth in the chest. Still moving at fast speeds, he refused to listen to the youth's complaints, or even wait for the youth to react. Jian Chen's palm struck out silently like a viper, and hit the other squarely on the chest. Pang! The youth was sent flying through the air from Jian Chen's fist, as blood came spurting out of his mouth. After dispatching the two, he immediately went to go assist Tai Ta. At the moment, Tai Ta was embroiled in a tough battle, and had already taken damage from the three people. The wolf pelt he was wearing had already been slashed apart and ruined by the blood that was leaking from his wounds. If it weren't for his extremely durable body and godly strength, the others would not have been afraid to fight against him and knock him to the ground. With the appearance of Jian Chen, Tai Ta's pressure was alleviated by quite a bit. Jian Chen's strength in battle was extremely strong, and even normal saints wouldn't be able to fight him on equal footing. After a few seconds of close combat fighting against Jian Chen, the three that had surrounded Tai Ta had already started to lose. Each of them were sporting new injuries, and soon after, all five of them were writhing on the floor in pain, no longer having the energy to move. Jian Chen looked at the many wounds on Tai Ta, and asked with some concern, "Tai Ta, are you okay?" Tai Ta nodded his head and said, "I'm fine, my body's pretty tough." He pointed to the group of 5 people writhing on the ground. "What should we do with them?" Thinking about it, Jian Chen suddenly grew a strange smile on his face. "Tai Ta, go gather their space belts and take all of their monster cores before giving the belts back." Hearing Jian Chen, the 5 people on the ground went rigid as their faces paled. A few of them were growing red with indignation. The cores in their space belts were earned over the span of 2 days of constant struggles for their lives. Right now there was only half a day left until the 3rd day passed. If they were to lose all of their monster cores now, then they would definitely fail the mission. Tai Ta laughed. Without hesitation, he immediately followed Jian Chen's orders, and grabbed all 5 of the space belts from them. Jian Chen stared them down with the bloody iron rod in his hand, like a tiger watching his prey to prevent them from making any sudden movements. The 5 students originally had planned to fight back, but when they saw Jian Chen grip the bloody iron rod, they immediately gave up all thoughts about resisting, and obediently let Tai Ta take their space belts. After gathering all of the space belts, Tai Ta brought them back to Jian Chen and began to count the monster cores one by one. In total, they had only 12 monster cores, all of which were Class 2 monster cores. Jian Chen laughed as he grabbed 6 of the monster cores and put them in their own space belts before saying, "Tai Ta, let's split these in half, you get 6, I get 6. "All right," Tai Ta said as he placed his share into his own space belt. But when the 5 heard Tai Ta's name, all 5 of them went still, as their faces became unsightly to look at. When it came to his name, everyone in Kargath Academy had heard of him since he was the headmaster's apprentice. Although he wasn't a saint, when it came to the entire school, no one dared to mess with him. By this point, the 5 students started to regret their actions so much that their intestines became green. If they had known earlier that one of them was Tai Ta, then they wouldn't have tried to steal from the headmaster's apprentice no matter what. But now, not only were they robbed of what they were trying to steal, but they couldn't even get revenge now that they knew who he was. Their sufferings couldn't be summed up in words. TL note, intestines go green after the body dies. Basically they regret their actions so much they want to die. After storing all of the Class 2 monster cores, Tai Ta was smiling even brighter. Chongyang Xiang Tian, it's because you're so amazing and beat all 5 of them so quickly. I, Tai Ta, just can't compare to you at all. Jian Chen laughed and said, all right, let's get back on the road now and hope we can kill a few more magical beasts for the sake of our cultivation. Soon after, Jian Chen and Tai Ta didn't see the paralyzed looks of the 5 students on the floor as they walked away. When the 2 disappeared into the forest, one of the youths started to curse out loud, hell, what bad luck we have. To think we came across the apprentice of the headmaster and then failed the assignment. Not only that, but we had our monster cores stolen away from us without us being able to get revenge. Such wretched luck. The youth who had carried the sledgehammer earlier said in a hoarse voice, that's not all of it, don't forget that it wasn't just Tai Ta who attacked us, there was another. Everyone's eyes lit up, you're talking about Chongyang Xiang Tian. The sledgehammer student nodded his head, that's right, Tai Ta has the support of the headmaster, so we can't get revenge on him. But Chongyang Xiang Tian doesn't have that same support. But Chongyang Xiang Tian's strength is so strong though. The 5 of us couldn't beat him while he was alone, how would we ever beat him? Another person asked. That's right, and the most important fact was that Chongyang Xiang Tian was far too fast, we couldn't even dodge any of his attacks. One of the sword wielders said, it was the very same person who had his thigh pierced by Jian Chen. Then, the person with the axe opened his mouth suddenly, you guys forget that Chongyang Xiang Tian already offended a lot of people at the academy like Lord Cheng and Master Luo, whose strength is higher than ours. If we can find an opportunity to join them, sooner or later we'll find a chance to strike at him. In the blink of an eye, the colors of the sky began to dim. The magical beasts in the 3rd region were far less abundant than the ones in the 2nd region. Half a day had passed, but Jian Chen and Tai Ta had only found a few magical beasts. Every time they encountered one, they experienced an arduous battle to kill it. Within that afternoon, the 2 of them had only gained another 7 Class 2 monster cores. Compared to their bounty in the 2nd region, this number was clearly insignificant. But when they thought about how the 5 students who attacked them earlier had only gained 12 Class 2 monster cores in 2 days despite being saints, their hearts felt a bit more relieved. It was a lot more restless in the 3rd region than the 2nd, since the monsters were a lot harder to kill. Also, since the number of monsters were less, more people were willing to rob others for their cores. After Jian Chen and Tai Ta had fought against the 5 students from before, they had another 3 encounters with robbers. At the very least each group had 4 people in it and at the most a group had 7 of them. But in the end, they had overcome each challenge victorious, and took all of the monster cores from the other groups. But what had made Jian Chen depressed was that the group of 4 that attacked them earlier didn't have a single monster core, but the other 2 groups had a total of 33 Class 2 monster cores in the end. When night came, Jian Chen and Tai Ta sat down next to the fire as they roasted the meat of a magical beast. The 2 looked exhausted. Compared to the 2nd region, the 3rd region was far more tiring. At this point, Tai Ta's academy uniform was essentially gone. On his chest, his gains were showing. Only the most important part of his body was covered up by one of the extra wolf pelts, making him look like a savage. He was already covered with scars all over, and although they looked painful, they were only superficial wounds that didn't affect Tai Ta at all. This was a strong body that even Jian Chen looked at with jealousy. Jian Chen, on the other hand, was not faring much better. Although he still stuck with wearing his academy uniform, it had already been dyed red from blood, staining the clothes black after oxidizing. Suddenly, Jian Chen could hear the sounds of a distant battle. With his acute ears, he could hear the faintest of sounds. Jian Chen stood up from where he was sitting, and looked off to where he heard the sounds. Tai Ta, there's a fight going on over there. Chapter 44. Coincidental meeting with Big Brother. Tai Ta didn't seem to care at all. I bet it's someone fighting against another magical beast. At first, Jian Chen thought so too, but the knowledge from his previous life had told him that these were the sounds of battle between people. In this environment, no matter what sound it was, Jian Chen was always on alert, especially since he had already been attacked by his fellow students multiple times earlier that day. Jian Chen had seen those older and more experienced students fall due to not always being on guard. Jian Chen didn't plan to end up like them. Straining his ears to hear the most minute of sounds, Jian Chen tried to catch the sounds he heard earlier. But as soon as he furrowed his eyebrows in thought, he heard the sound again. It wasn't the sound of a person fighting a magical beast, but of two people fighting each other. In addition, the sounds were getting closer. Jian Chen looked at Tai Ta and said, "Tai Ta, that's not the sound of a person fighting against a magical beast, but of two people fighting each other. The sounds are getting louder and louder, so you should prepare yourself, we might end up fighting." Jian Chen didn't choose to change locations. With their current strength, they could easily protect themselves. In addition, he wasn't afraid of anything. Tai Ta immediately became interested as he grabbed his battleaxe and asked, "How many people do you think are fighting? Chongyang Xiangtian, do you think we should take a look?" Jian Chen held the iron rod over the fire. "No need, even without our interference, they'll be approaching us soon enough." "Ah!" Tai Ta sat back down after that with a look of serenity. Soon enough, the sounds of battle became louder and louder, to the point where even Tai Ta could hear it. A group of figures quickly came scurrying out from the bushes, and ran to where the bonfire was. Right behind them, a person wearing black flashed in, clearly chasing the other group. "My two friends, the group behind wants to steal our monster core. Not only are they strong, but their numbers are greater than ours. I hope that we can combine forces and fight them off, otherwise, the hard work we had painstakingly earned over the last 2 days will be taken by them." One person shouted from a distance. Although Jian Chen and Tai Ta were only 2 people, if they joined them then they would be able to fairly go against the opposite party. Hearing that voice, Jian Chen's eyebrows knitted together. He felt that this voice was very familiar to him, as if he had heard it before. However, he couldn't place a name on the voice. Clearly it hadn't left much of an impression. The 4 people that were running away were getting closer and closer to Jian Chen now. The person chasing them from behind suddenly sped forward and blocked off the 4 from moving forward anymore. Holding his giant sword up, he swung his sword at the ones who were still running. The one leading the team fought back with his own saint weapon to block against the sword. Dang! The 2 people had a huge difference in strength that could easily be seen, as the one who had blocked the attack was thrown backwards violently. With this distraction, the people chasing from behind had finally caught up and once more started to attack those who were trying to run away. There were 8 people that had come in pursuit, and all of them quite strong. The difference between their numbers only added to the pressure. Without reinforcements, the ones who were trying to run away would ultimately lose. "Luo Jian, just wait there, I won't let you get away." One of the ones who were running away snarled. Hearing this, Jian Chen, who was standing not too far away, went rigid. The voice who spoke out was one he was familiar with. It was his older brother Jianghu. "Big brother!" Jian Chen cried out in astonishment. Immediately his face became one of shock, and without hesitation, he rushed on over with his iron rod in hand. Seeing Jian Chen move, Tai Ta began follow Jian Chen with his battleaxe in hand. For the past 3 days, Tai Ta had started to follow all of Jian Chen's commands without even realizing it. Over the course of the 3 days, Jian Chen's strength had been fully revealed. With his experience of surviving in the forest and his strategy, Tai Ta had been humbled by Jian Chen's talents. Flying across the ground, Jian Chen ran across the grass towards where the fight was taking place. His hands blurred as the iron rod flew through the air and pierced into one of the people his brother was fighting. He was relieved to hear that one of the people coming towards him was his older brother, Jianghu. Although everyone had noticed Jian Chen and Tai Ta, and were all cautiously guarded against the 2, Jian Chen had moved far too fast and without warning. In their limited lines of sight due to the darkness, no one had noticed to the iron rod in Jian Chen's hand. The pointed end of the iron rod stabbed into the Jianghu's attacker, causing him to scream out in pain into the night sky as he whirled around. Without waiting for the guy to react further, Jian Chen immediately brought his leg to his chest and kicked him away into the air. Ack! At this moment, Tai Ta also charged over. He swung his axe around, hacking away at the enemies, causing them to be batted away. But the person Tai Ta was swinging at wasn't slow to react either. Watching the axe come down on them, his face didn't reveal the smallest amount of fear, and instead, he brought his sword up to block the axe. Dang! Once the sword met the battle axe, Tai Ta and the other were brought to a deadlock with a loud clang. Their weapons shook. Tai Ta remained where he stood, while the other person was forcibly sent flying backwards. With Tai Ta's godly strength, unless one was a giant, then she would stand no chance against Tai Ta. But the person who was fighting against him was no giant, and so he had taken a huge loss. However, even with that development, Tai Ta's battleaxe chipped once more. Although the difference in strength was huge, if Tai Ta had not enveloped his battleaxe with his own saint force, then the battleaxe would have long since been destroyed. Ah! Tai Ta let loose a snarl as he brandished his battleaxe. The group of robbers then dispatched another 2 people to face off against Tai Ta. Dang! After his clear clang, another person who didn't understand how strong Tai Ta was collided against him one more time. Immediately, he was launched into the air by Tai Ta's battleaxe, which caused his battleaxe to chip even more. Although Tai Ta's battleaxe was strong, it was far from being on the same level as a saint weapon, because every saint weapon had a great amount of energy within it. With a saint weapon, one could release an attack far stronger than normal blows. However, these people Jian Chen were fighting against were far too weak, and some of them were still at the primary levels of a saint. While Tai Ta could go toe-to-toe with those primary leveled saints, his battleaxe had been through far too many collisions. Be careful, his strength is extraordinarily high, and watch out for his battleaxe. The one who was blown away from him yelled as a warning. Hearing his companion's warning, the remaining youth became extremely cautious. He dodged the battleaxe, and grabbed onto Tai Ta's space belt. Jian Chen was moving around with the speed of lightning. As his iron rod flashed this way and that. With his body moving like a spirit's, he fought alongside with Jianghu. Already dyed red with blood, the iron rod was concealed under the shade of the night, as if it was a viper. As he wandered about the area in the darkness, his iron rod shot out silently, in a silent manner that was difficult for his enemies to detect. Jian Chen was striking out with his iron rod so fast that even the person fighting Jianghu were not able to react in time, as his thighs were speared through with the iron rod. The person's face grimaced in pain as he let out a painful scream, and clenched his hands in reflex. Jianghu was not courteous enough to wait for him to simmer down, and immediately sliced at his opponent's left shoulder. Immediately, he cried out in pain again as his left arm was cut, the sword cutting the bone clean off, leaving his arm to be connected to his arm by a small amount of flesh. A torrent of blood came spurting out as he grabbed at it. A cyan-colored light illuminated the night as they all saw a giant sword appear and slash down towards Jian Chen. Wind attributed saint force. Seeing the cyan light envelop the sword, Jian Chen's own face hardened. He immediately used the profound steps and melted away into the air like a mirage. As soon as he had faded away, the cyan sword immediately slashed through at the spot where Jian Chen had just been standing. Jian Chen reappeared 3 meters away, not too far away. The person who had slashed at him stood arrogantly at the spot, wearing a Raggedy Academy uniform dyed red with blood. His face was covered by the night, so Jian Chen couldn't recognize him. Jian Chen's eyes focused on the group. He snorted and said in a low voice, "Luo Jian, I didn't think I would meet you here." The youth Jian Chen addressed was startled. He thought the voice was far too familiar, so he carefully stared at Jian Chen. Although it was nighttime, there was still a gleaming light in the sky that allowed him to see Jian Chen's face clearly. However, after 3 days of constant fighting in the forest, without any clear water, everyone's faces was jet black. It was impossible for people to see each other's appearances with ease. However, the nearby Jianghu heard the voice of Jian Chen, and his face became one of shock. He couldn't believe his eyes or ears. Your fourth brother. Jianghu was astonished. When it came to Jian Chen's voice, he was all too familiar with it. Luo Jian suddenly came to a realization as he laughed. No wonder I thought your voice was familiar. So it was Chongyang Xiangtian after all. I didn't think you would break through to becoming a saint. I really am amazed at that. After saying that, his eyes flashed dangerously. Jian Chen turned around and faced Jianghu. Big brother, we'll talk later. Right now, I'll remove the crisis in front of us. You go help the others, and leave Luo Jian to me. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 45. Luo Jian's defeat. Alright then, you take care of yourself, fourth brother. Luo Jian's strength has already reached the middle rank saint level. Jianghu immediately went off to help his friends. Although seeing Jian Chen in the third region was unexpected, he knew that now wasn't the time to try to figure out how or why. Because Jian Chen and Tai Ta's sudden appearance, the originally disadvantaged Jianghu and his group were now on an even playing field. Moreover, because of Tai Ta's existence, the winds of battle were blowing in their favor. The playing field was now sloped towards them in a short amount of time. Looking at the Luo Jian's dark and swarthy face, Jian Chen laughed. Luo Jian, it looks like your plan to steal our monster cores will end in failure. Your monster cores will be given to us instead. Luo Jian's face grew angry as his eyes flashed dangerously. Chongyang Xiangtian, you don't have the power to take away my monster cores. Jian Chen looked at Luo Jian with some disdain before saying, then let's test it out, let's see if I have the power to snatch away your monster cores or not. Jian Chen said nothing more after that, as his body started to sway before charging quickly at Luo Jian. His hand held the iron rod and struck like a viper towards Luo Jian's chest, using the darkness of the night as its cover. A flash of killing intent went through Luo Jian's eyes as he held his cyan-colored sword up. He brandished it in an imposing manner before slashing at Jian Chen. Since Luo Jian was not only a middle-ranked saint, but also had wind-attributed saint force, his attacks were even faster than before. So much that whenever he swung his blade an after-image would appear. Seeing the sword come down towards his head, Jian Chen dodged to the side, and continued to thrust the iron rod towards Luo Jian's chest. Luo Jian's face changed as he realized the speed the iron rod was traveling at was extremely high. At that critical moment, his sword was too far out to bring it back to protect himself, but his reaction speed wasn't too slow either. Reabsorbing the wind saint force into his body, he forced his body to move backwards and bring back his sword. Luo Jian's speed became faster. The moment Jian Chen's iron touched Luo Jian's clothes, he had already escaped from Jian Chen's range of attack. As soon as he had escaped Jian Chen's range, he immediately started to gather the saint force into his hands again to slash at Jian Chen again with the sword. Luo Jian's attack was fairly simple, but to Jian Chen's eyes, it was a mess of an attack. Not a single amount of technique or finesse was shown. However, Jian Chen still didn't dare to belittle it too much. Jian Chen leapt into the air to dodge Luo Jian's sword. Immediately springing off from a tree trunk, he flew towards Luo Jian, his arms shaking, causing a faint mirror image to appear behind him. Jian Chen's arm was already traveling at high speeds, and the iron rod was traveling at the speed of lightning towards Luo Jian, so even the naked eye wouldn't be able to see it. Luo Jian's eyes widened in realization as the iron rod had already reached him. This time Luo Jian was unable to defend himself from Jian Chen's attack, nor was he able to dodge in time, resulting in the iron rod piercing deeply into his chest. Luo Jian's face hardened as he stared at the impaled iron rod within him, a dumbfounded expression appearing on his face. Not only was there a tinge of disbelief on his face, but despair and fear as well. When the iron rod had pierced into him, he had been unable to mount any type of resistance against it. He had no defense, due to the iron rod being a lot faster in speed than he had been able to react to. Even if he was a wind attribute saint, the iron rod had still skewered straight through him, causing a fatal injury. What followed afterwards was beyond everyone's expectations. The moment Jian Chen's iron rod had pierced into Luo Jian's chest, everyone had stopped moving. Then, a pure amount of saint force transferred from the iron rod into Luo Jian's body. With the removal of the rod, the support disappeared, and Luo Jian dropped onto the ground. When Jian Chen had sent his saint force-infused soul into Luo Jian's body, it was as if his body had exploded. The energy rippled through Luo Jian's body like an energy wave, wreaking havoc within his organs. PFF. Luo Jian immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. The fierce pain he was feeling inside his body was strange and unknown to him. He let loose a blood-curdling scream as he rolled on the ground. Luo Jian's scream was abnormally desolate and immediately caught the attention of all those still fighting. However, as their eyes looked at the rolling Luo Jian, everyone except Tai Ta was stunned into silence. What they were watching caused them no small amount of shock, and many of them still couldn't believe their eyes. Even after finishing off Luo Jian, Jian Chen didn't consider letting the group of robbers go. Holding his iron rod as he stood in the middle, he thought that it was lucky that he had met his older brother Jianghu now. If he had met Jianghu later, then Jian Chen was afraid that his brother would have lost all of his monster cores to Luo Jian's group and been left with a heavy injury. With Jian Chen entering the battle, the opposition no longer had the upper hand. Although Jian Chen wasn't a saint like everyone else, he undoubtedly was the most powerful amongst everyone present. In his past life, Jian Chen was a traveling wanderer who had practiced the way of the sword, to the point where he had reached perfection with it. His moves were hard to detect since he moved so fast that it was inconceivable at some points. People who were relying on only their eyes wouldn't be able to see him. Since Jian Chen was only using an iron rod, his true strength could not be brought out. The opponents in front of him were mere students with little battle experience. With his extraordinary sword knowledge, he could quickly end the battle. Until the end of the fight, no one had realized that the weapon Jian Chen was using wasn't actually a saint weapon, but actually just a common iron rod. After the fight, all of the injured students that took part in the robbery sat down on the ground. Each one of them had a different type of wound on different spots, and they all looked at Jian Chen with terror. Looking at the 8 youths on the floor, although Jianghu and his team of 4 were heavily injured, they couldn't help but reveal the joy of victory while looking at Jian Chen with stares of respectful admiration. Jianghu, I didn't think you'd unexpectedly have such an amazingly strong 4th brother. His strength really leaves me astonished. That's right, Jianghu. Although we heard about your 4th brother's strength a long time ago, I didn't think that he was this amazing until now. Even the middle-level Saint Luo Jian was defeated by him. If it weren't for your 4th brother's help, I'm afraid that our group wouldn't have been able to protect the monster cores we worked so hard to get. The 3 youths and Jianghu had a decent relationship with each other. Each one of them sighed in joy as they excitedly discussed the recent events. At this moment, Jian Chen arrived by Jianghu's side and looked at his wounds. With some concern he asked, "Big brother, do you have any serious injuries?" Hearing this, Jianghu shook his head absent-mindedly. Looking at Jian Chen with joy and surprise, he replied, "I'm fine, just fine. It's only a small wound. Don't forget, your older brother has the earth-attributed saint force, which improves my defenses by a lot." Jianghu paused for a bit and then asked, "That's right, 4th brother, how did you come across the 3rd region? I remember that before we entered the forest, your strength was still before the saint level? Also, how did you become so amazing, for you to even defeat Luo Jian?" Jianghu asked curiously. Jian Chen laughed and said, "Big brother, this type of situation should be explained later over a nice and slow talk. Right now, we still have to take care of the problem in front of us." Jian Chen swept his gaze over at the several students who were on the ground. Big brother, how do you think we should punish these guys? Giving the question some thought, he said, fourth brother, this should be resolved by you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our group of 4 would have had all of our monster cores stolen. Jian Chen's face had a deep smile on it as he said, in that case, there's no need to be merciful to them. At the very least, we should collect all of their monster cores from their space belts. Jian Chen's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone, and so under the poisonous and hateful glares of Luo Jian's group, they quickly grabbed all of the space belts and collected the monster cores inside. After checking their inventories, the 8 of them had a total of 130 monster cores. Seeing such a number, even Jian Chen was astonished by the amount. Jianghu exclaimed in admiration, I didn't think that they would have this many monster cores, it looks like they robbed many people before us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill so many monsters in a span of 3 days with their strength. Jian Chen nodded his head in approval before saying, Big brother, let's split the cores into 6 parts so that we each get an equal share. That's no good. Jian Chen turned towards the new speaker, a youth from Changyanghu's team, Changyang Xiangtian. The only reason we were able to obtain these monster cores was because of you and your fellow comrade here. We didn't do anything at all, so you shouldn't split the cores with us and keep it among the 2 of you. The student's suggestion was quickly approved by the other 2 students. One of them immediately said, Ounce is right. Changyang Xiangtian, if it weren't for you and your friend, the strength of us 4 wouldn't have been enough to win. I'm afraid we wouldn't have even been able to protect our own monster cores. But now that our monster cores are safe from their grasp, we are satisfied. The monster cores you got from Luo Jian and his friends are something we don't want. Right, Changyang Xiangtian, you were able to get these monster cores with the combined strength of you and your friend. How could we be shameless enough to divide this up? Jian Chen's eyes flickered with a bright glow as he looked at their faces, searching for any signs of falsity. However, he could only see sincere honesty, with absolutely no traces of dishonesty. His respect for the 3 grew tremendously, but he truly did admire his older brother the most. He didn't think his older brother would be able to find 3 friends with such good personalities like this. Although Changyanghu had the body and brain of a tiger, Jian Chen understood that his brother was not at all stupid. Jian Chen laughed and said, everyone had contributed to this situation. If it weren't for you guys stalling them, if they had somehow joined forces with Luo Jian to attack me, I'm afraid that I would have lost then. Let's go with this, Tai Ta and I will take half of the monster cores, and you guys will take the rest and divide it amongst yourselves. That should be fine, right? Chapter 46. Rich Prophet. Haha, what 4th brother said is correct. This was something we all worked hard to do, so let's follow 4th brother's idea and split the monster cores. Half of it will be given to 4th brother and his other friend here. The other half will be equally split among the 4 of us. Changyanghu laughed. He and Jian Chen were blood brothers, even though they had different mothers, it did not affect the relationship between them, he would not be stingy with him. With Changyanghu deciding for them, the other 3 students couldn't decline anymore and took the monster cores excitedly. After splitting it up, each of the 4 had gotten at least a dozen, bringing them no small amount of excitement. With this amount, it was more than what they had gotten by themselves after last couple of days. After this event, no one had any plans to stay put anymore, and after changing their location, they began to start a new fire to roast some meat. The 6 people sat in a circle around the fire as Changyanghu laughed, 4th brother, let me introduce you to everyone. These 3 are my best friends, Ounce, Aoba, and Darien. He pointed at the 3, 4th brother, Ounce, and Aoba are identical twins. I guarantee that when they wash the filth on their faces off, you won't be able to tell who is who. Jian Chen smiled and greeted the 3 one by one. After chatting for a while, they had started to get so familiar with each other that even Tai Ta's name was known by them. Suddenly, Chang Yanghu's face went still as he asked, "Fourth brother, I remember that before you went into the forest, your strength wasn't at the same level yet. So why is it you're in the third region? And now being so strong, you were even able to defeat the middle-ranked Wen Saint Luojian. Could it be that in the 3 days you were in the forest, you broke through?" Chang Yanghu's 3 friends paid close attention to this question. Both Darien and the twins became interested after hearing Chang Yanghu's question, and shifted their attention to Jian Chen. Jian Chen beating Luo Jian had a huge impact on those 3. Although they had long since heard the rumors that were circulating throughout the academy that he was strong, the rumors didn't exaggerate his strength to this extent. Jian Chen laughed and held his iron rod up towards Chang Yanghu. "Big brother, look. If I were a saint, would I still be using a weapon like this?" Chang Yanghu looked up and down the iron rod, but it looked the same. He had already recognized the blood-stained iron rod in Jian Chen's hands, and it was still a normal rusty broken iron rod. That's, Chang Yanghu's eyes went wide. He was put in a state of silent shock, as he would have never in a million years thought that Jian Chen would be able to defeat Luo Jian using only a rusty iron rod, and if this didn't happen before his very own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. At the same time, Darien and the twins looked at the iron rod in Chang Yanghu's hands. The 3 of them were in disbelief, and then looked at Jian Chen as if he was a monster. Seeing the incredulous looks on their faces, Jian Chen laughed and said, "With the combined powers of me and Tai Ta, there were no magical beasts that were a match for us in the second region, so we decided to move on to the third region." Hearing this, Chang Yanghu and the other 3 couldn't believe their ears. The second region was filled with Class 1 magical beasts. Although they were weaker and had low attack power, even the average saint would find surviving in the forest a difficult task, and Jian Chen was still obviously not a saint yet. To say the second region was no longer a challenge, even Chang Yanghu and his friends would curse Jian Chen's absurd strength. After a while, Chang Yanghu and his friends finally recovered their senses. Chang Yanghu continued to ask, "Fourth brother, you're not even a saint yet and you're already this amazing. When the day comes and you become a saint, I really can't guess how much stronger you'll become." Chang Yanghu shook his head in awe. "Alright, fourth brother, when do you think you'll become a saint?" Muttering more to himself, "I'm currently at the peak of the 10th layer. After this forest exercise, I'll aim to become a saint." Chang Yanghu let out a breath of air in surprise and shock as he looked at Jian Chen. "Fourth brother, you're simply too amazing for words. Not even a few months ago, you were a new student at Kargath Academy who was only at the 8th layer. I didn't think that you would reach the peak of the 10th layer in such a short amount of time." Hearing this, Darien and the twins couldn't believe it, and their view of Jian Chen completely changed. The strength Jian Chen had shown was ridiculous, his cultivation speed was fast, and could border the line of the unimaginable. Jian Chen was definitely a genius among geniuses. At this moment, the 3 friends of Chang Yanghu quickly came to a decision that, in the future, they would have to treat him well and avoid offending him. Jian Chen laughed carefreely. "Big brother, I've noticed that within the third region, many people are resorting to stealing monster cores from others. How did this happen?" Chang Yanghu exhaled before saying, "I don't know who started this myself, but it's said that during the second day, someone started to steal monster cores relying on the fact that he had an enormous amount of people behind him. After this news spread, everyone in the third region started to follow suit, forming groups to rob cores. After all, Class 2 magical beasts are rare in comparison to Class 1 magical beasts, and are even harder to kill. Killing one beast would only get you one, but stealing from another is much easier than hunting, and with good luck, one would get a lot of cores as well. So up until now, all the students started to steal from each other in the third region. Many people have had their hard-earned monster cores stolen away from them when they were alone or were smaller in numbers. The people who were injured decided to quit early, reducing the numbers in the area drastically. Why don't the teachers that are secretly hidden care about what was happening?" Tai Ta asked. As long as it isn't a life-threatening injury or a critical point between life or death, then the hidden teachers won't show up. After all, the reason why we are in the forest hunting magical beasts is so we can temper ourselves, not to mention that we are being tested on how we can unite when being robbed. Things like this happen often in the Tianyuan continent. They're only letting us experience this sooner rather than later," said the twins. "Ah!" Tai Ta suddenly exclaimed in realization. Jian Chen let loose a strange smile as he looked at his older brother and his friends. "Since other people have the audacity to rob us of our monster cores, why can't we rob them first? Are you guys with me on this?" The group's eyes went bright as they heard Jian Chen. "Fine, we'll do it. Chongyang Xiang Tian, we will follow you," Darian said as he stood up and stared at Jian Chen, the heroic spirit reflected in his voice. "Not bad, before our strength was lacking, and could only run away blindly. But now that Jian Chen is here, even if we meet a middle-rank saint, victory isn't impossible. Since this is the final night, let's have some fun with this." Aoba and Ounce laughed. "All right, fourth brother, your big brother will listen to you," Chongyanghu said happily. Tai Ta didn't have an opinion, as he had decided to follow Jian Chen without question for a while now. After everyone had eaten their fill and discussed their plans, they decided to let the twins search the surroundings for targets, while the rest waited for their return. The twins soon came back and reported that they saw a group of 5 people nearby. Jian Chen immediately followed the twins towards where they had reported seeing them. When Jian Chen's group had reached the place, the 5 people were preparing themselves to rest and were caught unprepared by Jian Chen's sudden attack. Since the group was only at the primary saint level, they were quickly defeated by Jian Chen and his group. However, they didn't have that many monster cores, only having around 20 or so. After taking the monster cores, they didn't continue to harass them and immediately left the area. For the entire night, Jian Chen and the others didn't sleep at all. Instead, they looked around the forest for more targets. There weren't many people in the third region by now, and ever since he had started his search, he had only come across 3 different groups. But what he and the others found amusing was that halfway through the night, Jian Chen's group had came across another group who had the same idea they had, and so they had immediately started to fight. Both sides had 6 people each, and the other group even had 2 middle saints whose strength could be considered pretty strong. However, those 2 ended up being stuck against Jian Chen and Tai Ta. In the end, Jian Chen had come out victorious against his opponent, and gained 150 Class 2 monster cores as a reward. It would seem that many people had had their monster cores taken by this group. After the third battle, aside from Jian Chen, everyone else was exhausted and could not continue fighting anymore. With no other choice, they spent the rest of the night searching for a secret place to hide and sleep. Although Jian Chen and Tai Ta had wanted to continue, the other 4 weren't in any shape to, and needed the 2 of them to stay behind and protect them against any surprise attacks. Without saying, Jian Chen and the group had had an overwhelming harvest, excluding the first group with their 20 monster cores. The other 2 groups had 70 cores and 150 cores respectively. So in total, they now had 260 cores. Seeing this many monster cores, Jian Chen was starting to suspect that this was already half of the total amount of Class 2 monster cores in the third region. The night passed peacefully, and the group started to travel towards the outside of the forest. With some herbal medicine, Chongyanghu and the others' wounds were starting to heal slowly. Back when they had first entered the forest, the school administration had already prepared these medicines inside of their space belts. At the moment, Chongyanghu and his friends were all wearing well-made wolf pelts that made them look as if they had no injuries at all. The wolf pelts were the ones that Jian Chen and Tai Ta had made from when they had slaughtered that pack of wolves. They had collected quite a large amount of them. Chapter 47. Returning to the academy. The group of 6 headed to the edge of the forest, now that they had completed their 3 days. If they could protect the monster cores until they reached the outside, then they would be able to finish the assignment perfectly. And since the academy would not take the course, they would be able to use it for themselves. Traveling on the road, Jian Chen and the rest were very cautious. This was the crucial moment, since they could be ambushed at any given time. Jian Chen and Tai Ta were still full of life, but Jianghu and the others were not in the best shape. If they were to be attacked by another strong group, then a fierce battle wouldn't be avoidable, which was what Jian Chen wanted to avoid. Jian Chen walked down the road with Tai Ta behind him while the rest followed in a straight line as they reached to the part of the forest where the white enchantments of the forest rippled outwards. With the end of the third day, the enchantment had suddenly transformed to help the students who were lost to find their way here. Jian Chen's soul was lashing out around him as he checked his surroundings. The third region was not as quiet as the second region. Not only did they have to protect themselves from magical beasts, but they also had to protect themselves from other students. Other students were waiting around for the perfect moment to strike. So because of that, the closer one got to the entrance, the more dangerous it became. After all, the enchantment was showing a hole in itself to help lead students out, so many of them were trying to leave the forest and made themselves an open target for those other students waiting to ambush them. A few hours passed. Jian Chen and Tai Ta were getting closer and closer to the third region's exit. The whole journey had been fairly peaceful, although at regular intervals, they'd encounter a magical beast carcass. Sometimes, there would even be 2 to 3 magical beast corpses lying in the same location. A few hours of rushing later, Jian Chen's group of people finally arrived outside of the third region's exit. They smoothly passed through and entered the second region. At this moment, everyone could not help but sigh in relief. They all understood that their monster cores were secured, because after leaving the third region, no matter whether or not others had gathered the required 2 monster cores, their task was complete. There was nobody here that would dare to steal their monster cores. Haha, I hadn't imagined that the journey would be so peaceful. This was really against my expectations. Jianghu happily smiled, his tone also carrying a hint of excitement. Aoba also happily said, "That's right, and here I'd thought that we'd fall victim to some surprise attacks. I didn't think that the path would have been so calm. It really goes against all expectations." Darian reached his hand out to touch his space belt and smiled. I guess the people stealing monster cores in the third region had suffered from injuries, and didn't have the energy to keep stealing from others on the road. In addition, most of the people probably have the same mindset as us, only stressing self-defense. As long as we safely leave the third region, we'll be satisfied. None of us are interested in the idea of stealing monster cores anymore. Yeah, that's right. What you said makes sense. Tai Ta nodded in agreement. Jian Chen shook his head and said, "The situation is not necessarily as you think it is. Actually, throughout the whole journey, there were still some people lying in wait along the way in hidden places ready to ambush us, you guys just didn't notice them. Those people who were hiding in the darkness perhaps noticed that we have a large number of people, or they didn't have the ability to discern our strength, so they couldn't determine if they could destroy us. That's why they didn't make any movements towards us. Otherwise, there's no way we could have safely left the third region." Hearing this, the people's expressions all changed. Jianghu let out a long breath and said, "It's a good thing fourth brother made sure we put on perfect acts of being completely undamaged. Otherwise, if the people knew that the 4 of us were injured, then I'm afraid we wouldn't have been so fortunate." Hearing this, Aoba and the others nodded in agreement, and looked at Jian Chen with gazes filled with respect. "All right, we should hurry up and leave. After we return back to the academy, you guys need to properly tend to your wounds." The group of 6 continued to walk towards the first region. As they got closer to the exit, the nearby academy gradually entered their lines of vision. Although there were definitely many people that had been unable to endure the task and gave up on it in the middle, at least 1,000 people had entered the forest together. Even if more than half had given up, there were still at least a few hundreds of people remaining. However, the mere hundreds of people spread out in the enormous forest rarely met each other, so it was rare to come across others that had decided to remain in the forest. Jian Chen's gaze swept across the people around him that were similarly heading out of the first region towards the academy. He saw that most of the males sported naked torsos, and were covered with wounds. However, without any exception, all the people were in sorry states, their naked torsos were covered with dirt, and their faces could not be discerned with all the filth covering them. Only some of the females still wore the academy uniforms. However, every single one of the uniforms had become beyond dirty, and there were tears all over the clothing. Even a beggar's clothing was better than theirs. In addition, they used wide leaves to cover the parts that their clothes didn't, making them look like extremely sorry figures. Amongst all the people, there were also a few people who had serious leg injuries, rendering them unable to walk. They were being supported by their companions the whole way, and approached the outside of the forest, one step after another. Perhaps it was because there were so many people present here, but there were absolutely no magical beasts in the vicinity. It was even safer than before. Soon after, Jian Chen's group followed the direction the enchantment in the sky pointed to in order to exit the first region, and they finally exited the forest. Outside stood the vice-headmaster, Chang Baiyan, wearing a white chang bao, his back straight. Behind him stood a few teachers with indifferent expressions. Further behind them was a large group of nearly 1,000 Kargath Academy students. They were split into two groups. The group on the right had many more times people than the other group. Among them, some people were wearing academy uniforms that were dirty, but had very few tears. On the whole, they seemed to be in excellent and undamaged conditions. The other group of people seemed to be in a more difficult situation. Their uniforms were all tattered, and sported quite a few bloodstains as well. Underneath the multiple rips on their clothes, it could clearly be seen that they sported many scars on their bodies. The people in the left group only had around 200 people. All of them were in sorry states. Majority of the people there were wearing clothes made of bark or beast skins, and there were quite a few people that had naked torsos. However, all the people that walked out of the forest were organized by a teacher to join the group on the left. Afterwards, Jian Chen's group sat on the grass quietly in wait. By this point, he had already understood that all the people in the left group were those that had stayed in the forest for the entire 3 days, and had just left the forest today. On the other hand, the people in the right group were all those that had escaped before the 3 days were up. According to the Academy's regulations, no matter whether or not they had fulfilled the requirement of obtaining 2 monster cores, they still had failed their tasks. As he swept his gaze in a circle, Jian Chen discovered that many people in the group he was with had melancholic expressions. There were others that looked at certain people with looks of deep hatred, looking like they would spit out flames from their eyes. At that moment, Jian Chen sensed something. He turned around to look behind him, and saw 2 people with dirty faces and wearing clothing made of beast skins supporting a student in similar attire. The 2 were currently glaring at Jian Chen with poisonous hatred, as if burning him into a crisp with their gazes alone, a strong killing intent. After Jian Chen closely examined the people, his mouth formed a hint of a sneer. He already recognized that the person was actually Luo Jian. Although Jian Chen knew that after what happened the previous night, he had definitely wronged Luo Jian, Jian Chen didn't pay much mind to it. In terms of strength, he wasn't below Luo Jian at all. Once he was able to condense a saint weapon and become a saint, Luo Jian would no longer pose any threat to him. In terms of family backgrounds, although Jian Chen wasn't completely sure of Chongyang clan's strength, they were in no means weak in any sort of aspect. Luo Jian was the son of the leader of a major powerful clan in Forbidden City, but in Jian Chen's opinion, there was no way the Luo clan would bother harassing him over such a trivial matter. After all, Luo Jian had only been injured by Jian Chen because of the training event that the academy had sent them on. In addition, the situation at that time had been because Luo Jian had first attacked his older brother's group. Afterwards, once all the people had walked out of the forest, Jian Chen's group had already increased to 300 to 400 people. At this moment, the vice headmaster Chang Baiyan walked up to the front of the crowd. He looked around at the group of figures that had obviously suffered through difficult situations. He smiled, and loudly said, "Very good. As expected, none of you have disappointed me. I hadn't imagined that this event to hunt magical beasts and stay in the forest for 3 days would have more people remaining this time compared to all the previous times this event has been held. Now, I want everyone to maintain their current formations, and begin walking back towards the academy." Afterwards, the entire 2 groups maintained their exact formations and quickly advanced towards the academy. In the middle of the journey, when they encountered a small river, everyone stopped to wash their faces clean, and then continued forward. Very soon, the group of students began to approach the academy, and in the distance, they noticed that a tall platform had been erected in the center of the sports field. The group of people stopped in front of the platform, and the vice headmaster Chang Baiyan, as well as a few teachers, walked up to it. The vice headmaster sat in the chairperson's place with a straightforward and imposing manner, and calmly said, "The magical beast hunting competition occurring once every 3 years has now officially ended. According to the Academy's regulations, after the task has been completed, we will now hand out awards. I would like to now invite all the people who had stayed in the forest for the entire 3 days and have gathered 2 monster cores to simultaneously step forwards." As soon as the vice headmaster finished speaking, 100 or so people immediately walked out of the crowd. I will now first count the Class 1 monster cores. Students who have hunted Class 1 magical beasts, please come up to the platform for the number of monster cores in your possession to be counted. The vice headmaster continued. Following this, all the students that had killed Class 1 magical beasts, including Jian Chen and Tai Ta, all walked up to the platform. There stood a teacher specifically assigned to count and record the number of monster cores that the students had earned. Chapter 48. Mutated. Among the 100 or so people, the majority of them were below the saint level, and had performed the event in the second region. When the students that had Class 1 monster cores walked up, only a bit over 30 people remained. This made the students who did not know much about the third region's conditions puzzled. Although the third region had Class 2 magical beasts, they all had low attack powers. To a saint that could condense a saint weapon, although it may not be possible for him/her to fight against the magical beast alone, as long as a few people worked together, hunting magical beasts within the third region shouldn't be very difficult to do. It should definitely be easier than a student that had not yet reached saint level killing a Class 1 magical beast. After all, the saint weapons that saints had were extremely powerful, and far surpassed those other ordinary weapons. Logically, the chances of students completing their task in the third region should definitely be much higher than those in the second region. However, nobody had imagined that the event would end up with such results. In the third region, only a pathetic 30 or so students had completed their task. This was much less than the people who had finished in the second region. When the first student arrived in front of the teacher inspecting the monster cores, he directly reached into his space belt and lightly placed all of his monster cores on the table. This student only took out 3 monster cores total. Casually gazing at the 3 Class 1 monster cores, the approximately 50-year-old teacher in charge of inspecting the monster cores nodded and said, "Not bad. You qualify as passing. What's your name?" "Teacher, my name is Cheng Yunfeng." The youth that was being inspected excitedly said. The 2 words "not bad" had already confirmed the fact that the teacher was praising him. Being complimented by the teacher was the greatest honor to him. The teacher picked up his pen and recorded the information on a piece of paper, then said, "Go return your space belt to the academy. Take your monster cores. Also, this is a badge that represents your glory. You must take good care of it." The teacher pulled out a badge from underneath the table, and handed it to the student. The student happily agreed. He carefully and tenderly took the badge, and then he walked off the platform in extremely high spirits. Next. Afterwards, students walked up in succession and handed their monster cores to the teacher for appraisal, and at the same time, were recorded. The process was quite fast, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of people had already passed. The fewest number of monster cores among them so far had been 2, and the greatest number had taken out 8, which had made the appraising elder shocked for a moment. At this moment, a handsome youth with an uncommon air walked up to get his monster cores inspected. The youth had a small scar on his forehead, and it was most likely a recent wound from the forest, since the scar still had a hint of blood on it. The youth calmly walked up to the elder, and quietly took off his space belt. He then began to take out monster cores, and placed them on the table one by one. As he was removing them, the table was soon filled with 6 Class 1 monster cores, yet he showed no signs of stopping. He continued to leisurely pull out monster core after monster core from his space belt. His movements were not at all rushed, and the expression on his face was indifferent, giving off the impression that he was a very steadfast person. When the youth first took out 6 monster cores, the inspecting teacher finally returned to his senses. A smile slowly formed on his face, and he lightly nodded while looking at the youth with an expression of admiration. Soon, the youth had already pulled out 10 monster cores. At this moment, the expression of the elder inspecting the monster cores finally changed. His gaze towards the youth was no longer one of admiration, but one of shock. For a person that had not yet reached saint level to have managed to kill and retrieve monster cores from 10 Class 1 magical beasts was definitely not an easy task. In addition, the youth still showed no signs of stopping, signifying to everyone present that he still had not finished removing all of the monster cores from his space belt. The students lined up being this youth had already been shocked speechless at the sight of him pulling out so many monster cores. They thought back to how much energy they had consumed in the forest just to retrieve 2 to 3 monster cores. To them, this had already been quite an amazing achievement. Many of them had even felt quite proud of this. Yet the youth in front of them had pulled out many times more monster cores than they had received within the last 3 days in a single breath. How could they not be shocked? Having fought against the Class 1 magical beasts quite a few times, they had been left with a deep realization that without reaching saint level, using an iron weapon to kill Class 1 magical beasts with such thick skin was extremely difficult. The youth did not pay any mind to the onlookers' expressions, as if he didn't see them. His movements had still not stopped, and he continued to pull out monster cores from his space belt one after another without a pause. Soon, there were already 15 monster cores piled onto the table, yet the youth still didn't show the slightest trace of stopping. He was still equally unhurried as before, and he very calmly continued to take out more monster cores from his space belt. At this moment, all the teachers on the platform were gazing at the youth in shock and disbelief. For a person not yet a saint to have killed more than 10 magical beasts within 3 days would perhaps be possible if he worked together with 5 to 6 people, but to have hunted so many magical beasts in 3 days alone was really something the teachers felt was impossible, unless those magical beasts were all seriously wounded. Sitting on top of the platform, the vice headmaster Chang Baiyan smiled and said, "His name seems to be Mutated. He only entered the academy last year. After only a single year, he went from the 8th Saint Force layer to the peak of the 10th layer. This speed is quite good. It's said that he even tried to attack a saint. Although he ultimately failed, it has to be admitted that the Mu clan really did send a good young successor this time." The vice headmaster Chang Baiyan paused for a bit, then shifted his gaze towards the lined-up Chong Yang Xiangtian and Tai Ta and muttered, "I really anticipate Chong Yang Xiangtian's and Tai Ta's harvests." It's said that the two of them had actually ran to the 3rd region to hunt Class 2 magical beasts on the last day. Their powers are clearly not at the saint level yet. Heavens, to have relied on iron weapons to hunt Class 2 magical beasts, that is really too unfathomable. If I hadn't personally witnessed the two of them kill a completely undamaged Class 2 magical beast, I would not dare to believe that such a situation was true. It seems that not only did the headmaster accept a good apprentice, Lore City's Chongyang clan, which has been silent for so long, will soon return to their former glory because of Chongyang's Yangtian in the near future. Only after the youth had taken out 23 Class 1 monster cores did he finally stop. He calmly looked at the inspecting elder taking notes, and said, "Teacher, these are the monster cores I retrieved." The elder in charge of the inspection swept a glance at the 23 monster cores and let out a long breath. He looked at the youth with bright eyes full of emotions and asked, "What's your name?" "Mutian." The youth replied in an indifferent tone. The elder's gaze gradually became more serious as he continued to ask, "Mutian, did you gain these monster cores by yourself, or did you work together with others for them?" Mutian's expression did not change, as he had long since expected this would happen. "Teacher, these monster cores were gained by my hard work alone." Hearing this, the elder's expression immediately changed. He looked intensely at Mutian with an expression beyond admiration, then smiled and nodded, "Good. Good. Good. Mutian, right? Very good. Your results are extremely outstanding. I hope that you continue to work hard in the future." The elder did not ask how Mutian had gained the 23 monster cores, that was not important at all. The important part was that he knew that these monster cores had been gained through Mutian's hard work alone. After all, in the Tianyuan continent, strength represented everything. As long as one could achieve the final victory, no matter what kind of dishonest methods were used, nobody would say anything about it. Hearing the elder's words of praise, Mutian could not help but smile. At that moment, the elder took about a sky blue belt and badge. He handed them over to Mutian and said, "This is a space belt you had previously given us, and this is your badge. Take proper care of them." Mutian calmly accepted the space belt and the badge of glory, and reinserted the 23 monster cores into his space belt, before walking off the platform. From beginning to end, Mutian had not shown a single trace of arrogance or pride, he always had the same, indifferent expression. Jian Chen's gaze followed Mutian until he walked off the platform. In his heart, he had already committed Mutian's name to memory. Based on his intuition, he felt that Mutian was probably quite a complex person, and hadn't used his full potential yet either. In the future, he would definitely accomplish much more, it was simply still unknown which of the two paths he would choose to advance on. Because Mutian had taken out over 20 monster cores, the following students didn't induce any type of reactions when they removed their monster cores. Majority of them had only the minimum 2 monster cores, the number of people that had more than 2 was very few. Aside from Mutian's 23 monster cores, the highest harvest had been the previous 8 monster cores. The inspection went by quickly, and it was soon Jian Chen's turn. At this moment, the gazes of the vice headmaster sitting in the chairperson's seat, as well as a few other teachers, immediately lit up. Their eyes closely followed Jian Chen, showing expressions of extreme concentration. The vice headmaster Chang Baiyan, who had previously been reclining in his seat, could not help but straighten his back, as he gazed at Jian Chen, full of expectations. Although he knew that Jian Chen had killed quite a few magical beasts in the forest, he didn't know the exact numerical value of this quite a few. Jian Chen calmly walked up to the elder in charge of inspecting the monster cores and lowered his head to look at the 2-meter-long table. A troubled expression showed on his face, and after some hesitation, he said, "Teacher, can you please change to a larger table?" "Hey!" Hearing Jian Chen's words, the elderly man who was closely inspecting paused, and asked in confusion, "What did you just say?" Seeing that the table was originally not very large, and that there were already some items of little value on top of it, Jian Chen could only show a helpless expression. This table was really too small, there was absolutely no way he could fit all of his monster cores that pretty much completely filled his space belt. "Yes, teacher. Can I please ask you to change this table to a slightly larger one? This table is too small." Jian Chen continued. Chapter 49. The Shock. Hearing Jian Chen's words, all the students lined up behind him, aside from Tai Ta, showed expressions of shock. They all gave extremely strange looks at Jian Chen, and quite a few suspected that they had heard him wrong. In their opinion, if you needed to hand over your monster cores, then just hand them over. Why would you bother caring about how large the table being used was? Wasn't this simply asking for trouble? Who is that person? He's really reckless, to even ask the teacher to change tables. He's really an idiot, to dare tell Teacher Steve that the table was too small in front of so many people. The most unfathomable thing is that he wants Teacher Steve to change tables for him. Heavens, for him to confront Teacher Steve about the table being used, does he not know that Teacher Steve is the strictest teacher in all of Kargath Academy? Quite a few people began to point at Jian Chen in discussion, looking at him as if he was an idiot. The inspecting elder's expression changed, as he furrowed his brows and stared severely at Jian Chen. He snorted and then in a low voice said, "What's your name? You even tried to confront a teacher like this. This table was prepared ages ago. It's not something that can be changed just because you said it should be changed." Jian Chen's words not only irritated the inspecting teacher, even a few of the teachers judging from the back could not help but knit their brows as they looked at Jian Chen with displeased expressions. Jian Chen's words were completely disrespectful to them as teachers. Not a single one of the people even considered the fact that Jian Chen had requested for change in tables because the current table had no way of fitting all the monster cores inside his space belt. Of course, there were some teachers who were exceptions. Their demeanors were still very calm. Their faces only showed a light trace of a smile. These few were the ones who watched Jian Chen and Tai Ta viciously kill a group of Blue Wolf Kings. At this time behind them, a beautiful girl with a pair of bright eyes stared suspiciously at Jian Chen's figure, frowning in deep thought and whispering softly, "Strange. Why do I feel that his shadow is a little familiar? Maybe I've met him somewhere." The girl's eyebrows furrowed as she thought hard. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, and a familiar figure appeared in her mind. The next moment, her eyes exposed a look of surprise accompanied by a magical color. She unconsciously shouted, "Chongyang Xiang Tian, he is Chongyang Xiang Tian." The girl's voice was not concealed at all, so many people heard her. The moment everyone heard the name Chongyang Xiang Tian, their faces started to change as the students who had been recklessly hurling insults Chongyang Xiang Tian started to shut their mouths like obedient children. Chongyang Xiang Tian was a name that was prominent throughout Kargath Academy and was practically heard of by everyone. However, not many people had actually seen what he looked like, most of who did were freshmen. Jian Chen's face was rendered indistinctive with all of the mud and grime that left very little of his face unblemished. His clothes were also extremely tattered to the point of him looking like a beggar. With his current state of appearance, no one would be able to recognize him even when he was lined up in front of everyone. After hearing Chongyang Xiang Tian's name, the teacher in charge of inspecting the monster cores went blank as he gave a closer look. Apparently, Chongyang Xiang Tian was a name even the teacher was familiar with. However, that didn't mean that Jian Chen had the proper authority to be able to command him to bring a new table. The teacher's mouth dropped open one more time in disbelief before preparing himself to speak again, but at that moment, Bai En from the academy board called out, "Someone bring out a bigger table immediately." There was a smile on his face instead one of discontent. Instead, he was looking at Jian Chen with anticipation as if he had already guessed the reason why Jian Chen had wanted a bigger table. The vice-headmaster Bai En looked as if he was 34 years old, but his prestige within Kargath Academy was exceptionally high, second only to the headmaster himself. When he had spoken, all of the teachers went silent. Aside from a few teachers, the other teachers had not understood what the vice-headmaster was trying to say. To think that he had asked for a bigger table even though the original table was more than enough to register a student's monster cores count, there was just simply no use for a bigger table. Soon after, a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide table was lifted up to the stage, and the original table that had been used by the inspecting teacher was taken away. Chongyang Xiang Tian, you should be satisfied with this, right? The inspecting teacher sat in front of the larger table. His attitude towards Jian Chen was not very amiable, it was evident that Jian Chen's request for a larger table had left an extremely bad impression on the 50 to 60-year-old teacher. Seeing that the elder's heart had some sort of prejudice against him, Jian Chen could not help but smile bitterly. He hadn't imagined that just because of something like this, the teacher would actually have something against him. This had definitely gone against his expectations, but Jian Chen didn't mind it too much. Afterwards, Jian Chen directly removed his space belt. Unlike the other students that had removed the monster cores one by one, he directly grabbed a handful of 10 monster cores and pulled them out, lightly placing them on the table. All of these monster cores were faint white in color, and were about one circle larger than the size of an adult's finger. Seeing Jian Chen pull out 10 monster cores at once, although the appraising elder was previously unsatisfied with Jian Chen's earlier actions, he could not help inwardly nodding. However, just as the appraising elder had assumed these were all the monster cores Jian Chen had, Jian Chen's hand once again reached into his space belt, and continued to pull out a great handful of monster cores. Once again, there were 10 of them in his hand. Now there were already 20 monster cores on the table in front. Seeing this, the appraising elder's eyes lit up. He looked at Jian Chen in astonishment and inwardly thought to himself, this Chong Yang Xiang Tian's reputation is indeed not undeserved. Although he has not yet reached saint level, he was able to defeat a saint. It seems that he really is quite skilled. Following this, Jian Chen continued to reach into his space belt and once again pulled out a handful of monster cores to gently place onto the table. Dong 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 sounds rang out as the hard monster cores came into contact with the wooden table. Seeing Jian Chen once again take out 10 monster cores from his space belt, the expression of the appraising elder had instantly changed. His eyes now reflected complete shock, since by now, Jian Chen had taken out 30 monster cores, 7 more than Mu Tian had. For a student that had not yet reached saint level to have killed 30 class 1 magical beasts within 3 days inside the forest was undoubtedly a record. Even the elder that had gone around the world and witnessed many things before could not help but be dumbstruck by disbelief. Although these magical beasts had relatively low attack power, it was by no means an easy task for a student only at the peak of the 10th Saint Force Slayer to kill them. When Jian Chen grabbed 30 monster cores, the teacher evaluating him became astonished, along with the other teachers behind him as they watched this inconceivable sight. Only a few teachers who had inside information on the matter had a smile on their faces while the students lined up behind him had been dumbstruck when he had pulled the 30 monster cores out. But Jian Chen didn't bother to look at the stupefied expressions on the teachers and students around him. While everyone was staring at him, his hands went into his space belt once more and grabbed another bunch of monster cores to put onto the table. When his hand refused to stop, the teachers all looked on with a sluggish expression, as the cycle repeated and he reached into his space belt and grabbed yet another handful. Soon after Jian Chen had placed a couple handsful of monster cores onto the table, the big official table was filled with monster cores. Although they were all class 1 monster cores, because they came from different species, the cores would not be the same size or shape. Small cores were almost the size of the big toe of a person, and the biggest cores were the size of a small child's fist. Whether it was a student or teacher, both groups had been put into shock by Jian Chen. For a person who was not yet at the saint level state to hunt and kill almost 100 class 1 magical beast in a span of 3 days, if someone were to try to say this to someone else, they wouldn't be believed. At this moment, aside from a small amount of people, every other person would not believe that it was Jian Chen who had killed all these magical beasts. Many people had thought that the huge amount of monster cores were a result of many people helping him collect monster cores or that he had stolen them. The consensus was that he could not have killed all those class 1 magical beast by himself. Seeing the official table being covered by a little under 100 monster cores from Jian Chen, the teacher in charge of counting them let out a deep breath. Although in his heart he thought that Jian Chen had to have fought many other groups for their monster cores. He had to admire Jian Chen's strength. However, even when it came to dishonorable acts like thievery, the teachers would not care since this is a common event in the Tianyuan continent. Seeing almost 100 Class 1 monster cores from Jian Chen, the vice headmaster Bian let loose an incredulous look. He knew in his heart that the reason why the second region had so many less people hunting for monster cores was because they had been robbed by Jian Chen. There was no doubt that Jian Chen had stolen all of the monster cores from someone else, otherwise, everyone would have passed the test with the monster cores they earned by a legitimate show of strength from killing magical beasts. With this recent development, the vice headmaster Bian was quite emotional today as even his heart shook. Though at the same time, there was a small amount of doubt. Could it be that Jian Chen and Tai Ta could easily kill magical beasts without even adding qi to weapons? Were they just not using cultivation anymore? Unexpectedly, Jian Chen and Tai Ta had both killed around 100 magical beasts over the span of the last 3 days. The look in the teacher's eye was quite complicated. Soon after he had started to count the monster cores on the table, the teacher didn't ask how Jian Chen had acquired these monster cores since the definite conclusion was already clear in his mind. Chapter 50. Over 100 Class 1 monster cores. The monster cores were quickly counted. The elder in charge of the appraisal said, "There is a total of 98 monster cores here. This is your space belt, please return the Academy space belt now." The elder handed Jian Chen an emerald green space belt. This was the space belt that Jian Chen's father, Chongyang Ba, had gifted him when he had left the Chongyang clan. Jian Chen looked at the Academy space belt in his hands for a bit, and after some hesitation said, "Teacher, for the time being, please take care of my belt here. After this evaluation ends, I will return the Academy space belt." Hearing this, the elder knit his brows, and asked in confusion, "What?" Perhaps it was because Jian Chen alone had gained nearly 100 monster cores, but the elder's attitude towards Jian Chen had clearly changed. "Teacher, I still have Class 2 monster cores in my space belt, so I still need to take part in the Class 2 monster cores evaluation later," Jian Chen plainly said. Right now, the evaluation was only being held for Class 1 monster cores. The evaluation for Class 2 monster cores wouldn't begin until after this one finished. Is that so? You still have Class 2 monster cores?" Hearing this, the elder had disbelief written on his face, and he looked at Jian Chen with suspicion. It wasn't only the elder, the other teachers sitting on the platform were currently looking at Jian Chen with identical expressions. Jian Chen nodded, "Yes, teacher." Hearing this, the elder let out a deep breath. His gaze towards Jian Chen grew solemn. Only now did he realize that he had really underestimated the rumors that had been going around about Chongyang's Yang Tian. However, he didn't bother wasting his breath on this matter, and waved his hand, "All right, store away these monster cores. You can continue to attend the second round of evaluations." Afterwards, Jian Chen placed the 100 or so monster cores back into his space belt and left the platform. However now, both the teachers on the platform and the students surrounding him looked at Jian Chen with completely different expressions. Their gazes were complicated, mixed with jealousy, envy, and even some with disdain. After walking off the platform, Jian Chen didn't rejoin the crowd. Instead, he walked up to the people waiting for the Class 2 monster cores evaluation that were currently lined up in wait. All the students awaiting evaluation had already reached Saint level, and aside from Chongyanghu's group, all of them looked at Jian Chen with expressions of shock and doubts as he walked up to them. They hadn't even met Jian Chen in the third region, and it was obvious that they found it extremely abnormal for a person not yet a saint to be able to show off Class 2 monster cores. They really found it extremely hard to believe that Jian Chen had actually entered the third region and killed Class 2 magical beasts. In addition, he had at least managed to gain 2 Class 2 monster cores. Lined up behind Jian Chen was Tai Ta. After Jian Chen walked off, Tai Ta also arrived in front of the appraising elder. At this point, Tai Ta being the Kargath Academy's headmaster's apprentice was no longer a secret, all the teachers recognized him. When Tai Ta walked up, the appraising elder could not help but smile as he said, "Tai Ta, I wonder what your profits were like this time." Tai Ta laughed, but did not say anything in reply. Just as Jian Chen had done, he reached his hand into his space belt and directly pulled out a large handful of monster cores, before lightly placing them on the table. Tai Ta's fists were slightly larger than Jian Chen's, so each one held 14 to 15 monster cores every time. Seeing the 14 to 15 monster cores on the table, the appraising elder began to smile, as he inwardly thought to himself, as expected of the person that the headmaster has his eye on. Although he has the heart and body of a tiger and seemed to lack shrewdness, his talent really cannot help but make one sigh in admiration. After taking out 14 to 15 monster cores, Tai Ta's movements didn't stop at all. He once again reached into his space belt to pull out a fistful of monster cores. The students and teachers all stared at the table as gradually, the number of monster cores increased more and more, until there were multiple dozens. Only after Tai Ta had finally taken out a little under 100 monster cores did he finally stop. Seeing all the monster cores he had gained, Tai Ta laughed in a straightforward manner and happily said, "Teacher, these are the monster cores I have gained." At that moment, all the teachers and students in the vicinity were shocked speechless. They all stared at the slightly under 100 monster cores piled on the table with expressions of disbelief. The appraising elder let out a long breath, and then looked at Tai Ta intensely, and slowly said, "Good, good. Tai Ta, you've done very well, and have not lost any face for your master." Saying this, the elder lowered his head and began to count the monster cores. He did not inquire how Tai Ta had gained those monster cores. In his heart, he had already linked together Tai Ta's means of collecting the monster cores with Jian Chen's. The elder quickly finished counting the monster cores and said, "There are a total of 97 monster cores here." Saying this, the elder recorded it into his notebook. After he had finished taking note, the elder took out an exquisite, extremely well-made, black space belt adorned with a few gems, and handed it over along with the badge of glory to Tai Ta, and said, "Tai Ta, this is the space belt that you had left in our care, as well as the badge of glory that you have earned. Collect your monster cores, and then return the Academy space belt to the Academy." It was obvious from a single glance that this high-grade space belt had been given to Tai Ta by the headmaster after he had become the headmaster's apprentice. Otherwise, a child born into a commoner family like him would have absolutely no way of purchasing such a high-grade item like this space belt. Although these types of space belts were not uncommon in Tianyun continent, it was not something that ordinary people could own. Tai Ta's gaze was locked onto the black space belt for a while, before he shook his head and said, "Teacher, I would like to keep this space belt under your care. I still have Class 2 monster cores." "What? You also have Class 2 monster cores?" Hearing this, the appraising elder looked at him with an extremely shocked expression, with a hint of disbelief hidden as well. Hearing Tai Ta's words, the other teachers that were sitting on the platform exchanged glances of disbelief with each other. They hadn't imagined that after Jian Chen, there would be another student not yet at saint level that had managed to gain Class 2 monster cores. That appraising elder hesitated for a bit before replying, "Tai Ta, did you go to the third region?" Although the elder's question was overstepping his responsibilities, he could not ignore the strong feelings of curiosity in his heart. Even though he had already guessed the answer, he would definitely not dare to believe it unless Tai Ta confirmed the situation. Tai Ta nodded, and spoke in a muffled voice, "Yes, I went to the third region." The appraising elder continued to ask, "Did you gain your Class 2 monster cores from killing magical beasts?" Despite the fact he was far overstepping his boundaries, nobody tried to stop him, since it was not only the elder that was extremely curious to know the answer. Even all of the teachers on the platform felt the same way, and they wanted a clear-cut confirmation. A portion of it was gained from Chongyang's Yangtian and I killing magical beasts. Tai Ta had no intention of hiding anything, but he only said half of the story. Hearing this, the elder asked in shock and disbelief, "What? You're saying that you and Chongyang's Yangtian killed Class 2 magical beasts?" Tai Ta nodded and replied, "Yes. This answer made all of the teachers on the platform stunned. Many of them couldn't believe what they had just heard. For 2 students not yet saints to have killed Class 2 magical beasts was unprecedented in the history of Kargath Academy. Afterwards, Tai Ta stowed away his monster cores and walked off the platform. He joined the group of people waiting for Class 2 monster cores evaluations, and stood behind Jian Chen. However, at this point, Tai Ta and Jian Chen had already become the center of everyone's attention, and the people who had failed the task that were currently standing behind them looked at the two with quite a lot of jealousy. There were many of them that had been pathetically running all over the place to escape from the pursuits of Class 1 magical beasts, and they had never imagined that Jian Chen and Tai Ta, who were not at higher levels than them, would manage to not only gain 100 Class 1 monster cores in the second area, but also gain Class 2 monster cores. This made them feel extremely disoriented, and quite a few of the upperclassmen felt embarrassed as well. Soon afterwards, the Class 1 monster cores evaluation ended. The one that had the highest number of monster cores was Jian Chen, with a total of 98 monster cores, while Tai Ta was in second place, with 1 less monster core. The two of them had many more times monster cores than Mutian, who was in third place. Amidst the crowd of people, Mutian's eyes flashed in astonishment at Jian Chen and Tai Ta, and he murmured to himself, "Tai Ta, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, your reputation is well deserved. You two are indeed experts that can defeat saints. I'd love to have a chance to interact with the both of you." Although he had had his spotlight taken away by Jian Chen and Tai Ta, Mutian did not show a single trace of dissatisfaction. He was still just as indifferent as before, as if this was an insignificant matter that had absolutely no impact on him. At that moment, Jianghu walked up to Jian Chen with a happy expression, and said in a low voice, "Fourth brother, the two of you are really too abnormal. Within 3 days, each of you managed to gain nearly 100 monster cores." Jianghu's tone barely concealed his happiness, and he looked at Jian Chen proudly. Jian Chen smiled wordlessly. Suddenly, his gaze shifted as he sensed something. He looked behind him to see a youth with tattered clothes glaring at him with poisonous hatred. The youth's gaze did not bother to conceal his strong killing intent, and it was so severe that Jian Chen could not help but furrow his brows. However, when Jian Chen inspected the youth's appearance a bit more closely, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The youth was Luo Jian, who had all of his monster cores plundered by Jian Chen. Luo Jian's monster cores had been entirely stolen from him mercilessly, and he had even been heavily injured. Although it did not greatly affect his movements, since he and his group of companions had completely lost all of their battle spirit, they had been unable to gather the energy to steal others' monster cores or hunt magical beasts afterwards. Thus, Luo Jian's group had ended the task with failure. Jian Chen smiled, his expression showing a hint of disdain. He paid absolutely no mind to Luo Jian. In regards to people like Luo Jian, Jian Chen had met many of them as a wanderer in his previous world. However, very few of them had the ability to really stir up storms. The second round of monster core evaluations soon started. The students that had reached saint levels and finished their task walked up to the platform in succession. However, there were 2 exceptions among them, Jian Chen and Tai Ta, who had not yet reached saint level, while everyone else had. The teacher evaluating the Class 2 monster cores was still the same elder, and the assessment progressed quickly. Because of all the stealing that had occurred in the third region, the several hundred students' monster cores had ultimately been gathered by the 30 to 40 people present. Thus, all of them had much more than 2 monster cores, and many people had over 10 monster cores in their possessions. There were even quite a few people that had gained 23 monster cores. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.